The chime of the old clock echoed with heavy beats through the stillness of Windsor Castle, as if time itself were hesitating before stepping into a new era. In the pale golden light of the royal library, Princess Anne stood motionless. The teacup in her hand slipped and shattered across the cold marble floor, but what caused this iron-willed woman to lose control was not the breaking porcelain, but the paper she was holding, the result. A single line, a truth powerful enough to shake the entire Windsor dynasty. According to this document, Princess Diana did not only leave behind 2 princes, as history has long recorded, there was a 3rd child, a hidden bloodline, a name that had never appeared in any official record. 30 years of silence. 30 years protected by the thick walls of the royal institution, now stood on the brink of exposure. The envelope containing the results had been placed directly on Anne's desk without a seal, without a sender, without a trace. That detail transformed the story from a family secret into something far more unsettling, something resembling an investigation interrupted from the past. Who had kept this truth hidden for so many years? And more importantly, why was it surfacing now? N, a figure who had always embodied discipline and tradition, had now become the first witness to a genetic storm, a secret that, if confirmed, would not only rewrite history, but also raise questions about the legitimacy of an entire generation. Would the emergence of a hidden heir save the monarchy, or would it become the final blade that ends it? If you believe the truth must be revealed immediately, comment 1. If you believe this secret should be buried forever to preserve peace, comment 2. Your choice will reveal whether you stand with tradition or change. The library door closed behind Princess Anne with a dry sound. As if the room itself understood that what was about to unfold did not belong in daylight. The ancient oak desk, which had witnessed countless historic decisions of the royal family, now became the anchor of another secret. Colder and more dangerous, the unmarked envelope lay there in silence. No royal crest, no seal, no sign that it belonged to the tightly controlled system of the British monarchy. Anne did not rush. She had never been someone who acted on emotion, yet that very calmness made this moment more terrifying. Her fingers brushed lightly along the edge of the paper, sensing the unusual thickness of the contents inside. This was not an ordinary letter. It was a file, a carefully prepared file, designed not to inform, but to force the reader to confront. When the envelope was opened, there was no greeting, no explanation, only white pages filled with bold, aligned text, cold as a verdict. Medical terminology appeared densely across the pages. Emotionless, impartial, yet carrying the undeniable weight of truth. Mitochondrial genome sequencing analysis, biological sample comparison. And then, the line that stopped everything, maternal lineage confirmed, Princess Diana. There were no excess words, no space for alternative interpretation. In the world of science, it was an absolute conclusion, and in the world of royalty, it was an earthquake. Anne did not sit down. She remained standing, rereading each line slowly, as if searching for an error, a flaw that could allow her to deny it all. But there was none. Every page was certified by a private laboratory in Switzerland, one of the most secure environments in the world. In the bottom corner of the final page, a number was printed in small font, yet it carried immense, meaning £250,000. It was not merely the cost of a DNA test, it was the price of silence, the cost of ensuring that no information would leak, and that led to only one conclusion. Whoever stood behind this report was not only wealthy, but understood power. They knew how much to pay to keep a secret, and, more importantly, they knew exactly how valuable that secret was. For decades, Princess Diana had remained at the center of stories that never truly ended. From her turbulent marriage with King Charles III to the questions surrounding her private life, Everything had been examined, analyzed, and sometimes distorted. But never had there been a theory as heavy as what now lay before Anne. A third child. Not rumor, not speculation, but scientific data. What made it even more terrifying was not just the existence of that child, but the 30 years during which the truth had been concealed, in a system where every movement, every relationship is meticulously recorded. The disappearance of a royal bloodline from all records was nearly impossible. Unless it had been deliberately hidden, Anne placed the file down on the desk. Yet her gaze did not leave the confirming line. If this was true, then the entire structure of succession, the entire narrative the public had believed for so long, stood on the verge of being rewritten, and that would not only affect the past, it would shape the future. But Anne was not the only one who understood the meaning of silence. Within the royal family, what is left unsaid often matters more than what is declared. An unmarked envelope could not simply appear in the library on its own. It had to pass through corridors, layers of security, watchful eyes, and if it had reached Anne, it meant someone had allowed it. Somewhere within the palace, closed doors began to feel heavier. Whispered conversations may have started long before Anne opened the envelope. Silent exchanges of glances. Decisions made without records. The royal machine, which had always operated with the precision of a clock, was now adjusting to a new variable. And at this very moment, the first fracture appeared in what had once been considered the strongest shield of the monarchy. Not from the outside, not from the media or the public, but from within, from a truth confirmed by science, yet never recorded by history. Anne took a slow breath. Steadying her thoughts from drifting too far, she understood that this was not the moment to react. This was the moment to observe, to listen, and to prepare for a chain of events that even those at the top might not be able to control. But there was one thing she could not deny. The moment she opened that envelope, everything had changed. There was no turning back, no way to pretend that this secret had never existed. And deep within the cold stone corridors of Windsor Castle, a silent storm had begun to form. But Anne was not the only person in the palace who knew how to read silence. Behind closed doors, the royal machine had already begun to move. The small meeting room deep inside Windsor Castle had never appeared on any official map of the palace. It was a place where conversations that did not exist on paper took place, where decisions that would never be announced were formed. Princess Anne entered without prior notice. The man waiting for her had been there for some time. Sir Alistair Pembroke, a long-time advisor, a man often described as the living memory of the British monarchy. There was no greeting, no protocol, only a brief glance. Enough for both of them to understand that what was about to be said could not be taken back. Anne placed the DNA file on the table and gently pushed it toward Pembroke. He showed no surprise. For someone like Anne, that alone was already the first answer. Without reading, without verifying, he already knew. When did we know? Anne's voice was low, but sharp as a blade. Pembroke remained silent for a few seconds. It was not hesitation. It was the way he chose his words. Because in his world, every sentence could become evidence against himself. Finally, he lifted his head. 1996. At that moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze. The year 1996, 1 year before Princess Diana died, a year when the public still believed that everything, though fractured, remained under control. But inside, the system already knew. They had suspected, and they had chosen silence. Anne did not sit. She walked slowly around the table, her eyes never leaving the man in front of her. Suspicion, or confirmation, Pembroke exhaled softly, as if releasing a layer of defense he had carried for decades. Suspicion enough to investigate, and investigation enough to know that we did not want the answer. It was not a confession. It was an indictment. Pembroke opened a small drawer beside him and took out a file far thicker than what Anne had seen. The cover had no title. Only an internal marking that only those within the system could understand. When he placed it on the table, Anne immediately realized that this story ran far deeper than a DNA result. 47 medical records, Pembroke said in an even tone, all connected to Diana. All sealed. Anne turned each page. Dates. Locations. Notes partially redacted, not completely erased, but obscured just enough so that outsiders could not understand, while those inside could still read between the lines. That was how the monarchy worked, not by removing traces, but by making them invisible to those who did not know where to look. And 12 trips, Pembroke continued, not recorded in any official schedule. 12 disappearances. 12 gaps in a life that had been monitored at every step. For a member of the royal family, an unrecorded trip was not just unusual, it was impossible, unless someone had deliberately removed it from the system. Anne paused at a page marked with a date that matched a period when the media had once questioned Diana's absence. At the time, the official explanation had been private rest. But now, under the light of these documents, that phrase felt more suspicious than ever. What did we do? Anne asked, not to seek an answer, but to force it to be spoken. Pembroke did not avoid it. We protected the institution, a short answer, and a cold one. He opened another section of the file. Numbers appeared. Not medical data, but financial records, transfers, confidentiality agreements, undisclosed arrangements. The total amount stretched across years, forming a figure that was enormous, even by royal standards. Millions of dollars. Pembroke said, to ensure that those who knew would never speak, not once, not one individual, but a campaign spanning decades. Every witness, every person capable of assembling the pieces, had been approached, not with threats, but with silence purchased by money. Anne closed the file. For the first time since entering the room, she sat down, not because she was weakened, but because the weight of this truth had surpassed all her expectations. Throughout her life, Anne had believed she was protecting a system, a symbol, something greater than any individual. But now, that very system revealed itself as a machine designed to conceal truth, even from its most loyal guardians. And me, Anne said slowly. Where do I stand in all of this? Pembroke looked at her, his gaze no longer that of an advisor, but of a man who had seen too much to believe in simple ideas like right and wrong. You stand where you have always stood, on the front line of stability. Another way of saying she had been kept in the dark. Anne did not respond immediately. She looked down at her hands, recalling the moment the teacup had fallen to the floor. At that time, she thought she was facing a secret, but now she understood she was facing a betrayal, not from an individual, but from the very institution she had devoted her life to protecting. In the world of royalty, loyalty is never meant to be questioned, but what happens when that very loyalty is used to conceal the truth? Anne stood up. There was no more hesitation, no more delay. If the system had chosen silence, she could not continue to do the same. Not for the public, not for reputation, but for something simpler, the truth. There is a name, Anne said. In all of this, there is a real person. Pembroke did not answer immediately, but his silence this time was not avoidance. It was confirmation. Anne turned and walked toward the door. When her hand touched the handle, she paused for a second, not to reconsider, but to understand that the next step would change everything. When Anne realized she had been deceived by the very system she protected, she understood that there was only one way to face it, to meet the forgotten heir. The London rain fell without warning, heavy drops striking against the glass roof of Clarence House, creating a relentless rhythm like the heartbeat of a secret about to be exposed. Princess Anne stepped out of the car without an umbrella. Letting the cold rain soak through her coat, she did not come here as a member of the royal family. She came as a witness, someone searching for answers to the truth she had just uncovered. The door of Clarence's house opened in silence. No butler, no formal welcome. Everything had been arranged so that this meeting would not exist on any schedule. The man waiting inside stood with his back to the window, the gray light of the rainy afternoon casting a quiet, unreadable calm over his figure. When he turned around, the first thing Anne noticed was not his face, but his presence, a confidence that needed no title, no emblem, no rank to define its worth. It was not arrogance. It was the calm of someone who had lived long enough outside the spotlight to no longer be shaped by it. His face carried familiar lines, enough to unsettle, not an exact resemblance, but small details, the eyes, the way he held silence before speaking, something that made the memory of Princess Diana feel no longer like the past. But something present in this very room, you know. The man spoke first, his voice low and clear, carrying no trace of anxiety. Anne did not answer immediately. She stepped closer, observing every detail, as if comparing it to what she had just read in the file. No royal emblem, no sign of palace upbringing. Yet there was something no institution could teach, the composure of a man who knew exactly who he was, even if the world had never acknowledged it. "Who are you?" Anne asked, not because she did not know, but because she needed to hear the answer from the man standing before her. The man did not respond with words right away. He reached into his coat pocket and took out a small silver locket. Its surface was worn, marked by time, yet preserved with near-perfect care. He opened it and placed it in Anne's hand. Inside was a photograph. The light in the image was radiant. In complete contrast to the dim atmosphere of the room, Princess Diana was holding a child, her smile untouched by pressure or the gaze of the public. It was a private moment, one that should never have existed beyond the boundaries of family. But it was here, and the child in her arms was not any image Anne had ever seen in official records. In that moment, for the first time, Anne's hand trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from the collision of two worlds. On one side, everything she had believed her entire life. On the other, a truth, now standing before her. Undeniable, uncontrollable. "She kept me out of everything," the man said, his voice still calm, but carrying a thin layer of emotion that only the perceptive could detect, not because she wanted to, but because she had no choice. Anne looked up, and for the first time her gaze was no longer cold like that of a representative of the institution. It carried something more human, doubt, and perhaps empathy. For many years, Diana's image had been divided between two extremes, a perfect symbol in the eyes of the public, a problem to be controlled in the eyes of the monarchy, but never had Anne seen her as a mother pushed into a corner, forced to make decisions no one should ever have to face. The locket in Anne's hand was not just a keepsake, it was evidence of a buried truth, a confirmation that this story did not begin with scientific documents, but with a personal choice, a desperation no report could ever express. "What do you want?" Anne asked. This time, without testing, it was a real question. The man looked directly at her. The truth, not status, not power, only the truth. A request that seemed simple. But in the world of royalty, it was the hardest thing to obtain. The rain outside continued to fall, as if London itself were trying to wash away what had been hidden for too long. Inside the small room at Clarence's house, two people stood on opposite sides of a history that had never been written. One represented the past, the structure, the order. The other represented what had been removed, forgotten, yet never erased. Anne closed the locket. But the image inside seemed to remain imprinted in her mind. For the first time in many years, she felt her certainty begin to waver, not out of weakness, but because she was facing a truth no rule could resolve. The locket did not just contain a photograph, it carried the confession of a mother driven to the edge, and Anne knew that if this was only the beginning, what came next would be far more dangerous. When she left Clarence's house, the rain had softened, but the sky remained heavy. In her hand was no longer the locket, but a new awareness that this story could not be resolved by old methods, and what lay in the next envelope would be the true trigger for the dynasty. The rain had stopped when Princess Anne returned to Windsor Castle. But the atmosphere inside felt heavier than any storm that had just passed. The long corridors, once so familiar they were almost invisible, now seemed unfamiliar. Each step Anne took echoed clearly across the stone floor, as if reminding her that she was no longer a woman walking within a stable order, but one stepping into the gray zone of truth. The second envelope was already waiting in her study. No seal, no signature. But this time, Anne was no longer surprised. She understood that an invisible hand was guiding this entire sequence of events, step by step, deliberate, unhurried, yet unstoppable. Inside the envelope were not scientific documents, no medical terminology, no analytical figures, only a bundle of papers bound with wax, the seal slightly cracked by time, an unofficial will, a handwritten message. When Anne broke the wax, the scent of old paper rose faintly, carrying the feeling of something buried for too long. The first line appeared, and without even reading it fully, she recognized the familiar handwriting. Princess Diana. Not the symbolic image seen in the media, not the carefully prepared speeches. This was Diana in her truest state. A woman writing to a future she knew she might not live to see. Anne read slowly, line by line, as if each word carried its own weight. There was no embellishment, no political language, only a clarity so painful it could not be ignored. Diana did not deny. She did not evade. She acknowledged the existence of the child, but what made Anne stop was not the confirmation, it was the reason. To protect the child. 3 simple words. Yet they shattered every assumption Anne had built until now. This was not a secret created for reputation, not for power. It was for survival. Diana wrote about the pressures she faced in the final years of her life. Not only the media, not only internal conflicts within the royal family, but the feeling of being watched, controlled, and pushed into situations where she no longer had the ability to decide for herself. In that context, a child outside the system was not a mistake. It was a risk. And the only way to reduce that risk was to turn the child into a secret. Anne paused and closed her eyes for a moment. For many years, she had always viewed Diana through the lens of duty and obligation. A person who did not follow rules, a factor difficult to control. But this letter painted an entirely different image. A mother trying to protect her child from a system she no longer trusted. But Diana did not stop at explanation. She had prepared. The next pages of the letter no longer carried emotion. They carried strategy. Notes en finance. Names of trust funds, locations carefully chosen to avoid attention, all of it led to a number. £50 million. This sum did not appear suddenly. It had been built over many years, through trusts established in the Bahamas, where the law allowed the highest level of confidentiality. Diana had not only thought about concealment, she had thought about the future. A future where this child could exist without relying on the monarchy. This was not the action of someone impulsive. It was the plan of someone who understood the system she was facing. Anne continued reading. And this time, Diana's voice within the lines became clearer. No longer fear, but a near absolute determination. I do not want my child to become king. In any other context, that sentence could be considered betrayal. But in this letter, it carried a different meaning. It was not a rejection of power, it was a rejection of its cost. Diana wrote about what she had lost: privacy, freedom, the ability to live as a normal human being, and she did not want this child to repeat that, "I want my child to be free." A simple sentence, but for someone who had once been the symbol of a monarchy, it was a revolutionary declaration. Anne placed the letter on the table, but her hand still held tightly to the edge of the paper. Throughout her life, she had always believed that duty stood above all, that every member of the royal family had a role, and that role mattered more than personal desire. But now, she was facing a completely opposite perspective. A mother who chose to give up power to protect her child, and what mattered was, she had succeeded. For 30 years, this secret had existed without being discovered, not because it was unimportant, but because it was protected by a deep understanding of the very system it was hiding from. Anne stood up and walked to the window. The sky outside was still gray. But there was no more rain. A strange stillness settled, as if the world itself were waiting for the next decision. In her hand was no longer a file, but a choice. If she revealed the truth, she would shatter the order she had protected her entire life. But if she remained silent, she would continue to uphold a system that had once concealed the truth even from her. This was no longer a story about a child. It was a story about the nature of power, about whether truth should serve the system, or the system should serve the truth. Anne turned back to the table, her gaze no longer hesitant, but for the first time, deep within. There was a conflict she could not suppress with discipline or principle. Diana's message from beyond the grave had placed Anne in an impossible position. To choose between the crown and blood, the conference room deep beneath Windsor Castle had never been lit at this hour. But that night, cold white light covered the long table, where the most powerful figures of the British monarchy were present in heavy silence. No press, no secretaries taking notes, no sign that this meeting existed, yet the absence of all those things made it one of the most important moments of the reign. Princess Anne entered last. No announcement, no introduction. Her presence alone was enough to reset the rhythm of the room. Those seated around the table understood that this was not a discussion. It was a verdict waiting to be delivered. In front of Anne were not scattered documents as before. Everything had been arranged neatly, as if she had already made her decision before entering the room, but her eyes revealed something else. No more hesitation, no more doubt, only a rare decisiveness. Even for a woman known as Steel, Sir Alistair Pembroke sat to her left, his gaze no longer hiding tension. The other advisers, each representing a different branch of power, remained silent. They did not know what Anne would say, but they knew that whatever was spoken in this room could not be taken back. Anne did not sit immediately. She stood at the head of the table, her hands resting lightly on the wood, her eyes moving across each person. A silence stretched long enough for everyone to understand that this was not a conventional opening. "I have read everything." Her voice was not loud, but clear enough that no one could pretend not to hear. 47 sealed medical records, 12 trips that do not exist on any official schedule, and millions of dollars used to buy silence. No one reacted. No one denied it, because everyone knew those numbers were real. Anne paused for a moment, letting the facts settle into the room. Then she continued. Slower, clearer, and above all, a child. A human being, erased from history. The statement carried no accusation. It was a conclusion. One of the advisers spoke, his voice carrying the careful caution of someone who had spent a lifetime inside the system. "Your Royal Highness, we did what was necessary to protect stability." Anne turned to look at him, her gaze no longer sharp, but carrying a different weight. Stability for whom? The question needed no answer. Because it was the answer, for decades, the phrase, "protect the institution," had been a shield. a justification strong enough to defend every decision, from the smallest to the largest. But tonight, for the first time, that shield was placed under direct light. Anne walked slowly around the table. As if moving through layers of a past she had once trusted, we told ourselves that truth was a threat, that the public did not need to know everything, that sometimes silence was the only way to preserve order. She stopped behind Pembroke's chair, but what we truly did was decide who had the right to exist in this story, and who did not. The air in the room grew dense. No one interrupted. No one objected. Because what Anne was saying was no longer an opinion, it was a truth they had all taken part in. Anne returned to the head of the table, and this time she sat down. But the change in position did not reduce her authority, it made it more official. "I will not allow history to repeat itself." The sentence fell like a full stop to any potential argument. Another advisor spoke, unable to hide his concern. "If we bring this person into the system, we create a precedent that could shake the entire structure of succession." Anne nodded slightly, as if she had been expecting the question. "I am not bringing him into the system." A brief silence. "I am bringing the truth into the system." That was the difference. Not changing a person to fit the structure, but changing how the structure faced reality. Anne opened a new file. This time, not an old record, but a plan, clear, structured, with a path forward. "We will not announce it immediately," she said. "No press conference, no official statement, but there will be no more lies." Her plan was not a shock, it was a process. The man would be integrated into the family, not as an official member immediately, but as a recognized individual within internal boundaries, private meetings, quiet acknowledgments that could not be denied. Step by step, his existence would be placed where it had always belonged, and the line of succession. Pembroke spoke. For the first time since the meeting began, Anne looked directly at him. No public change. Some in the room exhaled softly. But Anne was not finished. "But we will adjust how we understand it." It was a subtle but profound shift, not rewriting the law, but changing how the law was interpreted, a new space where elements once excluded could exist without breaking the entire system. "We have lived too long with the fear that truth will destroy us," Anne said, her voice carrying emotion for the first time. "But perhaps what is destroying us is our refusal to face it." No one objected anymore. Not because they all agreed, but because they understood that the decision had been made. The meeting ended not with a vote, not with a document, but with the silent acceptance of those who knew they had just witnessed a turning point. When Anne left the room, she did not look back. There was no need. For the first time in many hours, she felt she was moving in the right direction, even if that path had never existed before. Elsewhere in the palace, the man was still waiting. Not with anxiety, but with the patience of someone who had waited for 30 years, and when the great doors of Windsor Castle closed behind him, there was no ceremony, no formal greeting, no sign of a historic event. Yet within those thick stone walls, something had changed, not with noise, but with the quiet shift of power, of truth, and of courage. The doors of Windsor Castle shut behind the stranger, but inside, the breath of history had forever changed its rhythm. The night wind rushed through the tall windows of the library in Windsor Castle, gently shaking the heavy curtains and stirring the small flame in the fireplace. Princess Anne stood alone in the familiar space, once a symbol of order, discipline, and rules that were never broken, but tonight, everything was still there, only carrying a different tone. No longer cold, no longer absolute, but something closer to being human. On the table lay opened envelopes, documents no longer secrets, but pieces of a story that had never been told. Princess Diana was no longer present, but her choices were still shaping everything. A secret once considered a threat had now become the foundation to redefine the very system that had once rejected it. Anne looked into the darkness, her gaze no longer carrying the conflict from before. She had made her choice, not between right and wrong, but between truth and silence, and in that moment, the Iron Woman of the monarchy allowed herself to believe that sometimes the greatest loyalty is not protecting the image, but protecting the truth. Diana's secret was not a betrayal. It was a salvation. It was a reminder that a crown may pass from one generation to another. But motherhood is never bound by protocol or power, and Anne understood better than anyone that a dynasty can endure through time, but if it is built on what is not true, its collapse is only a matter of sooner or later. What do you think about Princess Anne's decision? Share this video if you believe the truth always deserves respect. Do not forget to click on the video about Prince Harry's secret right beside this one to continue exploring. Goodbye and see you again. The sound of an envelope being torn open rang out sharp and cold, slicing through the thick, suffocating air as if the entire room had just stopped breathing. A heavy manila envelope lay there, containing 15 pages of strictly sealed documents. There was no dramatic headline, no visible sign of panic, only silence. And yet it was that very silence that made everyone present understand that what lay inside was not merely a report, it was a bomb. Page 7. Just a single line. Not long, not complex, but powerful enough to erase 40 years of a life destined to inherit the British throne, a sentence capable of shaking one of the oldest power structures in the world, not the biological son of King Charles. There was no shouting, no immediate reaction, only exchanged glances in silence, and a fear spreading faster than any rumor, because everyone understood that if this were true, it would not affect just one individual. The entire Windsor dynasty would face the risk of collapsing from within. Outside, London continued to move as if nothing had happened. But behind the ancient stone walls of the palace, an unprecedented crisis was quietly taking shape. No press release, no denial, no official move. And within the royal family, silence has always been the clearest sign that the truth is becoming dangerous. This document was not an anonymous rumor circulating online. It carried all the marks of an internal investigative file. There were signatures, there were confirmations, there were details that only those at the center of power could access, and what made it terrifying was not only its content, but the question it raised. If an entire life had been built on a foundation of deception, then what was the truth? And now, before we step into each line of that fateful report, place yourself in the position of the person at its center. If you discovered that your entire life was a carefully constructed lie, what would you choose? Press 1 if you would remain silent to protect your family. Or press 2 if you would reveal everything regardless of the consequences. Leave your choice before we begin to uncover the truth behind it. Monday morning at Kensington began like any other. The London sky was heavy and grey, weak light slipping through thick curtains, casting an unnameable weight over the room. But there was one unusual detail. A request was made in silence, not through a secretary, not through the usual administrative process. The heir to the throne himself, a man who had lived his entire life under public scrutiny, directly requested a re-examination of genetic markers in his medical records. It was not an impulsive decision. Those who closely follow royal history know that genetic testing is nothing unfamiliar. For a symbolic family like the Windsors, health is not merely personal. It is tied to the stability of the entire institution. But this time, something was different. There was no medical campaign, no media preparation, only a quiet request. Almost completely confidential. Internal sources revealed that the initial reason given was entirely reasonable. Certain anomalies in the family medical history needed to be verified using more advanced technology, a procedure that appeared purely precautionary. But what no one expected was that this seemingly harmless request would open the door to one of the greatest nightmares in British royal history. The report arrived not long after, 15 pages, compiled from 2 independent international databases, a detail that underscored the seriousness and high reliability of the analysis. Everything followed strict scientific procedures. There was no room for error, no room for confusion. The first pages revealed nothing unusual. Basic genetic indicators, comparisons with reference data, dry numbers. Precisi. Entirely within expected ranges, and then came page 7. There was no lengthy explanation, no complex analysis, just a single index printed in bold: paternal probability. The probability of biological relation through the paternal line, 0.01%, a number so close to zero that, in scientific terms, it is almost equivalent to no biological relationship at all. For any individual, this would already be a shock. But for someone raised and shaped to embody royal blood, that number was not just data, it was a verdict. Those present when the report was opened later recounted that there was no outburst, no panic, only a silence that stretched beyond what felt normal. Because when a truth is too large, the first reaction is not emotion. It is denial, an instinctive attempt to find fault in the system, in the process, in science itself. But this time, there was no error. 2 independent databases, 2 matching results, 1 conclusion, and that was only the tip of the iceberg, because when the final page was turned, a small but decisive detail appeared: a red stamp. Not large, not prominent, but enough to send a chill through anyone familiar with the system. Second copy. What did that mean? It meant this report had not been created for the first time. It meant there had been an original, and more importantly, it meant someone had read it before it reached the person who was supposed to know first. The question was no longer whether the number 0.01% was accurate. The real question was, who knew? And when they knew it, in a family where every piece of information is tightly controlled, where every document leaves a trace, the fact that such a sensitive report had been copied at least twice was not an administrative error. It was a sign of deliberate action. And if someone had known in advance, then the prolonged silence was no longer accidental. It was a choice that may have reshaped the entire narrative the public had believed for decades. But that impossible number was not the worst part. The worst moment came when William realized that the report had been stamped second copy, meaning someone had known before him. The car sped through the cold gray London morning, its wheels grinding against the wet road as if the driver were trying to outrun his own thoughts. There was no escort, no prearranged security plan. Every rule was broken in that moment. The heir to the throne was no longer acting as a controlled symbol, but as a man standing on the edge of collapse. There was only one destination: Highgrove, the place where the truth, if it existed, could no longer remain hidden. Highgrove House emerged behind rows of silent trees, still holding its familiar peaceful appearance, but beneath that calm exterior lay an air so tense it was almost suffocating. The staff sensed something was wrong the moment the car arrived unannounced. No notice, no protocol, only hurried footsteps echoing across the cold stone floor. The door opened, and the confrontation began without a single word of introduction. The report was placed on the table without explanation. Page 7 was opened. The number 0.01%, cutting between 2 people standing face to face. The air froze. A silence stretched so long it became almost painful. The first reaction was not denial, nor anger, but something far more unsettling: silent acceptance. And in that moment, everything changed. Because the man standing opposite showed no surprise, no sign of shock, no confusion of someone hearing a devastating truth for the first time, only a deepened gaze. As if he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. The anger came next. Not questions, not doubt, but direct, relentless interrogation. Why? Since when? And most importantly, why it had never been revealed. But the answer did not come in any way that could be predicted. Not a denial, not an evasion, but a confession. 3 times. 3 secret tests had been conducted in the past. There were no public records, no official confirmation. They existed only within documents that very few people had ever been allowed to see. 1994, 1999, 2005. 3 times. The same result, and 3 times. The same decision, destroyed. Not to deny the truth, but to deliberately bury it. This is where the story begins to shift. Because if what has been revealed is true, then the silence that lasted for 3 decades was not an act of careless concealment. It was a deliberate choice. An action taken by someone who believed it was the only way to protect the person standing before them. But protect from what? The answer was never spoken directly. Yet it revealed itself in every pause, every avoided glance, every broken sentence. In the world of the royal family, identity is not merely personal. It is the foundation of the entire system. A single deviation, no matter how small, can trigger consequences beyond control. And here, another figure begins to emerge. Someone who is no longer there to defend herself, yet present in every detail of this story, Princess Diana. Those who closely followed her life may recall moments that once seemed unrelated. The overwhelming anxiety whenever her sons appeared in public, the times she tried to control schedules, limiting unnecessary exposure, and especially the unspoken fear she once revealed as her son approached adulthood. When all those fragments are placed into the present context, a hypothesis begins to form. Perhaps she knew, or at least, she suspected, and because of that, every action she took was not only the instinct of a mother, but an effort to protect a secret she fully understood the consequences of if it were exposed. If that is true, then this story is not just a personal shock. It is a tragedy stretching across generations. A secret passed from one person to another. Not through words, but through silence. Back in the room at Highgrove, the emotion was no longer simple anger. It was the collapse of trust, because the most painful part was not the truth that had just been revealed. It was the realization that the truth had always existed, only no one had ever allowed it to be spoken. And just when everything seemed to have reached its lowest point, another detail began to surface in the conversation, a feeling that could not be named, as if something did not entirely belong to just the 2 people in that room. Within the thick walls of the palace, once believed to be impenetrable, there has always existed a reality few want to admit. No secret is ever completely safe. No conversation is ever entirely private. The glances, the passing footsteps, the unnoticed devices, all of them can become part of an invisible network of observation. And at the very moment when father and son believed they were facing the truth in the most private space possible, they did not realize that the story may have already slipped beyond their control. A secret buried for 30 years had finally surfaced between them, but they never imagined that the walls of the palace could also listen. Secrets do not disappear. They wait for the right moment to escape. And this time, it did not escape through a confession, but through the press of a button on a phone held by someone on the inside. That person was not a journalist, not an outsider driven by curiosity, but a senior aide, someone with access to highly protected documents, someone who had remained within the system long enough to understand exactly which boundaries must never be crossed. And precisely because of that understanding, when the line was crossed, it was no longer a mistake. It was a calculated choice. The photo was taken quickly, imperfect. It did not need to be perfect. It only needed to be clear enough to read the number. Page 7. Paternal probability, 0.01%. And the red stamp, second copy. That alone was enough to trigger a chain reaction that no one could control. The image files did not remain on a single device. They were sent out, not through any official channel, leaving no easily traceable path, but in the world of underground media, everything has a price. And what was captured in that image was not just a number, it was a story capable of bringing down an entire symbol. The calls began. Quietly, not publicly. Familiar names within the British and international tabloid circles started receiving signals, a document, a secret, an opportunity, and the initial price was almost immediately set, £5 million. That number was not just money, it was a declaration that this was no longer a rumor, it was a commodity, something to be traded, negotiated, escalated, something whose value was directly proportional to the level of destruction it could cause. Meanwhile, inside the palace, everything began to slip out of orbit. Internal communication channels became overloaded, emergency meetings followed one after another. But the most frightening part was not that the information had been leaked, it was that no one knew how far it had already gone. The official silence remained, but outside, the world did not wait. Within 2 hours, an unprecedented phenomenon began to form. The keyword royal DNA exploded globally. 100 million mentions. No confirmation. No official source. Yet its spread moved faster than any press release could follow. This was the moment when control of the narrative began to shift, no longer in the hands of the royal family, no longer in the hands of those who created the report. It now belonged to the public, and the public does not wait for the truth. They create their own version of it. Amid that chaos, one figure began to emerge with greater clarity than ever before. Not on television, not before cameras, but within closed calls, sealed rooms. Decisions made under extreme pressure. Kate Middleton. She did not respond with emotion. She responded with structure. Lists of lawyers were activated. Crisis communication experts were contacted. Scenarios were constructed. If the information were fully released, if only part of it leaked, if it were distorted, if it were attacked from multiple directions, every possibility was calculated. Not to erase the truth, but to control how that truth would appear. Longtime royal observers began to recognize something crucial. When central figures are consumed by emotion, those standing beside them become the pillars, and in this moment, Kate was no longer just a wife. She was acting as the coordinator of an entire response system. But even the most perfect structure has limits when facing something like this, because once information has been assigned a price, it will always find a way to survive. The aide who took that photograph was no longer a single individual. Their action had activated a network, buyers, intermediaries, those waiting for the right moment to release it. And at a deeper level, a question began to emerge. Was this truly just an act of personal betrayal? Or was it a symptom of something larger within the system, a place where loyalty is no longer absolute, a place where information itself becomes a tool of power? While every hypothesis was still being considered, the pressure at the center of the story continued to rise. There was no longer any room for delay, no longer any option to stand aside. Silence was no longer a strategy. It had become a weakness. A realization began to take shape. Painful, but clear. It was no longer possible to let others control the narrative. It was no longer possible to allow the truth to be distorted through hundreds of unverified versions. And then the paradox revealed itself. Those who had once been seen as the greatest threat, those who had been blamed for every media crisis, were now the only ones capable of bringing the story back under control. The press, not all of them, but a part of them, those who still held professional standards, those who understood the value of verification, those who could distinguish between information and speculation. It was not a comfortable choice, but it was the only one left. When the honor of a future king was being weighed against money, William realized he could no longer run. He needed an ally, and that ally was his enemy. The press, The meeting was not recorded on any official schedule, no official vehicle, no escort, no sign that this was an encounter between the royal family and the media, a private room. Soft lighting, closed doors, and inside, two individuals representing two opposing worlds sat facing each other. James Mitchell was not an unfamiliar name. He was not the kind of journalist who chased sensational headlines at any cost. He understood the rules, he understood the boundaries, and more importantly, he understood the weight of what he was holding. In front of him was not just a story. It was a seismic force capable of shaking the entire power structure of the British monarchy. There was no long introduction, no formal exchange. The statement came almost immediately, direct, without hesitation. Give me 24 hours. If within that time I cannot prove that the science is wrong, I will personally hand over the entire story to you. That was not just an offer, it was a gamble, a promise placed on personal honor, en position, and on the future of an entire dynasty. Mitchell did not respond immediately. He understood that in this world, time is the most valuable asset. 24 hours could be a chance to contain the damage, but it could also be enough time for the information to spread even further. Yet he also understood something else. If this story came from the person at its center, it would carry a completely different weight. The negotiation ended without signatures, no documents, only an unspoken agreement. 24 hours, no more. The countdown began the moment the door closed. There was no hesitation, no pause to reconsider. A plan was activated almost immediately. The destination was not London, not any medical facility within the national system, but an independent laboratory in Switzerland, a place far enough to avoid interference and discreet enough to ensure that no further information would leak. The journey took place in absolute secrecy. No public schedule, no media trace. Everything was reduced to the bare minimum. Only those absolutely necessary were informed, and even among them, no one was allowed to see the full picture. In the hours that followed, the pressure no longer came from the outside. It lived within every passing second. Each minute carried a question without an answer. What if the result changed? What if there had been an error? What if there was a factor the previous tests had not accounted for? But deep inside, there was a fear no one wanted to name. What if everything was correct? The laboratory in Switzerland was not grand. There were no symbols of power. Only cold equipment and procedures executed with absolute precision. Here, there was no status, no title, only data. The sample was processed immediately. No delay, no priority. Everything followed pure scientific protocol. And that was what made it terrifying. Because science does not lie. The waiting stretched endlessly. No long conversations. No reassurance. Only silence. A different kind of silence, no longer meant to conceal, but to await an irreversible verdict. When the final result arrived, no one needed to read it aloud. The numbers spoke for themselves. The genetic discrepancy was real. Not once, not by error, but a consistent conclusion across multiple analytical methods. Yet what changed the atmosphere in the room entirely was found in the accompanying note, a detail that previous tests had not emphasized, or perhaps had been overlooked. An extremely rare genetic mutation. Not common, not easy to detect, and more importantly, it could distort paternal comparison indicators in ways that standard models could not fully process with absolute accuracy. This was not a denial of the result, but it opened another possibility, a gray zone where science could not reach a definitive conclusion, a space between right and wrong, where every answer became more fragile. And then another hypothesis emerged, one not written in the data, but aligned with the entire chain of events, the possibility of a deeper secret within the bloodline, a historical detail never made public, a missing link concealed across generations. If that were true, then this story did not begin in the present. It was the consequence of a secret that had existed for a very long time, a secret that those before may have known and chosen to remain silent about. The weight of the truth no longer lies in a number. It lies in everything that follows from that number. The unanswered questions, the hypotheses no one dares to confirm, and one reality that cannot be changed. Time is almost gone. 24 hours is not enough to rewrite science, but it is enough to understand that there is no simple way out of this situation. When leaving the laboratory, there is no sense of victory, no relief, only a heavy acceptance, a realization that the next step is no longer a search for the truth, but a way to face it. Science has delivered its final verdict, and now the crown on William feels heavier than ever as he prepares to step into the light. The moment is not chosen at random. Evening. When London lights up, when television viewership reaches its peak, when the world can watch together in a single shared breath, no announcement days in advance, no promotional campaign, only a brief message released a few hours earlier, a live address from the palace, and as always, it is the ambiguity that draws the public in the most. Outside, the square in front of the palace gradually fills. Not everyone believes what is spreading, but no one can ignore it. Phone screens glow in the darkness. Whispered conversations, eyes fixed in the same direction. A growing sense of anticipation, like the moments before history unfolds, without anyone knowing how it will end. Inside, everything is prepared with absolute precision, no room for error. Lighting, camera angles, sound, every detail is controlled. But one thing cannot be controlled: human reaction in the face of truth. The first, second, the screen switches to live. No music, no effects, only a simple frame. A person standing there, no crown, no ceremony, no distance. The first minute passes in deliberate silence, not from lack of preparation, but to create a space the audience must fill with their own thoughts, a technique rarely used in royal speeches, but extremely effective in this moment. When the first words are spoken, the voice is not loud, not rushed, but clear, not read mechanically, but as if speaking directly to each listener. No evasion, no hesitation. What you have heard in the past 24 hours is true. There is no denial, no attempt to soften the issue. An approach completely opposite to the traditional silence of the royal family, and that alone shifts the entire atmosphere instantly. By the third minute, details begin to emerge. Not everything, but enough to confirm that the leaked information is not a product of imagination, a report, numbers, a re-examination, and a conclusion that cannot be fully dismissed. Outside, the crowd begins to react. Not loudly, not chaotically, but with a unified silence, a different silence from before. This time is a silence of absorption. By the fifth minute, the focus shifts from data to humanity. No longer a story about genes or probability, but about identity, about what defines a person. I may not carry the blood of a king in the way you think, but I was raised with the heart of a king. The sentence is not rushed, not overemphasized, but it lingers long enough to create resonance, a message built not only from words, but from everything that led to it. Here, something becomes clear. Instead of trying to prove that science is wrong, the message shifts to a different frame of reference, one the public can understand: values, responsibility, the way a person is raised, and the choices they make. By the 8th minute, words of gratitude are given, not in a formulaic way, but with clear personal weight. Those who stood beside him in the most difficult hours, those who helped hold the structure together when everything was on the verge of collapse. Names are not spoken, but everyone understands. By the 10th minute, the voice slows, not from uncertainty, but from the weight of what comes next. Not an apology, not a justification, but a commitment to continue serving, not because of status, but because of responsibility, not because of blood, but because of choice. Outside, the reaction begins to change. Eyes are no longer as tense. Some people nod, some quietly wipe away tears, not because the story is resolved, but because of how it is faced. By the 13th minute, the speech ends without a dramatic climax. Instead, it settles. No slogan, no grand declaration. Just a simple sentence. Almost ordinary, yet enough to close one of the most difficult moments. When the screen goes dark, there is no immediate eruption. No cheering, no chaos, only a few seconds of silence, and then a wave of reaction begins to spread. In the hours that follow, numbers begin to appear, not from the palace, but from independent polling organizations. Approval rises rapidly, not by the day, but by the hour, and when it reaches 85%, even the most skeptical observers must acknowledge that something has changed. This is not the victory of a media strategy, it is the result of an unusual choice, the choice to confront rather than avoid, the choice to speak rather than remain silent. Experts begin to analyze. Some call it the most significant turning point for the monarchy in decades. Others warn that such transparency could set a dangerous precedent. But from any perspective, one thing cannot be denied. The story is no longer the same. And at this point, we must look back at everything that has happened. From a buried report to a confrontation, a leak, a race against time, and finally, a public address before the entire world. Each step could have led to a different outcome. But this outcome is not an ending. It is the beginning of a new phase. The storm has passed, but the ruins it leaves behind will reshape the face of the monarchy forever. The story closes, but its echo does not. What has just unfolded is not only a personal crisis, it is an unprecedented test of the entire structure of the British royal family. For generations, identity has been protected by silence. But this time, truth has been chosen as the only path to survival. And that choice has changed everything. The stone walls of the palace still stand, the rituals remain, but the way the public sees the monarchy is no longer the same. No longer an untouchable symbol, but a system created by humans, with flaws, with secrets, and with conflicting decisions. What allows it to endure is not perfection, but the ability to face the truth when there is no way back. At the center of it all, a choice was made. Not an easy choice, not a safe one, but a defining one, because in that moment, every title became secondary. Only one question remained. What does a person stand for when their entire world is at risk of collapse? Blood may make a prince, but only integrity and truth can make a king. William chose the truth. What will you choose? If you find this story truly shocking, share it. And do not forget to watch our next video about the secrets of Queen Camilla on the right side of your screen. Goodbye.
I think it's safe to say that change is on my agenda. Change for good. And I embrace that and I enjoy that change. I don't fear it.
There was no official announcement, no ceremony of succession. Yet the doors of Buckingham Palace had just closed in a cold silence, as if something irreversible had taken place behind them. Inside the private office that had always been kept under absolute secrecy, a tense confrontation had erupted. Not between enemies, but between those who shared the same bloodline and royal status. Its conclusion was not a public declaration, but an unspoken agreement, a carefully arranged outcome, subtle enough to escape public notice, yet powerful enough to reshape the entire balance of power. The king still wore the crown, but real authority was quietly shifting into the hands of his eldest son. Outside, everything appeared unchanged, maintaining its familiar order, but inside, the cracks had begun to show. On one side stood personal loyalty and the enduring persistence of Camilla after years spent in the shadows. On the other stood national interest, the pressure for reform, and the determination of William, who understood that the era had changed and that the monarchy could no longer afford to be driven by personal emotion. Within that fragile balance, King Charles seemed trapped between two worlds. One was a past he could not let go of, the other was a future he no longer had the strength to control. And in that very moment, real power quietly transferred, without ceremony, without announcement, yet unmistakable and undeniable. Was this a necessary decision to protect the monarchy from looming storms, or a ruthless move by William against his own family? If you support William, comment 1. If you feel sympathy for Camilla in her isolation, comment 2. There was no explosion across the headlines at the time, no sensational titles, no leaked photographs, and no official statement from the palace, yet within the thick walls of Buckingham, a silent chain of events had begun to unfold. Slow but dangerous, like a small crack spreading across stone that once seemed impenetrable. It all began with a name, a figure once entangled in scandal, once crushed by the media, once removed from the circles of power they had once belonged to, and somehow that name began to reappear in internal notes, in confidential reports, in conversations known only to a very small circle. There was only one common link. The person maintaining contact was none other than Camilla, to the advisors. It was a warning signal, but to Camilla, it meant something entirely different. She did not see that person as a threat. She saw a reflection of herself, someone once rejected by society, once labeled as a disruptor, once subjected to the harsh and unforgiving judgment of the public. Camilla understood that feeling better than anyone. She had lived through it, had been called names no one wished to repeat, had been cast out of every standard the monarchy had tried to uphold. And perhaps for that very reason, she could not turn away. The meetings continued. Not public, not ostentatious, but enough to leave traces. Phone calls, private discussions, appearances that were too coincidental to remain coincidence. Piece by piece, they formed a picture that the advisors could no longer ignore. At first, they chose to observe, then came gentle warnings, and finally, when everything crossed an invisible line, they were forced to bring it to the table. The first report presented was not long, but it was clear enough. The image of the monarchy was being placed into a new kind of risk, not because of any public action, but because of connections in the shadows, and in an age where everything could be exposed overnight, the most dangerous thing was not what had already happened, but what could be discovered. The initial reaction did not come from the king, it came from William. He did not need to read the entire report to understand the issue. Just the first few lines were enough for him to realize this was not a personal matter. It was a risk that could spread, that could destroy what he was trying to protect at all costs. To William, the monarchy was no longer an untouchable symbol. It was a fragile structure, dependent on public trust, and that trust could collapse at any moment. Closed-door meetings began to occur more frequently. There was no press presence, no official records, but every figure, every analysis, every scenario was placed on the table. And then, a number emerged that forced everyone into silence. 85%. It was not a vague estimate. It was the result of an internal survey conducted under strict control. 85% of those questioned stated that they would turn away from the monarchy if Camilla continued to intervene in sensitive matters through controversial relationships. That number was not just concerning, it was devastating. But when this information was delivered to Camilla, her reaction was not what they had expected. She did not panic. She did not rush to cut ties. She did not offer any apology. She remained silent, a prolonged, heavy silence. But not one of acceptance, it was resistance in her own way. Because to Camilla, the issue was not about numbers. It was about principle. She did not believe that abandoning a person simply to protect an image was the right thing to do. She had once been abandoned, once cast aside for failing to meet expectations, and she refused to become someone who would do that to another. That very stance pushed everything further. William did not see humanity in it. He saw a weakness that could be exploited, magnified, and ultimately destroy everything. The exchanges between the two sides could no longer maintain their initial restraint. Each statement carried tension. Each argument was no longer just a viewpoint, but a boundary. One side was emotion, personal loyalty, and memories that could not be erased. The other was strategy, image, and the survival of an institution. And in the middle of it all, Charles grew increasingly silent. He listened, but did not intervene immediately. Not because he did not understand, but because he understood too well. He understood what Camilla was trying to protect. He understood what William feared. And that very understanding made it impossible for him to fully stand with either side. But time was not on their side. The second report was presented, more detailed, colder, and leaving no room for delay. The scenarios were laid out clearly. If the information leaked, if the media became involved, if public reaction followed the survey results, the monarchy would not just face criticism, it would face a full-scale crisis of trust. Once again, the number 85% was repeated. No one saw it as hypothetical anymore. The air in the room became suffocating. Camilla no longer argued as much as before, but she did not step back either. Her gaze no longer searched for agreement. It hardened, as if she had accepted that she was standing alone, and in that very moment, William understood that everything had passed the point of no return. He did not raise his voice, he did not issue an ultimatum, yet his calm carried a clarity stronger than any threat. He had made a decision, not the decision of a son, but the decision of a man preparing to take power, and from that moment on, the conflict no longer remained at the level of words. It began to move into another realm, where every move was calculated, every reaction anticipated, because William did not stop at simply saying no. He had prepared a plan that even the king had not foreseen. The undercurrent from Buckingham did not stop at closed-door meetings. It carried over to Sandringham, a place long considered the most private space of the royal family, where important decisions were often made only after every door had been shut and no outside eyes remained. But this time, the atmosphere, there was no longer the familiar calm. It was dense, tense, and filled with a sense that something irreversible was about to happen. William arrived earlier than expected. There was no grand entourage, no formal protocol. His presence carried a cold decisiveness. He had not come to discuss. He had come to end a matter that had gone on for far too long. Charles was already there, seated in the familiar room that had witnessed many defining moments of his life, but this time, his gaze no longer held the same composure. There was a visible exhaustion, not only physical, but mental. In recent days, medical reports had become more frequent, more detailed, and increasingly concerning. The figure provided by medical advisors was never made public, yet within internal circles, it spread as an undeniable truth. Charles now retained the capacity to handle only about 15% of his previous workload. 15%. A number that did not merely reflect declining health, but also revealed a power vacuum that no one could ignore. That vacuum was something William saw clearly. Camilla entered last. She maintained her familiar, composed demeanor. Yet her eyes were no longer as gentle as before. She understood that this meeting was not simply an exchange. It was a breaking point, a final boundary. No one spoke immediately. The silence stretched, as if each person waited for the other to break it first. But in the end, it was William who spoke. No preamble, no polite introduction. He went straight to the point, What he said was not new. It was the culmination of every warning, every report, every concern that had been raised before, but this time, his tone was different. It was no longer advice. It was no longer a proposal. It was an ultimatum. The choice was presented clearly, coldly, leaving no room for interpretation. The crown, or the queen. No one in the room could pretend not to understand what that meant. Camilla did not respond immediately. She looked directly at William, her gaze unwavering, yet no longer seeking agreement. For a brief moment, the past seemed to pass between them. All the years of struggle, all the judgmental stares, everything she had endured to reach her current position, and now, all of it was placed on the table, as something that could be traded away. Charles was pushed to the center of that choice. He had once stood against the world to protect Camilla. He had defied public opinion, defied pressure, even endured fractures within his own family to hold on to a relationship he believed in. And now, he faced a paradox he may never have imagined. To protect the crown, he might have to sacrifice the very person he had spent his life fighting to keep. The minutes that followed were no longer a conversation in the usual sense. It became a process of stripping away layers of truth. William did not raise his voice, yet every word carried the weight of figures, scenarios, and carefully calculated consequences. He repeated the number 85%. He spoke of the risk of media escalation. He spoke of the fragility of public trust, and more importantly, he pointed to the growing power vacuum as Charles could no longer carry the full burden of responsibility as before. 15%. The number was not spoken loudly, yet once mentioned, it froze the air in the room. Camilla turned to Charles. She said nothing, yet her eyes carried a question that needed no words. What would he choose? Charles did not answer immediately. He looked down at the documents placed before him, papers that had been prepared in advance. As if the outcome of this meeting had already been anticipated, the terms were not long, but they were clear, limiting the scope of involvement, reducing presence in sensitive matters, restructuring the role. It was not a complete removal, but it was a significant reduction, a controlled withdrawal. That was how William had designed it. Not to create a public shock, not to trigger an immediate crisis, but enough to ensure that the risks would be tightly contained. Charles understood that. He also understood that if he refused, what followed might spiral beyond anyone's control. The silence lingered. And then, finally, he picked up the pen. There was no declaration, no ceremony, just a simple act, yet one that carried the weight of an entire reign. As the pen touched the paper, something changed forever. Camilla did not stop him. She simply stood there, silent, as if she had always known this moment would come. Yet her silence was not acceptance. It was a kind of pain that could not be put into words. A cold truth was established in that room. Personal emotion, no matter how deep, could not stand above the survival of the monarchy. When Charles set the pen down, he did not look up immediately. As if he needed a moment longer to accept what he had just done, William said nothing more. He did not need to, because from that moment on, the balance of power had tilted firmly in his favor. No official statement, no ceremony, only a signature. Sandringham returned to its familiar quiet afterward, but it was no longer the quiet of peace. It was the quiet after a storm, where everything had been shaken, and nothing remained quite the same. In the days that followed, no information was leaked to the outside world. The public still saw a united, stable monarchy, with no visible signs of fracture. But inside, everything had been rearranged. Camilla began to appear less frequently in sensitive matters. Key decisions gradually shifted through other channels. And William, quietly yet unmistakably, began to hold more control, not through title, but through reality. Because when the crown becomes too heavy for a man in decline, power inevitably finds its way into steadier hands. The changes did not arrive with an official announcement, nor were they confirmed by any statement from the palace. Yet, inside Buckingham, everything began to move at a pace that left even those who had served for decades overwhelmed. At first, they were only subtle signals. Meetings rescheduled without explanation. Familiar faces suddenly missing from attendance lists. Emails that once received immediate replies, now falling into prolonged silence. No one spoke of it. Yet everyone could sense that a process of internal cleansing was underway. Quiet but deliberate, like an invisible hand, gradually rearranging the entire structure of power from within. William did not need to create a public shock. He understood that real power did not lie in loud declarations, but in the ability to control what others could not see. And once it began, he left no room for hesitation or delay. Internal evaluations were conducted again under an entirely different standard. Stricter, colder, and almost devoid of emotional consideration, those who had once been Charles' closest aides began to realize that their positions were no longer secured by loyalty or seniority, but were instead weighed based on efficiency, alignment with reform direction, and the ability to avoid creating risk to the royal image during a sensitive period. They were not removed immediately. There were no dramatic farewells or shocking decisions, but instead a gradual narrowing of influence, step by step, until their roles became indistinct and eventually disappeared from the center of decision-making without anyone being able to identify the exact moment it happened. Replacing them was an entirely different generation, younger, sharper, and notably unbound by the traditional rules that had shaped the palace for decades. These were not random choices, but individuals William had already observed, people who had proven their ability to handle crises, control media narratives, and make decisions under pressure without being influenced by personal relationships. Internally, they gradually came to be referred to by an unofficial name, the Hawks, because they were willing to cut away any element that could become a weakness. No matter how significant that element had once been, the pace of change was unprecedented. Within 90 days, more than 40% of senior staff at Buckingham had been replaced, a figure that would destabilize any organization. Yet here it unfolded in near total silence. There was no power vacuum, no disruption in operations, because every replaced position had already been filled by someone ready to take over immediately, as if the entire plan had been prepared long before it officially began. What was more striking was not the number itself, but the way these decisions were executed. At first, Charles' absence from certain processes was seen as temporary, a necessary adjustment due to his declining health. But over time, it became a new mechanism, where important documents no longer required the direct presence of the king. Letters patent, long considered the clearest symbol of royal authority, began to be processed under a more flexible system where William could directly participate and, in many cases, sign in place without the formal presence of Charles. No announcement confirmed this shift. Yet those working inside understood that a boundary had been erased, and once that boundary disappeared, the structure of power changed with it. Charles remained the king, but his role increasingly became symbolic rather than practical. Those who had once been absolutely loyal to him found themselves in a state of uncertainty. Some tried to adapt, adjusting their methods to align with the new system, accepting that their voices no longer carried the same weight, while others could not change quickly enough and were forced to leave in silence. There was no public purge, no direct confrontation. Yet the effectiveness of this process was deeper than any aggressive action, because it did not provoke immediate reaction, but instead created a gradual shift so complete that by the time it was noticed, everything had already changed. William did not need to appear more frequently in public to assert his authority. He did not need speeches or symbolic declarations, because real power does not lie in what is said, but in what is controlled. Within a matter of months, he had taken control of nearly the entire internal machinery of the palace, from decision-making processes to the way information was handled and transmitted. A new order was established, quiet, unobtrusive, yet powerful enough to transform the monarchy at its core. Meanwhile, in another corner of the palace, a completely different reality was unfolding. Camilla retained her title, continued to appear at carefully selected events, and maintained a stable public image. Yet the distance between her and the center of power grew wider. Meetings she once attended now took place without her. Key decisions no longer required her input. The relationships that had once helped her maintain influence were no longer considered necessary in a system that now prioritized control and efficiency over any personal factor. No one declared that she had been removed. Yet everything around her changed in a way that made her position gradually fade. Like a figure still present, but no longer central. It was not a sudden collapse, but a slow erosion where each layer of influence was stripped away without noise, until nothing significant remained. The familiar corridors were the same, the rooms unchanged, yet the sense of her presence had shifted, lighter, more distant, as if she was still there, but no longer truly part of the core of power. In a system being restructured to become tighter and more controlled, there was no longer room for personal elements. No matter how significant they once were, William was building a new order, one where power was concentrated, protected, and operated under clear principles, and in that process, any element that no longer fit would be removed quietly but thoroughly. No announcements, no explanations, only time. And time was on his side, while William was building a new structure. A silent coup unfolding in the heart of London. The chimes of Big Ben echo like the rapid heartbeat of an institution beginning to fracture. Within the haze of power and tradition, two names that once seemed impossible to oppose now stand on clearly divided sides: Queen Camilla and Princess Anne. One represents a controversial present. The other stands as a steel symbol of discipline and legacy. And this time, the clash is no longer whispered behind palace doors. It is a direct blow to the very heart of British royal tradition. The title of Princess Royal is not a decorative label. It is the highest symbol granted to the most distinguished royal woman of a generation, bestowed by the monarch and almost impossible to replace. For decades, Princess Anne has upheld that title with unbroken dedication, with iron discipline and absolute loyalty to the crown. But now, a shocking suspicion is spreading behind the scenes. Camilla is believed to have sought ways to elevate her own daughter into the core aristocratic circle, even reaching toward titles long considered untouchable. This raises a dangerous question. Is this the instinct of a mother protecting her child, or a calculated move to reshape the power structure within the royal family? And somewhere in the shadows of Buckingham Palace corridors, Prince William is said to be watching it all, like a silent judge, ready to act. If the final boundary is crossed, does Camilla have the right to rewrite the rules? Or is she pushing herself out of the heart of the Windsor family? If you stand with Princess Anne and tradition, comment 1. If you believe Camilla is simply fulfilling her role as a mother, comment 2. The truth behind this confrontation is far more complex. If there is a title in the British royal family that carries a weight greater than the invisible crown of female power, it is Princess Royal, a title not meant for the many, not open to negotiation, and certainly not a reward for personal relationships. It is a legacy spanning more than 4 centuries, originating in the 17th century, when the daughter of King Charles I was first granted the title following the French royal model. Since then, Only 7 women have ever held it. A number small enough to humble any ambition. This title is not automatically inherited. It is not passed down by bloodline, as many mistakenly believe. It depends entirely on the will of the monarch, and more importantly, on the undeniable merit of the chosen individual. At present, the holder of this title is Anne, Princess Royale, the only daughter of the late Queen Elizabeth II, a woman whom even critics of the monarchy acknowledge as the embodiment of discipline, dedication, and quiet sacrifice. In more than 50 years of royal duty, Princess Anne has never left a significant stain on her record. No scandals, no controversies, no search for the spotlight. She works more than any other member of the family, often leading the rankings in the number of public engagements. That alone has transformed the title of Princess Royal from a name into a living symbol, a fortress of tradition built on consistency and absolute loyalty. Yet within that seemingly unshakable picture, an undercurrent has begun to emerge. Rumors, once scattered fragments within the discreet corridors of Buckingham Palace, have gradually formed a troubling narrative. At the center of it stands Camilla, Queen Consort. A woman who spent decades earning acceptance now finds herself at the center of an entirely new ambition. According to multiple insider sources, Camilla has quietly sought to advance her daughter, Laura Lopes, deeper into the royal power structure. What is most shocking is not a mother protecting her child, but the alleged target, a symbolique position, even touching titles that have remained untouchable for 384 years. Laura Lopes does not carry Windsor blood. She did not grow up within the royal environment, nor was she trained under its strict standards. She is, in every sense, an outsider. And that is precisely what makes the idea of placing her at the center of power so controversial. Because if it happens, it will not merely be a personal shift, it will set a dangerous precedent, opening the door to redefining the entire royal structure. Some may argue that times have changed, that the monarchy must adapt, must become more flexible with modern social standards. But the question remains, should that adaptation come at the cost of breaking the core principles that have sustained this institution for centuries? Because once the line between tradition and personal interest is erased, what will remain? In this context, the role of Prince William becomes critically important. As the future heir to the throne, he carries not only the responsibility of maintaining the royal image, but also ensuring that its core values are not eroded. Many sources suggest he is fully aware of these underlying movements and is closely observing every step behind palace doors. William's silence is not indifference. It resembles the calm before a storm, a preparation for decisions that could reshape the future of the entire Windsor family. And if that is true, then any attempt to disrupt the traditional structure will face a stronger wall than ever before. Perhaps what Camilla has underestimated is not public reaction, nor William oversight. What she may have overlooked is the true nature of the title Princess Royal. It is not a gift that can be given at will. It is a fortress guarded by history, by tradition, and above all, by the woman who currently holds it. Princess Anne is not easily replaced. She does not need to speak, nor argue. Her presence alone is the strongest statement that some values are not negotiable, and in a world where everything seems capable of change, that may be what makes her the most formidable woman in Britain. But Camilla has forgotten one thing. This title is not a wedding gift. It is a fortress guarded by the strongest woman in Britain. The London night of 1974 did not begin with drama. It began like any other evening. Pale yellow streetlights, thinning traffic, and the car carrying Anne. Princess Royal moving quietly through familiar streets. No one could have guessed that just minutes later, that place would become the scene of one of the most daring attacks against the British royal family in the 20th century. A vehicle suddenly blocked the road, An armed man rushed out and opened fire on the escort car. The driver was wounded. The bodyguard collapsed. The air was torn apart by gunfire and panic. Everything happened so quickly that there was almost no time to think. But in that moment of chaos, the true nature of Princess Anne revealed itself with absolute clarity. When the attacker opened the car door and ordered her to step out, Anne's response did not resemble any script people had ever imagined for a princess. There was no scream, no pleading. She looked straight at him and refused. Her reply, brief yet cold, became legend, not bloody likely. No chance at all. That sentence was not merely a reflex. It was the crystallization of her character, a complete refusal in the face of any pressure, and from that moment, Anne's image in the eyes of the public changed forever. She was no longer just a member of the royal family. She became a symbol of resilience, of a spirit that could not be broken. But what makes this story remarkable is not only that moment of bravery, it lies in what followed. There was no media campaign, no attempt to capitalize on personal image. Anne returned to her duties as if nothing had happened. She did not use the incident to build her reputation, nor did she turn herself into the center of attention, an attitude rarely seen in an era where every moment can be turned into a tool for image building. Decades have passed, and that approach has not changed. If anything, the intensity of her work has only increased. According to official figures, in the year 2023 alone, Princess Anne carried out 457 public engagements, a number not only high, but far exceeding Charles III, who holds the role as head of state. That number is not an exception. It reflects a pattern sustained over many years. While many members of the royal family have had to reduce or pause their duties due to pressure or age, Anne has maintained an almost unchanged pace. No display, no promotion, simply work, one engagement after another. From community meetings to international visits, what is notable is that she does not choose easy or purely symbolic tasks. Most of her work takes place quietly, away from media attention, visits without cameras, meetings without sensational headlines. Yet it is precisely these efforts that form the foundation that prevents the royal image from becoming hollow, placed beside another name. The contrast becomes impossible to ignore. Laura Lopez, the daughter of Camilla, Queen Consort, grew up in a completely different environment. She pursued art, building a career around galleries and the art market. It is a respectable path, but one that does not relate to representing a nation or fulfilling royal duty. Laura has not faced the pressure of appearing before the public as a symbol. She does not maintain a demanding schedule or endure constant media scrutiny. And more importantly, she has never had to prove the ability to carry a systemic role within an institution as historic as the British monarchy. For that reason, any attempt to bring Laura closer to the center of power raises a serious question. Are the standards being altered? Are values once considered untouchable now being loosened to serve personal interests? That question becomes even more pressing when looking at how Anne treated her own children. Peter Phillips and Zara Tindall could have held royal titles, but Anne refused that path, not because of lack of opportunity, but because she believed a title should not be the foundation of a life. That decision was not easy. It meant her children would not enjoy privileges many consider natural, but in return, they gained something else: the freedom to build themselves. Zara became an accomplished equestrian athlete, earning an Olympic medal through her own ability. Peter entered the business world and built an independent career without relying on royal titles. This was not merely a personal choice, it was a statement that true value lies not in what you are called, but in what you achieve, placed alongside the suspected moves from Camilla, Queen Consort. The contrast becomes sharper than ever. On one side stands a woman who refused to grant privilege to her own children in order to protect principle. On the other stands a figure believed to be seeking to extend influence for her own daughter within a system that was never designed for that purpose. Without any public declarations, this difference alone creates pressure. Pressure on how the monarchy operates, pressure on those who hold decision-making power, and especially pressure on Prince William, who stands between two opposing sets of values. William understands that any change carries long-term consequences if standards are lowered. If tradition is bent to fit personal interests, it will not stop at a single case. It will become precedent, and once precedent is established, returning to the original state becomes almost impossible. In that context, Anne's silence once again becomes the most striking element. She does not engage in debates. She does not react to rumors. She continues to work, to appear, to maintain the pace she has sustained for decades. That silence is not weakness. It is confidence. A confidence rooted in knowing that what she has done speaks louder than any defense. But in a system where everything is tied to power, differences in philosophy cannot exist forever without leading to conflict. Quiet discussions begin to take place. Diverging views gradually surface in internal meetings. And eventually, all that tension converges in a single place, the private office of Charles III, a place where every decision not only affects the present, but shapes the future of an entire reign. When dedication confronts privilege, a seismic shift unfolds inside the private office of King Charles III. No official statement is released. No public speech is delivered. Not a single post. Not a single impulsive gesture. Yet the silence of Prince William becomes the clearest signal that something is unfolding behind the thick walls of Buckingham Palace, in a family where every glance and every handshake can carry meaning. Prolonged silence is never accidental. William is not easily swept into waves of public opinion. For years, he has built his image as a calm heir, balancing tradition and modernity. But this time, close sources reveal a different state, a quiet tension, an unblinking watchfulness, and above all, a level of vigilance rarely seen. The question is why William has become the strongest reacting figure in this story. The answer does not lie in the present. It lies in the future. And more specifically, it is tied to one name: Princess Charlotte. Charlotte is not simply the daughter of William. She represents a new generation of the royal family, a generation expected to inherit not only titles, but also the values and symbols of the crown. In many ways, Charlotte is seen as a reflection of the past, from her presence, her style, to the special attention she receives from the public. Everything evokes memories of the golden eras the British monarchy once experienced. For that reason, any change in the structure of titles, in the way power is distributed, can directly affect Charlotte's future position. William understands this better than anyone. He does not look only at what is happening today. He looks at the consequences in 10 years, 20 years, even half a century ahead. If a precedent is set, if titles once considered sacred can be adjusted to suit personal interests, then what will prevent further changes? At that point, the value of the crown will no longer be measured by history or sacrifice. It will be reduced to something that can be distributed, expanded, almost like a franchise model. That is what William fears most. Not a specific individual, not a single decision, but the domino effect it could create. Once principles are broken, restoring them becomes almost impossible. In private meetings, where there are no cameras or recordings, William is said to have made his position clear, not through emotion, but through logic. He raises questions that cannot be avoided. If someone without direct bloodline can be brought into the center of power, then what are the criteria for selection? If those criteria are unclear, then who will decide in the future? And if those decisions are based on personal influence, then how is the monarchy different from any ordinary institution? These questions are not directed solely at Camilla, Queen Consort. They are aimed at the entire system, a reminder that the monarchy exists not because of individuals, but because of principles established across generations. On another level, William's response is deeply personal. He grew up in an environment where every mistake was magnified, every conflict exposed. He witnessed what happens when the line between duty and emotion is blurred, and perhaps it is those experiences that have made him more decisive in protecting the structure he believes is necessary. William's silence, therefore, is not passivity. It is strategy, a way to observe, to gather information, and to choose the most appropriate moment to act. In a system as complex as the monarchy, timing can be just as important as the decision itself. Meanwhile, Charles III stands in a difficult position. As monarch, he holds the authority to make the final decision, but as a father and a husband, he must also consider personal factors. Balancing those two roles is not easy, especially when pressure comes from both sides. Discussions between Charles and William are said to have taken place in an atmosphere of tension but control. There are no public confrontations, but neither is there complete agreement. Each side understands the importance of the issue, and each attempts to defend their position without damaging the overall structure. What makes the situation more complex is the presence of Anne, Princess Royale. Although she does not directly participate in debates, her status and history create an invisible pressure. She is the living proof of the values William is trying to protect, and her mere presence is enough to ensure that any proposal going against tradition must be carefully considered. Within this picture, Laura Lopes becomes the center of a debate she does not directly engage in. She represents a possibility that could open the door to change, but also one that could become the starting point of a chain of unpredictable consequences. William understands this is not a battle that can be resolved through emotion. It requires clarity, consistency, and above all, the ability to see beyond immediate interests. He is not only protecting his daughter's position, he is protecting a structure he believes is the foundation of the monarchy's survival. And when someone in William's position begins to move from observation to action, the consequences will not remain internal. They will spread across the entire system, influencing public perception, media response, and how future generations define their roles. There is one thing long-time royal observers understand: William is not someone who seeks confrontation, but when he chooses to speak, it is never impulsive. It is the result of a long process of consideration, an accumulation of concerns, and a determination that is not easily shaken. And in this context, if that moment truly comes, it will carry meaning far beyond a personal disagreement. It will be a statement about the direction of the monarchy's future, and when William speaks, it will not be a request. It will be an ultimatum to protect the future of his daughter, the one who carries the face of a golden past within the corridors of the monarchy, heavy with history. Power is not always declared through words. Sometimes it is felt through the smallest details: a glance, a gesture, a fleeting moment that is enough to make seasoned observers pause. And in recent years, the name Princess Charlotte has appeared more and more often in such conversations, not because she is the daughter of Prince William, but because of something more difficult to explain, a resemblance that feels almost haunting with Elizabeth II. This resemblance does not stop at comparison photos circulating online. It is recognized in real moments. When Charlotte stands on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, her eyes do not search the crowd with childish curiosity. Her gaze settles, focused, with a rare composure. When she waves, the movement of her wrist is light, precise, and rhythmic, almost identical to the style that became a symbol of Elizabeth II throughout more than 70 years of reign. These seemingly minor details carry significant weight in a system where symbolism plays a normative role. The monarchy does not exist solely through legal authority. It exists through image, through the emotions the public attaches to each member. And in the case of Charlotte, that connection appears to form naturally, almost instinctively. Some experts in the field of anthropometry have offered striking analyses based on facial structure, bone proportions, and defining features. They suggest that the level of similarity between Charlotte and Elizabeth II may reach as high as 99%. This figure, while approximate, is enough to create a powerful psychological effect. It is not merely a resemblance in appearance. It evokes a sense of continuity, of an invisible thread linking the past and the future of the monarchy. And it is precisely this that creates a barrier not easily overcome, especially in a context where controversies surrounding Camilla, Queen Consort, have not fully subsided. Although she has officially become queen, Camilla still faces a reality. Public acceptance of her has not arisen from natural sentiment, but from a long process of adjustment and persuasion. Meanwhile, Charlotte seems to require no such effort. She has no controversial past, no complicated narratives. What she possesses is a clear image, a symbolic presence, and a direct connection to the collective memory of a period widely regarded as stable and trustworthy. This difference is not only perceived by the public, it is also clearly recognized within the royal household. Those who served during the reign of Elizabeth II, those who witnessed how she built and maintained her image, can easily identify familiar signs in the way Charlotte appears before the public. And in a system where every detail is analyzed, this cannot be overlooked. Advisory bodies, including the College of Arms, have begun reassessing scenarios related to future titles and symbolism. There has been no official announcement, but according to multiple sources, internal memoranda have been drafted. Their content revolves around a central question: how to protect the integrity of the system against changes that could erode symbolic value. In these documents, Charlotte is not mentioned as a specific individual, but as a strategic factor, a potential symbol that must be protected, an image that could play a key role in maintaining continuity of the monarchy in the public eye. At the same time, an informal but highly influential group has begun to express its views. Those whom the media often refer to as the men in gray, they do not appear in public, do not speak, and leave no clear trace. Yet they are the ones who understand best how the monarchy operates behind the scenes. According to sources, this group has played an important role in shaping responses to proposals seen as contrary to tradition. They do not confront directly. Instead, they use the tools at their disposal: advice, recommendations, and most importantly, the ability to influence how information is presented to Charles III. A memorandum is believed to have reached the king's desk, outlining the risks of altering traditional standards. There was no harsh language, no personal criticism, only calm analysis of consequences, of how the public might respond, of the risk of losing trust, and of how difficult restoration would be once the image is damaged. In that context, the presence of Charlotte becomes impossible to ignore. She does not participate in meetings, does not offer opinions, yet her image, her resemblance to Elizabeth II, becomes part of the argument. A demonstration that the monarchy can maintain continuity without breaking its core principles. This places Camilla in a more difficult position than ever. Any move she makes is now judged not only by intent, but also measured against a standard that is almost impossible to reach. A standard represented by a young girl, yet carrying the weight of an entire historical era. The silence of Prince William during this period also takes on another meaning. It is not only observation, but trust in the elements already at work within the system. He does not need to speak about Charlotte. Her very existence is already a powerful argument, and as everything gradually converges, the picture becomes clearer. This is no longer a story about a title or a specific position. It is a confrontation between two visions of the monarchy. One is flexibility, willing to adapt to personal circumstances. The other is steadfastness, preserving values proven over time. In that confrontation, Charlotte, though still very young, becomes a pivotal factor, not because she actively participates, but because she represents what the monarchy has always needed: continuity, stability, and a reminder that some values do not need to be recreated because they already exist within those who inherit them. With all these elements in place, any attempt to alter the current structure must face strong resistance, not from a single individual, but from the entire system, from history, from symbolism, and from those who quietly protect them. And while discussions continue behind closed doors, one thing has become clear: some battles require no noise. They are decided by what cannot be replaced, and in this case, that is the image of a young girl carrying the legacy of an entire dynasty. And then, as with many undercurrents in royal history, it all ends not with a loud declaration, but with a calculated silence. In the spring of 2026, at Balmoral Castle, a place that has witnessed some of the most important decisions of the Windsor family, the unofficial project that observers called Laura was brought to an end. There was no press release, no public explanation, but internally, the message was unmistakable. The boundaries of tradition cannot be shifted by personal will alone, even when that person is Camilla, Queen Consort. Camilla's withdrawal took place within the bounds of honor. In line with the unspoken rules of the monarchy, no one openly criticized her, yet no one stepped forward to defend that choice to the end. This is how the system operates. It does not remove anyone directly, but it also does not allow anyone to cross boundaries established over centuries. On the other side, Princess Royal remains steady as a symbol of endurance and dedication. The title of Princess Royal, with a history spanning hundreds of years, remains in the hands of a woman who has proven her worth not through a title, but through action. And when the question of succession arises, all eyes seem to turn toward Princess Charlotte, who embodies both the image and the spirit of a golden era. For royal tradition has never been something that can be bought or arranged. It is like a worn pair of shoes, shaped by miles of service, by repeated duties, by quiet sacrifices the public may never fully see. It is not meant for shortcuts, and certainly not for ambitions without foundation. In the end, this story is not merely a family drama. It is a reminder of how an enduring institution protects itself through memory, through symbolism, and through individuals willing to place duty above personal interest. Thank you for following this journey into the complex layers behind the doors of Buckingham Palace. If you wish to continue exploring the hidden dimensions of the British monarchy, do not forget to press like and subscribe so you do not miss the next stories. See you again in the upcoming episodes. In a room thick with the scent of medicine and oak at Windsor, the clock had just struck 2 in the morning. A faint yellow light fell across the pale face of a king standing at the fragile boundary between power and surrender. A thin hand trembled slightly, yet remained steady enough to hold the pen and sign a political testament that could shake an entire century. King Charles III had just formally released his grip on the scepter, but this was not a peaceful transition as the public had always been led to believe. There was no grand ceremony, no applause, only a silence cold enough to unsettle the soul, and behind those closed doors, a question quietly burned. Was this the choice of a father, or the result of an arrangement that could not be resisted? Outside, the royal family continued to appear with perfect smiles, flawless formal attire, and ritualized handshakes. But deep within the palace, everything seemed to be fracturing. The king's frailty, the whispers of power, and the name Camilla were gradually becoming the center of suspicion. In that moment, William and Catherine appeared not as children visiting an ailing father, but as heirs stepping forward to reclaim control over the fate of an entire dynasty. Was this the final sacrifice of a father for his son? Or a purge concealed beneath the surface of family and duty? If you believe Charles acted of his own will, come on, one. If you think this was a calculated overthrow for the survival of the monarchy, comment 2. The door closed behind the last attendants, leaving a silence so heavy that each broken breath could be heard clearly. Under the dim yellow light, King Charles III sat alone before the familiar oak desk, a place that had once witnessed hundreds of documents signed with the calm authority of a sovereign. But tonight, everything was different. Before him lay a thick file, its dense lines of text blurring and reappearing. Forcing his eyes to strain to maintain focus, he reached for the pen. A gesture once effortless, now a challenge. His fingers trembled. No longer a subtle motion that could be concealed, but a visible loss of control, as if his own body were betraying the last fragments of his will. He tried to steady the pen, took a deep breath, and began to sign, but the moment the tip touched the paper, his hand slipped. A slight impact tilted the ink bottle, and within a second, the dark liquid spilled across the desk, spreading over the most important document he had to complete that day. The stain widened, consuming the lines of text like an irreversible full stop. Charles froze. He did not call for help, did not wipe it away. He simply watched the ink spread, a symbol of lost control, of power slipping from his grasp beyond recovery. Slowly, he rose and walked toward the large mirror in the corner of the room, where the light revealed a pale face marked by deep lines and sunken eyes. He looked at himself, but no longer saw a king, only a man losing everything. A king without a crown stared back at him from that unfamiliar reflection. In that moment, every layer of power seemed to collapse. There were no rituals, no titles, no praise. Only the stark truth that time had moved beyond him, and his body could no longer sustain the role history had placed upon him. He returned to the desk and opened a document he had deliberately avoided for weeks. The Regency Act of 1937. The cold words appeared without emotion or mercy, stating clearly that if a monarch was no longer capable of fulfilling his duties, power would be transferred to a regent, not through feeling or loyalty, but through process, through law. Through a silent removal, Charles read each line slowly, as if every word carried an invisible cut, and he understood exactly what it meant. To exist without real authority, to become a shadow bearing the title of king while true power rested in someone else's hands. He closed his eyes, his hand resting on his forehead, and for the first time accepted the terrifying truth that he no longer controlled his own time. There were days when he was lucid, able to read, to decide, to govern. But those moments were growing shorter. Now he had only 2 hours each day to truly be a king, 2 hours to carry the weight of an entire monarchy, while the remaining 22 hours were lost to exhaustion, to medication, to a decline no title could conceal. He knew it could not continue, and in that realization, a greater fear began to take shape, not for himself, but for what he would leave behind. The Duchy of Lancaster emerged in his thoughts as a symbol of power and stability. An immense estate, valued at approximately £1.2 billion, it was not merely wealth, but land, resources, the very foundation sustaining the royal system. Yet under the law, if the king became incapacitated without a clear mechanism of transfer, this entire estate could fall into a state of contested control. A dangerous vacuum of authority where no one held the final decision. Charles imagined tense meetings, Prolonged legal disputes. Competing forces stepping in, each driven by ambition, each with their own agenda. At the center stood that vast estate, leaderless. It would not only be a financial crisis, but a crisis of power, capable of fracturing the entire structure the monarchy had built across generations. A sudden cough cut through his train of thought. He bent forward, gripping the edge of the desk, his breathing growing labored, his chest tightening as if it were being crushed. It took several minutes before he could straighten again. Sweat formed across his forehead, and in that moment, fear became visible in his eyes. Not the fear of death, but the fear of losing control while still alive. He turned to look at the ink stain that had not yet dried on the desk. A small mistake with irreversible consequences. Mirroring exactly his current state and that of the entire monarchy. Outside, everything continued as perfectly as ever, with ceremonies, ismails, and carefully controlled images, but inside this room, the truth was entirely different. A king slowly fading from his own throne, and within that void, other forces began to move. Watchful eyes followed every shift. Silent calculations were set into motion. Charles understood that he was not the only one who had noticed, and certainly not the only one preparing for what would come next. He sat down quietly, fully aware that a decision had to be made immediately, before everything slipped beyond control. But as darkness began to cover the king's bedchamber, as the light grew weaker, another shadow quietly moved along the long corridors of the palace. It carried no medicine, no comfort, but a plan to take control of the entire treasury, a plan subtle enough that no one would notice until it was far too late. The darkness within the palace was no longer simply the absence of light. It had become a cover for silent calculations operating beneath the surface. As King Charles III gradually lost his ability to control, a vacuum of power began to form. And within that vacuum, Camilla did not stand aside to observe. She stepped in, quietly, precisely, and with calculation, as if this were not an unexpected opportunity, but something prepared long in advance. No longer the image of a queen consort standing behind with a composed smile, Camilla in these days revealed an entirely different face. Private meetings began to occur more frequently, yet none were recorded in official schedules. There was no press, no statements, only cars arriving and departing in silence, carrying individuals whose identities were always kept hidden. In a small room separated from the main areas of the palace, discussions took place with increasing intensity. Legal files were opened, clauses were examined with precision, and everything revolved around a single question: how to transform the role of queen consort into real power, even into supreme regency authority. Camilla was no longer satisfied with a symbolic position. She understood clearly that if the Regency Act were activated, power would not automatically fall to her. And that was something she would not accept. Private lawyers were summoned. Every detail within the legal structure of the monarchy was dissected. Loopholes were sought. Possibilities were constructed, not to protect the system, but to reshape it in the way most favorable to her. Late one evening, when most of the palace had fallen asleep, a closed-door meeting took place. Draft documents were presented, proposals so bold that if exposed, they could trigger a political earthquake. Camilla listened without speaking much, but her eyes never left the pages. When a lawyer mentioned the possibility of reinterpreting the role of queen consort in the event that the king lost legal capacity, she gave a slight nod, not a casual gesture, but a signal that she had already moved ahead of them, that she had considered it long before it was spoken. But ambition did not stop on paper. It began to spread into the corridors, where real power was not exercised through documents, but through control of people and information. The confrontation came on a morning that seemed ordinary. A long corridor, light filtering through tall windows, creating a space both formal and cold. William walked quickly, his gaze focused, as if he already knew what awaited him. And then Camilla appeared, without warning, without pretense. She stood directly in his path, her eyes sharp with a coldness that needed no disguise. There was no greeting, no formality, only a silence that stretched for several seconds, thick enough to weigh on the air. Camilla spoke first. Her voice was low but clear, carrying absolute control. She spoke of responsibility, of stability, of the need for difficult decisions in sensitive times, but beneath those words was a message that required no interpretation. She was asserting her position and testing William's response. William did not interrupt. He listened, his gaze steady. When she finished, he replied with a single sentence. Brief, calm, yet enough to freeze the atmosphere. Madam, this palace still bears the name Windsor, not Parker Bowles. No further words were needed. That sentence was not merely a rebuttal, it was a boundary, a reminder that no matter how many calculations were unfolding, the bloodline of Windsor remained the decisive force. Camilla did not respond immediately, but in her eyes, anger flashed for a brief instant before it was concealed again. She understood exactly what it meant. This would not be as easy as she had expected, and in that moment, her strategy shifted in another direction. Absolute control over the center of power. King Charles. Changes began quietly. Yet clearly, the king's schedule was adjusted under the reason of health. Meetings were cancelled or postponed indefinitely. Those who once had direct access now had to pass through multiple layers of control. Security personnel were replaced, protocols were tightened, and most importantly, Charles's channels of communication with the outside world began to be restricted, not completely cut off, but controlled in parts, enough to avoid immediate suspicion, yet sufficient to isolate. Camilla did not issue orders openly before many people, but her instructions moved clearly through her closest circle. A guard reassigned, a secretary replaced, a call delayed, each action small, each one reasonable when viewed alone. But together they formed a tight web of control around the king. Charles began to sense it, not immediately, but gradually, like a man waking to find his room altered. Familiar faces disappeared. Conversations were interrupted. Decisions no longer reached him directly as before. And in his rare moments of clarity, he understood that he was being pushed away from the center of the very system he once led. But he no longer had the strength to resist. That was exactly the point Camilla had calculated. A weakening king was not a risk. It was an opportunity, if managed correctly. In the days that followed, the pace of the plan accelerated. Legal meetings continued. Drafts were revised. Potential allies were approached. Every step was calculated to avoid creating a sudden shock, yet sufficient to gradually shift the balance of power. Camilla believed she was moving in the right direction. The wall around the king grew stronger, channels of resistance narrowed, and most importantly, time was on her side. Because with each passing day, Charles's capacity diminished further. But in every perfect plan, there is always a variable that tends to be underestimated. Camilla was no exception. She focused on law, on internal power, on controlling the center, but there was another factor, quieter, broader, and far more dangerous, that lay beyond her control. Support, not from within the palace, but from the outside, from forces that even the royal family could not afford to ignore, and at the center of that force stood a woman whom Camilla had not considered a real threat until it was too late. A woman who did not need to speak often, yet every time she appeared, the balance of power shifted. Camilla believed she had built an impenetrable wall around the king, a system tight enough that no one could interfere. But she underestimated the monarchy's most powerful weapon, the woman who held the support of 85% of the military. The room at Kensington was submerged in darkness, lit only by a desk lamp casting a pale yellow glow over a thick file resting on the wooden surface. Catherine sat motionless, her hands resting lightly on the unmarked black cover, her gaze lingering longer than usual, as if making a final decision before crossing a line she knew she could never return from. For years, she had existed within the perfect framework of the royal family. Always composed, always controlled, always presenting an impeccable image to the public, but tonight, those rules were no longer enough to protect what was slipping away. A monarchy fracturing from within, where power was no longer held by tradition, but pulled toward increasingly visible personal ambitions. When the file was opened, there were no harsh accusations, only numbers. Cold, precise, and unforgiving. Catherine turned each page slowly, missing nothing. Unusual expenditures appeared line by line, funds moving through layers of intermediaries, auxiliary accounts that appeared in no public report. Each figure alone might seem harmless, but when connected, they formed a system sophisticated enough to conceal its true purpose. Her gaze sharpened as certain names began to repeat, not directly, not explicitly, but enough to create a trail that anyone experienced could follow to its endpoint. Camilla. There was no signature, no formal directive, but personal links, intermediary organizations, and disguised transactions painted a picture that, once exposed, would be impossible to contain. Catherine closed the file, but did not remove her hand immediately. She understood that what she held was not merely evidence, but a tool capable of shifting the entire balance of power if used at the right moment. Yet she was not someone who relied on a single strike. The black file was only a final option. Before that, she had already prepared another strategy, deeper, more sustainable, and far harder to refute. Quiet meetings with the Privy Council had taken place over several days, without schedules, without official record. In those meetings, Catherine did not appear as a wife or a royal figure, but as someone presenting data. In each meeting, she spoke little. She did not call for loyalty, did not apply emotional pressure. She placed on the table numbers, surveys showing a rapid decline in public support, media projections of the consequences if a power crisis erupted, political analyses outlining a clear scenario. If executive authority was not transferred to William at this moment, support for the monarchy would not merely decline, it would collapse completely. This was not a vague warning, but a downward curve accelerating towards zero. Those in the room could not argue, because numbers carried no emotion, yet held a weight that rendered all arguments meaningless. Catherine did not force them to choose, but the way she presented the facts made every other option unacceptable. It was that calmness that made her formidable, because she did not fight with emotion, but with truth arranged in a way that could not be denied. Yet she also understood that time was not on her side. While she built consensus, Camilla was tightening control around King Charles, layer by layer, day by day, turning him into an isolated center within his own palace. Without direct action, everything could slip beyond control before any formal process could be activated. That was why Catherine moved into a phase that even those who knew her best could not have anticipated. The call was made late in the evening, without a secretary, without notice, a direct line connecting two women standing at opposite ends of an undeclared power struggle. When the call was answered, there were no polite greetings, no familiar layer of courtesy. Catherine spoke immediately, her voice calm but sharp, each word delivered clearly, without haste, yet leaving no room for misunderstanding. She did not circle around the issue, did not imply. She spoke of the king's honor, of responsibility to the monarchy, and then delivered a statement prepared with precision. A final line, "For the honor of the king, step back, or everything will be exposed on the sun tomorrow morning." There was no dramatic threat, no raised voice, yet that calmness made the statement heavier than any warning. On the other end, silence stretched. Catherine did not need to see to know that Camilla understood exactly what had been said. This was not psychological pressure. It was a declaration that the game had entered a stage without limits. Catherine did not wait for a response. She ended the call, placed the phone down. Her gaze unchanged. There was no hesitation, no regret, no fear. Because for her, this was no longer a choice, but a necessity. She looked again at the black file, which was no longer just evidence, but a switch capable of triggering a political earthquake if required. Yet she also knew that real power did not lie in exposure, but in making the opponent believe she was willing to do it. Outside, the palace remained quiet, with no sign of the storm forming, but inside, small movements were beginning to connect. The private discussions within the Privy Council were no longer scattered conversations, they were becoming consensus. Those who had hesitated began to shift their positions, not because of pressure, but because they understood that if action was not taken now, the cost would be far greater. Catherine did not need to appear again, did not need to speak further, because what she had already presented was enough to set the machine in motion. She stood, walked to the window, and looked out at the silent night covering the entire grounds, where everything seemed calm, as if nothing were happening. She did not stand there long, only a moment, then turned back, as if confirming that everything was ready. There was no longer room for hesitation, no space for error, because everything had been placed exactly where it needed to be, at Windsor. As the clock began to chime, slow and heavy, marking each irreversible second, the final decisions were set into motion. No longer plans, no longer projections, but action. And when the clock reached 2 in the morning, the moment when everything seemed to be in its deepest sleep, in reality, it was the moment when a coup formally began, initiated not by noise, but by the precise movement of pieces that had been positioned long before. Night fell over Windsor with a heavy stillness. Not peace, but the feeling of something waiting to erupt in absolute silence. The long corridors were nearly soundless. Lights were kept low, enough to see, but not enough to reveal. Every step of the guards echoed more clearly than usual, as if the space itself were listening. There was no announcement, no ceremony, no visible sign. Yet those who needed to know were already present. A transition was underway, not before the public, but in the shadows, where real power was decided. In the room where King Charles lay resting, the air was thick with the scent of medicine and prolonged exhaustion. He lay there, weaker than any image ever shown to the public, his eyes open but no longer carrying the sharpness of a man who once held absolute power. Medical devices arranged neatly around him emitted steady sounds, like a countdown to something inevitable. Beside the bed, William stood in silence, saying nothing, showing no clear emotion, yet his eyes held absolute focus. This was no longer simply a family moment, but a turning point in history, where every choice carried irreversible consequences. William slowly knelt beside the bed. No one asked him to do so, yet the gesture carried more meaning than any formal ritual. In that moment, he was not only the heir, but a son facing his father at his most fragile point. Charles looked down, a faint trace of awareness passing through his eyes, enough to understand what was happening. There were no words, no debats, no hesitation, only acceptance. His hand trembled slightly, yet he lifted it and placed it upon William's head. It was not a perfect gesture, but it was the most genuine one, a final transfer that needed no confirmation. That moment stretched in silence, yet the silence carried the weight of history. There were no cameras, no witnesses beyond those in the room, yet it was enough to redefine the entire structure of power. When William stood, his gaze had changed. There was no more waiting, no distance, only decision. He looked toward the table, where the document had already been prepared. No decoration, no excess, only clear, precise, irreversible terms. The document establishing the regency. A man stepped forward and offered the pen. Without a word, William took it, his fingers tightening slightly, as if fully aware of the weight of the moment. He glanced over the final lines, not to read, but to confirm that there was no way back. In his mind, a series of images passed quickly. The years of waiting, the pressure, the eyes of the public, and everything unfolding within the palace at that very moment. But it lasted only a brief instant. Then he lowered the pen and signed. The signature appeared firm, without tremor, without hesitation. In that moment, everything changed. Charles remained king in name, but real power had left him. From this second forward, William was no longer just the heir, he was the one holding authority. Not in the future. But now, a guard stepped forward carrying the royal seal. All eyes turned to the next action. No one spoke. Yet everyone understood this was the point of no return. The seal was pressed onto the document with measured force. The sound was soft, yet unmistakable in the stillness. It was not loud, but it felt like a door closing forever. A reign did not end, but its nature had changed. At that very moment, the door swung open. Camilla entered. Faster than usual, her gaze no longer carrying its usual control, replaced by visible tension. She had sensed something was happening, and she had come to stop it. But a single glance around the room told her she had arrived too late. Her eyes fixed on the sealed document, then shifted to William. Then to those around him. No one spoke. Yet the silence said everything. She took another step, as if trying to move closer, to confirm that what she saw was real. In her mind, calculations flashed. Plans. Strategies she had carefully constructed, but all of it seemed to collapse in a single instant. Not because it was wrong, but because it had come too late. The wall she believed she had built around the king had been broken from within, by decisions she had no time to control. What stopped her was not only the signed document, but the reaction of those in the room, the guards, those who had once received indirect instructions from her, now lowered their heads in unison. Not as formality, but as clear recognition. They bowed to William. That moment struck like a direct blow. Without words, without argument, loyalty had shifted, and when that happens, any remaining power becomes an illusion. Camilla said nothing, but her eyes moved across every face, searching for hesitation, for a fracture she could use to turn the situation. There was none. Everything had been arranged too precisely, too completely, leaving no space for resistance. William did not step forward. He did not need to assert anything. Simply by standing there, he was the center of the room, the point where all attention and all decisions converged. There was no official announcement, no public declaration. Yet everyone understood that power had changed hands, not in title, but in reality. Camilla turned away, not in acceptance, but in recognition that at this moment, she had no tool left to alter the outcome. The door closed behind her, this time not to preserve secrecy, but to close a chapter she had believed she would control until the very end. Inside, the room returned to silence. But it was no longer the silence of anticipation. It was the silence after a decision had been carried out. William looked once more at the document, then shifted his gaze to Charles. No words were needed. No confirmation required, because everything was complete. In a rare moment of clarity, Charles seemed to understand there was no struggle left in his eyes, only a quiet release. Not defeat, but the end of a role he no longer had the strength to carry. Outside, the sky began to change color. The first light filtered through the tall windows of Windsor, falling across stone walls that had witnessed countless upheavals across centuries. But this morning was not like those before. It did not simply mark the end of a long night. It marked the beginning of a new order. A monarchy not overthrown by force, but reshaped by decisions carried out in absolute silence. And as the sun finally rose above Windsor, its light spreading across the palace, somewhere behind those walls, a truth had been permanently established. Power had shifted. The balance had tilted beyond reversal. And while a new system began to take form, one figure was left behind. A queen standing amid the ruins of her own ambition, without allies, without power, and without a path back into a game that had already closed. Dawn spread across the stone walls of Windsor, gentle yet far from peaceful. Because that light did not merely illuminate a new day, it exposed the outcome of a silent power struggle. What happened during the night was not a chaotic collapse, but a final move calculated to the smallest detail. King Charles, in his weakest state, had made his most decisive choice not to preserve power for himself, but to protect the monarchy from manipulation and internal fracture. It was not a retreat, but a strategic sacrifice, a necessary step back to preserve the entire board. In the mind of the public, an image began to form. It did not need to be officially announced, yet it was clear enough to be felt. William and Catherine stood side by side, hand in hand, stepping onto the balcony that had long symbolized continuity and stability. There was no cheering, no ceremony. Yet there was a quiet recognition that power had transferred, that a new order had been established, and behind them, beyond the heavy curtains of the palace, Camilla remained only a fading shadow, present yet without influence. A complete contrast to the ambition she had once pursued. The British monarchy has never been only about shining crowns or flawless diamonds. Behind it lie scars, silent battles, and decisions that are ruthless yet necessary for survival. So what do you think about Catherine's move? Was it the act of a protector of the monarchy, or the calculated step of an ambitious woman? Leave your thoughts and do not forget to subscribe so we can continue bringing you the hidden stories behind palace doors. All eyes are now fixed on the iron gates of Buckingham Palace, where a secret decree has just been signed by King Charles in the middle of the night. This is not a health announcement, nor is it a routine royal ceremony. It is a decision carrying the full weight of supreme authority, a cold and definitive sentence. All inheritance rights of Queen Camilla have officially been revoked, without any prior notice, without a single warning sign. Only a chilling silence now hangs over the entire British royal family. Within just a few short hours, the news spread across newspapers throughout Britain, triggering what can only be described as a true earthquake in both the media and the public. Even veteran royal experts have admitted that they have never witnessed a decision so sudden and so severe in decades. Because this is not merely a change of status, this is a direct confrontation between trust and betrayal, between buried secrets and truths slowly being dragged into the light. What really happened behind the thick stone walls of the palace? What could be serious enough to force a king to act against the very woman who has stood beside him for so many years? Could it be that a hidden secret has just been exposed? Or is this all part of a calculated move in a far greater game of power that the public has yet to fully see? In your opinion, is this decisive action taken by the king meant to protect the monarchy? Comment number 1. Or is it the result of a carefully orchestrated plot? Comment number 2. Let me know your thoughts right now. The beginning of everything did not come from a loud scandal, but from a quiet detail carrying enough weight to shake an entire structure of power. Norfolk Estate, one of the oldest and most valuable royal assets, valued at £450 million, has long stood as a symbol of lineage and inheritance. Yet it was precisely in this seemingly unchanging place that a small adjustment in a supplemental will quietly took place. Enough to change everything. Camilla discovered the truth in a way no one could have expected. Not through an official announcement, not during a private meeting, but from an overlooked detail, a line that seemed meaningless in an internal document. Her name, once listed among the primary beneficiaries, had now disappeared. No explanation. No prior signal. Only the cold reality that her position within the structure of assets was being deliberately removed, but Camilla's reaction was not what anyone had imagined. There was no outburst of anger, no direct confrontation. She remained silent, a silence that stretched long enough to become unsettling, and it was precisely that silence that became the most dangerous signal of all, because for someone who had navigated countless power struggles within the royal family, silence is never a sign of acceptance. It is the moment when every calculation begins to take shape. Within just a few days, subtle movements began to emerge behind closed doors. A name started to surface: James Hargrove, an archivist who had worked for nearly 2 decades within the royal records system. He was not a man of power. He had no voice in any decision. But he held something that even the most powerful could not do without: access to secrets that had been locked away. James had always been known as cautious, principled, and someone who almost never crossed his limits, but no one knows exactly what caused him to change. It could have been pressure, it could have been personal gain, or perhaps something deeper that no one could see. What is certain is that after a short period of time, the archive system began to show very small discrepancies, changes so subtle that they were almost impossible to detect without examining every detail. The plan was not to destroy, not to steal everything, but to replace a part of it, just one clause altered. One name added or removed, that alone would be enough to shift the entire order of inheritance, and to do that, they needed the most important thing of all: the original file. That was when Marcus Lane appeared. Marcus does not belong to the royal family. He is not part of any official system. He is the kind of man who exists in the gray zone, where the line between legal and illegal is almost impossible to define. The assignments he takes are always the kind that cannot be traced back to anyone. And for that reason, he becomes the perfect link in this plan. One evening on the M25 highway, everything is arranged to look like a random incident. Heavy traffic, endless lines of headlights. A minor collision ahead slows the flow of cars. No one suspects anything. No one pays attention. And in that brief moment, Marcus and his associates move in on the target. There are no gunshots, no chaos, just a sequence of swift, precise, and almost invisible actions. When the vehicle begins moving again, no one realizes that the most important item is already gone. The original file has disappeared. On the surface, it appears to be nothing more than a rare robbery, an incident that can be explained, but for those who understand the true value of that document, this is not simply an accident. This is a direct strike at the very core of the royal inheritance system. While the plan continues to unfold behind the scenes, a copy begins to be prepared. Edits are carried out with extreme care. Every sentence is considered. Every detail is controlled. Everything seems to be moving toward a perfect conclusion. But they miscalculated one thing. King Charles is not a man who is easily deceived. Behind his calm exterior lies sharp observation and a cautious instinct shaped over many years. He understands that within a system like the monarchy, nothing unusual ever happens by chance. And when small signs begin to appear at the same time, it is no longer coincidence. He begins to ask questions. Why does the transport schedule remain unchanged? Yet an incident still occurs. Why do discrepancies in the archive system appear at such a sensitive moment? And most importantly, who has the closest access to those documents? No official announcement is made, no public investigation is launched, but beneath the quiet surface, a silent review process is set in motion. Every link is examined. Every detail is scrutinized, like a chess game where every move is carefully calculated. Meanwhile, on the other side, those involved in the plan still believe they are in control. They believe everything has been perfectly arranged. They believe no one can see the full picture, but that confidence becomes their greatest weakness, because for a man like King Charles, a single inconsistency is enough to uncover the entire truth. The plan seems flawless in every detail. Yet a cautious man like King Charles cannot be fooled by such simple scenarios. The first mistake does not come from a major action, but from a moment that appears harmless, a quiet afternoon tea, where everything unfolds according to familiar royal protocol. Soft light filters through tall windows, the gentle sound of a spoon touching fine china, and polite conversations drift by, as if nothing unusual is happening behind the thick palace walls. Camilla appears with her usual composed demeanor. Not a single sign of tension. No indication that she stands in the middle of a high-risk game. But within that confidence, a flaw emerges. As the conversation turns to royal estates and their future, she casually makes a remark without realizing how dangerous it is. The future of Norfolk will be arranged in a more reasonable way. A short sentence, not direct, not clearly assertive, but the issue lies in the timing. At that moment, the original file related to Norfolk Estate is still officially recorded as missing. No one outside the internal investigation circle can know its true status, and certainly no one can speak about the future of that estate with such certainty. That moment lasts only a few seconds. The conversation continues as if nothing has happened. But for a man like King Charles, every small detail carries, meaning he does not react immediately, he does not interrupt, he shows no sign of suspicion, but his gaze changes. Acquiesce attention. Enough to register that something does not align. For many years, he has learned to read between the lines, to listen to what is not being said, and Camilla's statement, no matter how subtle, reveals one thing. She knows more than she should. After the afternoon tea, there is no confrontation, no direct questioning, but only a few hours later, a confidential directive is issued, not through official channels, not recorded in any public document. An order delivered in silence, directed toward a force that very few within the royal family have ever dealt with directly. MI5. This special security unit is not called in for ordinary matters. Their involvement means the threat has moved beyond internal boundaries, and this time, their task is not to protect from the outside, but to investigate from within. The review begins immediately, but entirely in the shadows. No public presence, no visible sign that an investigation is underway. Every individual with access to the files is placed under observation. Every unusual activity, no matter how small, is recorded and analyzed. Camilla has no idea that she has become the center of a tightening circle of suspicion. She continues to move through her usual schedule, appearing before the public with a flawless image, but behind the scenes, every step she takes is now under an invisible layer of surveillance. King Charles does not rush. He understands that in a game like this, the greatest mistake is to act too soon. Instead, he waits, he observes, and he allows his opponent to reveal more weaknesses. The remark during the afternoon tea, at first glance, seems like a minor detail, but it becomes the first piece that cracks the perfection of the plan. It opens a new direction of investigation, a chain of reasoning from which everything begins to connect, and from that moment, the balance of power begins to shift. Camilla may have controlled the files. She may have concealed the initial traces, but there is one thing she cannot control: the suspicion of a king who has never believed in coincidences, and once that suspicion is triggered, it will not stop until the truth is revealed. The mistake does not come from a major move, but from a moment that appears completely harmless. That afternoon, tea unfolds exactly according to every familiar royal protocol. A quiet setting, soft light, polite conversations that maintain an appearance of calm. No one thinks that within such a seemingly safe space, a small detail would ignite an entire crisis. Camilla appears with her usual composed demeanor, every gesture controlled, every glance calculated. She shows no sign of standing in the middle of a high-risk plan, yet it is precisely that confidence that causes a brief lapse. As the conversation turns to royal estates, the topic quickly reaches Norfolk Estate, a name sitting at the most sensitive point of the entire system, and at that exact moment, Camilla makes a statement that later becomes a turning point. The future of Norfolk will be arranged in a more reasonable way. At first, hearing the statement seems unremarkable. Not direct, not clearly assertive, but the issue is not the content, it is the timing. At that moment, the original file related to Norfolk is still considered missing. This information has not been made public. Only a very small number of insiders understand the seriousness of the situation. That means no one can speak about the future of Norfolk with such certainty unless they know more than they should. The moment passes quickly. The conversation continues. No one in the room reacts. No one asks questions. But King Charles is different. He says nothing. His expression does not change. But his gaze lingers just a fraction longer, enough to register that something is not right. He is a man accustomed to reading between the lines, to hearing what is left unsaid, and Camilla's statement, no matter how subtle, reveals a weakness. She is one step ahead of the official information. After the afternoon tea, everything maintains its outward calm. There is no confrontation, no direct questioning, but only a few hours later, a confidential order is issued, not through normal procedure, not leaving any clear trace, a directive delivered in silence, aimed at a force rarely mentioned, MI5. Their involvement is not random. When this unit is called in, it means the issue has moved beyond internal boundaries. This is no longer an administrative error. It is a suspicion that could directly threaten the structure of royal power. The investigation begins immediately, but entirely in the shadows. No visible signs to the outside world. Every individual with access to the files is placed under surveillance. Every action, every communication, every smallest detail is analyzed. Camilla has no idea that she has become the center of an invisible circle of monitoring. She continues to appear in public with her familiar image. She maintains her confidence, but behind the scenes, every step she takes is no longer beyond observation. King Charles does not rush to act. He understands that in games like this, patience is decisive. He does not need to accuse, he only needs to wait. Because once a mistake appears, the next mistakes become almost inevitable. And the remark at the afternoon tea, which seems like a small slip, becomes the first crack, a crack large enough to break the perfect surface that the plan is trying to maintain. From that moment, everything changes, and the game of power enters a new phase, where every word and every gesture can become evidence. The operation does not begin with loud arrests, but with a quiet decision inside a sealed control room. Once suspicion is established, King Charles no longer needs speculation. He needs evidence, and in an era where every movement leaves a trace, the answer does not lie in testimony, but in data. The first target is identified as the M25 highway, where the incident is staged with near perfection, a minor accident, a slowing line of vehicles, a moment brief enough to escape attention. Yet the places that appear most chaotic often store the most data: dash cameras from surrounding vehicles, traffic surveillance systems, location signals. Together they form a recording network that cannot be completely erased. The technical team begins to collect every small piece of data, not only from official systems, but from the private vehicles present at the scene. Dozens of video clips are extracted. Hundreds of gigabytes of data are brought in for analysis. Every frame is reviewed. Every movement is compared. A slow process, but one that misses nothing. At first, everything seems normal. Traffic moves. The collision appears minor, but as layers of data are combined, a different picture begins to emerge. A vehicle appears across multiple camera angles, with a movement pattern that does not align with the flow of traffic, a gap in the data timeline, and most importantly, a blind spot that appears to have been deliberately created. From there, they trace a device, a dash camera, not part of the public system, yet it records the most critical minutes. Its data has been partially erased, but not completely. What remains, however small, is enough to open a new path. At the same time as the reconstruction of the scene, another line of investigation is launched: signal analysis. In the area of the incident, hundreds of calls are made within the same time frame, but among those signals, a small group stands out, encrypted at a higher level than usual. Not standard civilian encryption, but something designed to avoid tracing. The technical team does not attempt to break it immediately. They collect, they store, and they wait. Because in some cases, data does not need to be fully decrypted to have value. Identifying the source and the destination of a signal is enough to reconstruct part of the story, and then a discovery brings the entire control room into silence. 12 calls. 12 communications are made within the time frame before and after the incident on the highway. All of them use the same form of encryption. All of them originate from a device that is not publicly registered, and all of them lead to the same receiving point, Marcus Lane. But the most shocking part does not lie on the receiving end, it lies on the source. Experts spend hours verifying, cross-checking with location data, timestamps, and overlapping signal sources, and when everything is assembled, the conclusion becomes impossible to deny. The signal source is directly linked to Camilla. Not speculation, not a hypothesis, but data that has been verified through multiple layers of confirmation. 12 encrypted calls, occurring at the most sensitive moment, directly connecting two critical links in the entire plan. The room falls into a heavy silence, because from that moment, everything is no longer suspicion. What once appeared as scattered fragments now begin to connect into a complete and logical chain, and the most frightening part is not that those calls exist, it is that they were once believed to be impossible to detect. The digital sweep accomplishes what every sophisticated plan fears most. It does not just find traces, it proves that the traces were never truly erased. From that moment, the entire game changes, and what is about to unfold will no longer be under the control of those who once believed they could manipulate everything from the shadows. The collapse does not begin from the outside, but from the very link that once seemed the safest within the system. James Hargrove, once regarded as a symbol of loyalty and discretion within the Royal Archive, ultimately becomes the breaking point of the entire plan. As the silent surveillance tightens, every move available to him is gradually reduced until there is no escape left. The arrest is carried out swiftly, cleanly, and almost without a sound. There is no chaos, no resistance. James is removed from his workplace in silence. Under the control of individuals he does not even have time to fully identify. Within a few hours, the man who once held the deepest secrets of the royal family becomes the central suspect in an unprecedented investigation. At first, he tries to remain silent, a natural reflex of someone who has lived too long in an environment where words can become a double-edged blade, but this time, everything is different. The digital evidence, the discrepancies in the files, and especially the established communication links all form an unbreakable circle. The pressure does not come from threats, it comes from certainty. James understands that in this situation, silence is no longer the safe option. And then, after a short period of time, he makes a decision that even he may not have expected. He confesses. No evasion. No holding back. The entire plan is exposed with a level of detail that even the investigators find surprising. From the initial approach, the discrete exchanges, to each step in the process of replacing the files, everything is recounted like a report prepared in advance. In return, James asks for only one thing: leniency. In his world, that is the final chance to salvage what remains of his life, and for those in positions of authority, his testimony is more valuable than any silence. From what James provides, the investigation team quickly identifies the location of both sets of files: the original, taken during the highway incident, and the forged version, carefully altered with the intent of complete replacement. Both are eventually recovered. The moment the two sets of documents are placed side by side is when the truth can no longer be hidden. The small differences, the altered clauses, the names removed or added, all appear clearly like cuts across what once seemed a flawless structure, and at the center of everything, there is no longer any doubt, a deliberately constructed conspiracy. When the two files are delivered, King Charles does not speak immediately. He studies each page slowly and carefully, as if every line carries its own weight. There is no visible anger, no outburst, only a silence so deep that those present can feel the pressure spreading. Because he understands that from this moment, every decision that follows will not affect just one individual, but the entire image and survival of the monarchy. A choice stands before him: make everything public immediately and trigger an unprecedented shock, or control the information. Keep everything contained and prepare for a more decisive move. King Charles chooses the second option. There is no announcement, no leak. Everything is kept in absolute secrecy. But behind that silence, another scenario is being prepared: an unavoidable confrontation where all those involved will have to face the truth. With all the cards in his hand, King Charles does not choose immediate exposure, but prepares for the most terrifying morning in the green room. That morning begins like any other at the palace, yet the atmosphere is entirely different. At exactly 10 o'clock, the door of the green room closes behind those inside, sealing the space completely from the outside world. There is no press, no outsiders, only key figures, and a tension so dense it can almost be felt in the air. Camilla enters with her familiar composure, her head held high, her gaze steady. She shows no sign of concern, no trace of panic. On the contrary, her confidence carries a hint of defiance, as if she believes that everything unfolding is merely a small wave she can easily overcome. For years, she has stood firm through countless scandals and criticisms, and this time, she believes she will remain in control. King Charles is already there. He does not stand, but sits quietly behind the long table, where the two sets of files are placed side by side. One original, one forged, without any explanation. Their presence already speaks for itself. Yet he does not rush. He allows the silence to linger for a few more seconds, forcing everyone present to confront the weight of the moment. The confrontation begins without a long introduction. The king's voice is low, clear, and fully controlled. He does not accuse immediately. Instead, he presents each piece one by one, like someone dismantling a structure to reveal its core: the discrepancies in the files, the irregularities in the archive system, the gaps in the transport data, Each detail is placed on the table as undeniable evidence. At first, Camilla maintains her position. She does not directly deny, but she does not admit either. She responds with her familiar composure, questioning in return. Attempting to blur the certainty of what is being presented, it is a strategy she has used for years, to force the other side to prove more, to buy time, to weaken the pressure, but this time, that strategy no longer works. King Charles does not stop at deduction. He gives a signal, and a screen is turned on. The video begins to play. The image is not perfectly clear, but it is enough to identify Marcus Lane, a closed room, an envelope placed on the table, a note, a brief handshake. No words, but the actions are unmistakable. A transaction has taken place, an agreement has been made, and most importantly, the timing of the video matches exactly with the period when the original file is stolen. The room falls into a silence that feels almost suffocating. For the first time, Camilla's gaze shifts, just a very brief moment. But enough to reveal the change. She no longer holds the same absolute certainty as before, yet she does not collapse. She still tries to hold on to the gaps, the points not yet fully stated, like someone trying to keep balance on a rope that is slowly breaking. King Charles continues. He opens the second file. The forged version, there is no need for many words. He simply turns each page, pausing at the key clauses, the places where signatures are falsified, the lines that have been altered, the changes that are enough to redirect the entire inheritance, and then he places it beside the original, allowing the differences to stand clearly before everyone. At this point, there is no room left for denial. Camilla does not respond immediately anymore. She looks at the two files, then back at the king. In her eyes, for the first time, appears something that has never been seen before. Unease. The air in the room feels compressed. No one speaks. No one moves. Everything builds toward the next moment. And then, King Charles reads the order. His voice is not loud. It carries no emotion. But every word is clear, like a verdict already decided. The inheritance rights related to Norfolk estate are revoked. All associated benefits are suspended. The privileges tied to Camilla's current position are to be reviewed immediately. There is no opportunity to respond. No space for negotiation. Everything happens within 15 minutes. 15 minutes to dismantle a structure of power built over decades. 15 minutes to turn someone who once stood at the highest level into the center of an undeniable scandal. 15 minutes to end a journey to the peak of power with a conclusion that perhaps even the person involved could never have imagined. Camilla says nothing more. She does not react. The initial confidence has completely vanished. In its place is a prolonged silence, where every emotion seems compressed beyond expression. She stands there, but she is no longer the same person from just minutes before. King Charles closes the file. There is no further statement, no explanation. The decision has been made, and for him, that is enough. The door of the green room opens. Light from the corridor floods in, cutting across a space that has just witnessed one of the most intense moments. Those outside do not know exactly what has happened, but they can feel the shift. Something has ended. Camilla walks out last, but the person who walks out now is no longer the powerful queen as before, only a figure marked as a culprit within the monarchy. After the door of the green room closes, the aftershock of the decision does not remain contained within that room. It spreads through the corridors, slipping into every shadowed corner of the palace, quickly turning into an undercurrent that cannot be controlled. But the most unsettling part is not the whispers, it is the silence. A heavy, prolonged silence, as if the entire British royal family is collectively avoiding the reality that has just unfolded. Only a few hours after the confrontation, an official order is issued, direct, Without delay, Camilla is required to leave Clarence House within 48 hours. No exceptions. No negotiation. A brutally short time for someone who once stood at the highest position beside the king. This information is not immediately made public, but internally. It spreads at an astonishing speed. Staff members, Ed, those once familiar with Camilla's presence, are now forced to witness a withdrawal that no one dares to speak aloud. Corridors that were once busy become unusually quiet. More doors remain closed, and every footstep carries a sense of unease. Throughout that period, there is no official statement from other members of the royal family. No defense. No explanation. Only a prolonged silence. Like an invisible wall separating the event from the outside public. Yet that silence speaks louder than any declaration. It reveals the severity of the situation, and at the same time confirms that this is no longer a personal matter, but a systemic crisis. Inside the palace, King Charles does not appear in public. He remains in private space, avoiding attention. But there is one image that circulates, unofficial, unconfirmed, yet spreading like a symbol, the image of the king holding an old commemorative photograph, a moment that once represented connection, a shared journey. And then, in a decisive motion, he tears it apart. There are no words, no clear expression, but the action says everything. It is not only the end of a relationship, it is a complete severing from a part of the past, a decision that cannot be reversed. Meanwhile, Prince William, who has long kept his distance from controversies surrounding Camilla, finally speaks, not with emotional outburst, but with a brief statement carrying weight. He affirms that he will stand to protect the legacy of his late mother, and at the same time defend the honor of his father in light of what has happened. This is not just a personal statement. It is a clear signal of transition, of a new generation stepping into the center of the crisis, and from that moment, the balance of power within the royal family shifts in a way that cannot be denied. The following days pass under sustained tension. There is no further official information, no public appearance from Camilla, only speculation, theories, and a shared sense that a major chapter in royal history has just closed in the most painful way. Looking back at the entire event, it cannot be denied that this is one of the biggest scandals in modern royal history, not only because of the severity of the actions, but because of the consequences left behind. Trust, the very foundation of monarchy, has been tested like never before, and when trust is shaken from within, everything around it begins to crack. Yet at the same time, this is also a turning point, a moment that forces the monarchy to redefine itself, to confront questions it once avoided. The future of the British monarchy will no longer be the same. What has happened will become an inseparable part of the story it must carry forward. And perhaps the most thought-provoking part is not about who is right or wrong, but about the price paid for power, for ambition, and for decisions made in the shadows. The truth has finally come to light. Thank you for listening to today's commentary. Do not forget to like and subscribe to stay updated on the latest developments of this story. Goodbye and see you again. Nearly 30 years have passed since that fateful night in Paris, yet the name Diana Spencer still sends shockwaves through Britain every time it is spoken. Her death was long described as a tragic accident, but behind the official reports and polished statements, countless questions were left unanswered. Now, according to new information from Scotland Yard, royal investigators have officially reopened the case surrounding the death of Princess Diana, a decision that has shaken Buckingham Palace to its core. Sources reveal that the order to reopen the investigation was signed after previously undisclosed evidence surfaced. The document, reportedly linked to her burial at Althorpe, led investigators to an unexpected turning point. The decision to reopen Diana's coffin to verify a detail overlooked for nearly 27 years, what they found inside, according to one anonymous witness, left Prince William in utter disbelief. An insider close to the palace says that William was immediately informed when the investigative team left the estate in the early morning hours. He remained silent for several hours before demanding to see the complete report. Many believe this was the moment the heir to the throne was forced to confront the most painful truth about his mother's death, a truth the royal family may have tried to conceal for years. This is no ordinary re-examination. It is a reminder that the mysteries surrounding Princess Diana's death were never truly buried. In tonight's investigation, we delve into the latest findings, retrace the royal investigators' steps, and uncover what they discovered inside Diana's coffin. A revelation so powerful it left Prince William shattered. You all know about Princess Diana's tragic death in Paris, and the funeral regarded as the greatest of the 20th century, honoring the Queen of People's hearts. But here is what you did not know. Her coffin was never opened throughout the entire ceremony, not once. In October 2025, as the British royal family reels from a wave of media scandals and the king's declining health, a top-secret document suddenly reaches the palace, the parcel sent from Paris and sealed with the old insignia of Pitié-Salpêtrière Hospital, where Diana drew her last breath, has triggered a full-scale alert within royal security circles. According to inside sources, the royal police and Interpol have reopened the accident file, uncovering new details never before revealed in certified records about the 1997 forensic procedure and funeral protocol. A lead-sealed coffin, no access granted to anyone outside diplomatic officials, and witnesses bound to lifelong silence. Was the sealing merely a matter of medical regulation and royal dignity? Or is there something else hidden? Something that happened to Princess Diana's body during those mysterious hours between Paris and London, and if the truth were to come to light, could the British monarchy withstand the emotional earthquake that is coming? In mid-October, as chilly winds from the North Atlantic swept through the ancient stone walls of Kensington Palace, London seemed poised for a long, uneasy winter. Golden leaves scattered across the paths, rustling like whispers from the past. Prince William, the heir to the throne, had just returned from a grueling flight from Boston after the Earthshot Prize events, the environmental award he had poured his heart into building. His days in America had brought him some relief. Projects safeguarding the planet, conversations with young scientists, all convincing him that the future held hope despite the unhealed scars of his past. William stepped into the familiar palace, the warmth from the fireplace spreading through the air. Yet he still felt a deep-seated weariness. He shrugged off his thick wool coat, hung it on the rack, and was about to sit down for a rest when his personal valet, Thomas, a loyal, middle-aged man who had served the royals for over 2 decades, approached. In his hands was a small package, the size of a thick book, sealed with shimmering red wax under the crystal chandelier's glow. "Sir, this arrived while you were in America," Thomas said, his voice steady but laced with concern. No sender's name. Just a postmark. "From Paris. We have checked security. No signs of danger." William furrowed his brow slightly, his blue eyes flashing with curiosity mixed with unease. Paris, the city of light, but for him forever tied to the darkness of 1997, when his mother, Princess Diana, departed forever in the Pont de l'Alma tunnel. On the thick paper envelope, scrolled in blue ink, "For the son who deserves the truth about his mother," William's heart pounded harder. The truth about mother, he repeated in his mind, a whirlwind of thoughts flooding in. How many years had it been since he had dreamed of her? Her radiant smile, her warm hugs, but also the nightmares of the car crash. The funeral. The sealed coffin he and his brother Harry were never allowed to open, He carried the package to his private study, a quiet room with towering bookshelves and a portrait of Diana on the wall, her eyes gazing down as if watching over him. With slightly trembling hands, William gently broke the red wax seal. Inside was a stack of aged documents, yellowed with time, stamped Hôpital de la Salpêtrière, Paris. This was the hospital where his mother had been rushed after the accident. He flipped through the pages, his heart thumping like a war drum, and then the line that froze him. Deep 4-centimeter stab wound in the right abdomen. Inconsistent with vehicle impact, the blood in William's veins seemed to stop. A wave of dizziness hit him, the world blurring around him. Impossibly, he whispered, his voice faltering. Memories flooded back like a torrent. He was just 15, learning of his mother's death in the dead of night. Then the solemn funeral with millions mourning, but the coffin had always remained closed. Now this document suggested what? En assassination? A conspiracy. William shuddered, his vision darkening, and he collapsed into the soft leather chair. The valet Thomas rushed in, panicked, calling for the royal physician. In the chaos, a small envelope slipped from the file, inscribed in bold red ink, "Do not trust what is buried with her." One haunting question lingered. Who sent this gift? And why? After nearly 3 decades now, William lay on the chair, breathing ragged, tears streaming down his cheeks. He thought of his mother, of the secrets the royals always hid to protect their image. But now that facade was cracking, and he, the eldest son, had to face the storm about to break. Late into the night, as London slept, Kensington Palace remained ablaze with light. The desk lamp reflected off William's pale face, his eyes red-rimmed from sleeplessness and emotion. He sat alone in the study, the file opened before him like a ticking time bomb. This time he read more slowly, forcing himself to stay calm and analyze every detail. The documents were copies of a medical report from a French doctor named Dr. Claire, with shaky handwritten notes. Recommend expanded forensic examination, suspected puncture wound from sharp object. Right below, in bold red, all procedures halted, no further examination. Order from Prince Charles, Prince of Wales. William set the file down, his hands clenching into fists. Memories of the 1997 funeral replayed like a black-and-white film. He and Harry, 2 young boys, walking behind their mother's coffin through London's streets. Millions surrounded them. They had begged their father for one last look, but Charles had firmly refused. To preserve her peaceful image, he had said then. Now the signature of Charles on the document made William feel as if the entire foundation of his family was crumbling. Why would father hide this from me? Even in mother's death, he whispered. His voice thick with pain, he reflected on his own life. Growing up under the flash of media, always smiling despite a broken heart. His mother, Diana, was an icon of compassion, but also a victim of court intrigues. Was this document the key to unraveling it all, or just a cruel hoax? Meanwhile, at the Royal Police Headquarters, Inspector David Kemp, a veteran detective with over 25 years investigating royal matters, was tasked with verifying the package. Kemp was a tall man with silver hair and eyes sharp as knives. He had handled countless threats to royal security, from anonymous letters to terror plots. His initial report noted the Paris postmark was genuine, sent from a small post office in Montmartre. The paper and stamps matched authentic samples from Pitié-Salpêtrière Hospital, but the file code PS2139 did not exist in official medical archives. Kemp sat in his cramped office, cigarette smoke curling despite regulations, muttering, "Something is off. This could be a sophisticated forgery." He launched a formal investigation, contacting Interpol and forensic experts, Deep down, a thrill stirred. This was not ordinary. It touched the greatest secret of the British monarchy. If real, it could topple the throne. If fake, who dared such a risk? William, after an endless, sleepless night, slipped quietly into the bedroom. The dim nightlight illuminated the face of Catherine as she sat propped against the headboard, book in hand, but eyes fixed on him. "Kate, I do not know what to do," he whispered, voice trembling. Sitting on the edge of the bed, "This could change everything." Catherine set the book aside. Taking his hand, her warm palm gently rubbing his shaking knuckles, "We will get through it together." "Will, but be careful. Do not let the past swallow the present." Her embrace offered a sliver of warmth in the cold night, but William knew the quest for truth was just beginning. The next morning, as the sun peeked through the grey clouds of England, William drove his familiar Range Rover to Clarence House, unannounced. The winding countryside roads through green fields did little to soothe his churning mind. He imagined confronting his father, King Charles III, the man who had lived his life in the shadow of royal duty. The peaceful atmosphere shattered as William entered the small drawing room. King Charles sat reading state papers with Queen Camilla, pouring tea from an antique porcelain set beside him. She startled briefly at the arrival of William, but quickly offered a polite smile. "William, what a surprise," Charles said, his voice warm, yet defensive. William cut straight to it, locking eyes with his father. "Did you ever see Mother's face one last time?" The air froze. The clock's ticking echoed like a bomb. Camilla set her teacup down with a slight tremor. Charles sighed, his eyes weary. "William, why ask now after all these years? I need to know." William interrupted, emotion surging. "I received documents from Paris. They mentioned wounds on Mother's body, not from the crash, and you ordered the examination halted." Camilla interjected softly but firmly. "William, you must understand, some past matters are best left undisturbed. It only brings more pain." William turned to her, fire in his eyes. "Whose pain are you talking about? Father's or the woman you replaced?" Camilla froze, her face paling. She had been at the center of the Charles and Diana divorce scandal, and now old wounds reopened. Charles breathed heavily, his tone sharpening. "I saw her, William, and I wish I had not been the last to do so. Your mother, she looked peaceful, but her body was covered in wounds from the accident. Why not let us see? Why hide Mother from the world? Or were you hiding something for someone?" William shouted, tears welling. "Comme la rose," voice rising. The world had seen enough blood. "William, some images should never exist. We had to protect you children. Protect the monarchy. You have no right to speak her name." William roared, fists clenched. Charles slammed his hand on the table, shattering a teacup. Porcelain shards were flying. "Enough. Some truths, if exposed, would kill the last shreds of humanity in this monarchy. I chose silence to protect you and Harry. Do not force me to say it all." William stormed out, tears flowing freely. He drove back, mind reeling. Camilla watched from the window, sighing. Sometimes silence is the only way to keep a family from falling apart. Charles sat motionless, memories of Diana flooding back in agony. This confrontation was merely the prelude to a greater storm. 3 days later, under the guise of Earthshot prize business, Prince William flew to Paris with Inspector David Kemp. The plane landed in drizzling rain, the city of light shrouded in grey mist. Their black car crept through cobblestone streets past the flickering Eiffel Tower. But William had no eyes for the sights. He felt as if stepping back into the past, where his mother had slipped away. They arrived first at Pitié-Salpêtrière Hospital. An elderly nurse named Monique Desamps with neatly tied silver hair, greeted them in the chilly corridor. She trembled at the sight of William. "You look so much like your mother. I remember that night as if it were yesterday." All the emergency room cameras suddenly went dark for over 20 minutes. Then we got orders from the British Embassy. No talking to anyone. No disclosures. Kemp asked professionally. "Did they give a reason?" Monique sighed. "They said it was for medical reasons. Blood in the car. So keep it quiet to avoid complications." But something felt off. Everything happened too fast. The princess, she fought to the end. But the wounds were too severe. William stayed silent, his heart twisting. He pictured his mother there alone in the Paris night. "Thank you," he said, voice choking. That afternoon, they visited the Boulogne-Cerisier funeral home. The elderly manager Claude, with his silver mustache, bowed. I remember it vividly. The coffin of the princess was welded shut, with silver metal, unlike any ordinary one. They said it was to prevent chemical leaks and maintain royal dignity. "We just followed orders." William asked, "Did that seem unusual to you?" Claude nodded. "We had never seen anything like it." But they claimed it was a special request from the British side. Diplomatic orders. I did not dare question. Perhaps to fend off the press. William glanced at Kemp, voice lowering. "What do you think they were really protecting? Health or honor?" Kemp replied, "Possibly both. Sir, but we will find answers. I just got word." The package was posted from a small Montmartre office by a woman in her 30s in a black hat using a false name. William nodded. Unease gnawing at him. Outside, Paris faded into fog. Notre Dame's bells tolling distantly. He stood still amid the crowds, sensing the truth tantalizingly close yet elusive, in the shadowed corners of Clarence House, where twilight filtered through heavy velvet curtains. King Charles III sat alone under the faint glow of a reading lamp, illuminating his aged, wrinkled face. On the table lay the investigation report of Inspector David Kemp, dense pages of details that, to Charles, were not mere words, but knives carving into the past. He flipped through them, eyes blurring. As memories surged like a violent flood, Paris, 1997. That fateful night, when the world seemed to collapse at his feet, Charles recalled it as if reliving the moment, the night Diana died. He flew to Paris immediately upon hearing, his heart shattered by a loss he had never imagined. At Pitié-Salpêtrière Hospital, with its sterile corridors and sharp antiseptic smell, Diana lay there on the stark white bed, her face eerily serene despite the horrific wounds from the car crash, deep cuts from shattered glass, widespread bruises, internal injuries beyond saving. Charles knelt by the bed, clutching her cold hand, tears streaming down his cheeks. A prince trained to conceal emotions, now sobbing like a child bereft of his mother. "I am here to bring you home. On my honor. For the love of our two boys, sleeping unaware their mother will never wake," he whispered, voice breaking in anguish. It was not just to Diana, it was a vow to his own conscience, to safeguard what remained of her. With trembling hands, Charles personally draped the royal embossed shroud over her body, an act beyond protocol, born from the broken heart of an ex-husband and father, piecing together family fragments. He did not want the world to see Diana as a pitiful victim, but as an enduring symbol of compassion and beauty. Hours later, in an emergency meeting with British and French officials, he signed the order to repatriate her remains. The Home Office noted clearly, request to seal coffin, health and safety, per international protocols. The coffin was lined with thick lead, a standard measure against decomposition and leakage, especially for long-distance transport under global media pressure. But for Charles, it was more than protocols. A shield for the final image of Diana, from prying lenses and sensational headlines that might turn her into a tragedy rather than a heroine. Now in Clarence House, Charles closed the report with a heavy sigh. The door creaked open and Catherine entered. At his unexpected invitation, her familiar gentleness, evident in her glossy brown hair and warm smile, that always brought peace to the royals. She sat beside him. Taking his hand, "Your Majesty, William is suffering deeply. He thinks there is a conspiracy, that you have hidden the truth. Why seal the coffin? Why not let him and Harry see her one last time?" Charles looked at Catherine. Eyes welling with emotion, he paused, wrestling inwardly, then spoke slowly, waited with gravity. "I signed that order, but I did not scrutinize every detail. The officials said it was law, international health safety, to prevent infection and decay en route to Britain. But deep down I know it was also for dignity. I did not want William and Harry to see their mother like that, bloodied, mangled wounds from the crash. Diana, she deserved to depart like a queen, not a wretched victim. I chose to preserve the best image in their memories, her radiant smile, her sparkling eyes. Not eternal scars." Catherine nodded, eyes welling with tears. "I understand, Your Majesty. That is a father's love. But William needs to hear it from you. He is lost in doubt." Charles gazed out the window at darkening London, voice emotional, like a belated confession. "I lost her once. Catherine. In a broken marriage. Scandals. And that Paris night, I did not want to lose my sons to harsh truths that the death of Diana was fate's tragedy. Not conspiracy. But now I see silence is not always protection. It can become a burden." Those memories tormented him utterly, yet marked a turning point. He would face William not as king, but as father. This inner turmoil's climax did not just close the past, it opened hope for family reconciliation. A week later, as London buzzed with rumors of the mysterious file package, the royal investigators finally traced the sender, a dramatic twist. Leaving the monarchy and global media breathless, the culprit was Eleanor Hughes, a 34-year-old former psychology researcher from Manchester, no secret enemy or international spy. But an ordinary woman ensnared by personal obsession, Eleanor had volunteered at a 2021 Royal Mental Health event, attempting to approach Prince William with a study on parental loss trauma, a topic she believed he was denying, politely rebuffed by security. She spiraled into fixation, tracking every royal news item, amassing Diana documents, and convincing herself William needed liberation from secrets she had fabricated. Police raided her modest Manchester suburb flat on a drizzly morning. Finding her amid chaotic papers, the room was a personal Diana shrine, walls plastered with news clippings, shelves stacked with biographies, desk cluttered with an old printer. Detectives seized evidence: a laser printer for aging paper effects, antique paper from flea markets, forged Pitié-Salpêtrière stamp, dozens of clipped Diana articles with scrolled notes like truth buried, and crucially, the original 2004 Operation Paget medical report publicly released, confirming the death of Diana as a car accident without conspiracy. But Eleanor had artfully overlaid fake details about a 4-centimeter stab using editing software, handcuffed. The face of Eleanor was ashen, tears streaming as she was led to the police van. In the stark, neon-lit interrogation room, she sobbed her confession. "I just wanted him to see that truth does not die just because it is sealed away. I adore Prince William. He is a symbol of strength. But living in delusion, his mother was harmed, and the royals covered it up. I faked the files to awaken him, to make him face the real trauma." Her admission stemmed not from malice, but disordered psychology, obsession twisted into delusion. Convincing her actions were helping the prince, that evening, The BBC aired a special. Royal investigators reveal the shocking truth about why the coffin of Diana was never opened. Millions in Britain and worldwide were glued to screens. Awaiting the climax. Royal conspiracy. Inspector Kemp. Stern yet compassionate under studio lights. Declared, Royal police confirm no evidence Princess Diana suffered injuries beyond the car crash. The coffin sealing stemmed from international health protocols, preserving the body per transport regulations, and the wish of Prince Charles to safeguard her serene final image. This is not dark intrigue. It is pure humanity. A father sparing his sons the horror of her wounds. Sometimes truth is not in papers or forgeries, but in the pains we choose to forget to heal. News spread like wildfire. Global headlines were sensational. Diana secret, no plot. Just fatherly love. From the New York Times to Le Monde, chatter focused on Eleanor. An obsessed woman turned unwitting fraudster. William watched from Kensington's study. Relief mingled with sorrow. He pondered his mother. Father. And this stranger. The saga's climax ended not as an earth-shaking scandal, but the harsh truth of a misguided soul, reminding that personal pain can brew unexpected tempests. The next day, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, Windsor Castle, emblem of British royal might, bathed in soft golden twilight. Gentle as nature's solace, ancient stone walls glowed warm orange, and the tranquil gardens reserved for royal private strolls whispered with autumn chill. Carrying damp grass and fallen leaves, there, amid late-blooming rose bushes and time-worn gravel paths, stood the statue of Princess Diana. Cast in bronze, her radiant smile, arms outstretched, embracing the world. Flanked by 3 children symbolizing her global compassion for youth, Prince William walked slowly along the path, each step heavy with pent-up emotions from the week. In his hand, a sealed envelope from Royal Police, the official medical report delivered that morning after the BBC broadcast, thick and stamped. It held not just documents but the key to unlocking gnawing doubts. William paused, breathing in crisp autumn air. Steadying himself, he reflected on the journey, the enigmatic Paris gift, tense father confrontation, French hospital revelations, all led here to confronting the final truth. King Charles awaited by an ancient granite bench under a centuries-old oak. His eyes were weary from sleepless nights, yet warmed with rare tenderness, a readiness of a father to shed protective armor for family mending. Dressed in a simple wool coat, emphasizing this as father and son, not king and heir. As William neared, Charles rose first, voice slow and emotional. I have lived to safeguard royal honor. William, but now I see, honor cannot heal human wounds. It is a mere facade masking real pains. William halted, eyes welling as he met the gaze of his father. He sensed sincerity. Not the command of a king, but the shared loss of a man. I thought mother was buried with secrets. William replied, voice quivering, holding back emotional waves. I doubted you? The whole family. But it was your fear buried too. Fear harsh truth would destroy us. Charles nodded, hands clenching as if embracing memories. He sat on the bench. Gesturing to William beside him, the air was serene, only wind, rustling leaves, and distant birdsong. If there is one thing I wish most in life, Charles said gravely, it is that your mother departed as a true woman, not the icon the world built. Diana. She was my love. Though we lost our way in marriage, I did not want you boys remembering her through crash horrors, cuts, blood, physical agony. I wanted her smile, compassion. The way she held you, that is why I sealed the coffin. Not hiding plots, but preserving that beautiful memory. William paused silently. autumn breeze tousling his hair. He opened the envelope, hands shaking as he scanned the pristine official medical report. Crisp pages with signatures of doctors and officials from 1997, no 4-centimeter stab, no sharp object or conspiracy evidence, all standard forensics, death from internal injuries via car impact. William read each line. Heart aching, tears rolled down. Not disappointment, but relief, an emotional climax as doubts dissolved. Mother? He choked. Voice breaking, like the 15-year-old boy of old. Finally, I understand that coffin was not veiling dark truths, but preserving your finest image, you left in peace. And Father shielded that for us. Charles rose, approaching his son, and for the first time in years placed a hand on the shoulder of William, a warm, paternal gesture. I will abdicate sooner than planned. William, he said firmly yet emotionally, the crown weighs not just gold and gems, but those who have fallen so you may rise. Diana sacrificed much. I will not burden you alone. Lead with heart as she did. Father and son gazed at the statue of Diana. End of daylight casting long blending shadows. The bronze seemed alive in sunset, her smile warm. Eyes watching this healing. William wiped tears, feeling renewed energy. Not anger, but forgiveness. He embraced his father, a tight hug after emotional years apart. Thank you, Father, he whispered, for protecting us, even through silence. And so, the secret of the coffin of Diana is unveiled. Not courtly darkness, but the quiet love of a father. In a politics-churned world of power and secrets intertwined, sometimes the plainest truth proves strongest, capable of healing the deepest wounds of humanity. Do you feel your heart tighten while witnessing the pain of William? Or are you also wondering if silence is truly the best way to protect when the truth is revealed? Do you believe the love of a father can be stronger than any conspiracy? Share your thoughts with us in the comment section. Remember to like, share, and subscribe for more. Also, click the next video showing on your screen. You will enjoy. A piercing crash shattered the rain-soaked night in Gloucestershire. The motorcycle skidded across the narrow country road, its headlight tumbling before going dark in a puddle. Rain kept falling, thick and relentless, washing over the ground where a man lay motionless by the roadside, his breath shallow and fading. When a nearby farmer ran over and shone his torch on the man's face, he froze, his heart nearly stopping. The man who had crashed was Prince Harry, and the question that echoed in everyone's mind afterward was, why was he in Gloucestershire that night? A place so deeply tied to his past, to his father, his brother, and the haunting memory of his late mother. Rain fell across the fields surrounding Highgrove House, as if trying to erase every trace. The wind howled through the old oaks. The rain beat against the tiles, blending into a mournful symphony that belonged to the quiet countryside, a place long accustomed to silence. Once a symbol of royal family life and warmth, Highgrove now stood dimly lit, its windows glowing faintly as if waiting for someone to come home. Prince Harry had returned to England quietly, no announcement. No entourage. No flashing cameras. After years apart, it seemed the invisible thread still bound him to this land. Perhaps this trip was nothing more than a private journey, a son quietly visiting the home that once held his happiest memories. But sometimes, fate chooses to be cruel. One rainy night, one old road, one accident enough to awaken the deepest fears in the hearts of those he left behind. No one knew that night would mark the beginning of events that would shake the entire British monarchy. Buckingham Palace had been cloaked in an unusual stillness in recent days. After months of treatment, King Charles had finally completed an important round of therapy. His doctors advised him to leave London and returned to Highgrove House, the place where he found the most peace to recover and stay away from stress. The news wasn't made public. It appeared only as a brief line in a palace report. Yet for Prince Harry, that single line was enough to make his heart sink. From his home in Montecito, California, Harry stared at his phone for a long time. On the screen appeared an image of his father, once the symbol of composure, now frail, sitting by the window and gazing out at the old Highgrove garden. It had been years since they'd had a real conversation. Their rare meetings at royal ceremonies were brief and formal, every word measured, every smile restrained. Still, Harry could never forget his father's eyes. Distant, cold perhaps, but carrying something unsaid beneath the surface. People often say the greatest distance between two people is the ocean. But for Harry, the real distance between him and his father was silence. After leaving the royal family, he became the traitor, the son who broke tradition. Meanwhile, King Charles, burdened with pressure, maintained his calm exterior. Though deep inside, disappointment lingered. Whenever Harry's name came up, the king would fall quiet, sigh softly, as if he no longer knew where to begin. When Harry learned that his father was recovering at Highgrove, he told no one except Princess Anne. Through all the years of estrangement, Anne had been the only bridge left between him and the rest of the family. She knew everyone's nature, and she understood better than anyone that beneath Harry's stubbornness was simply a son longing to be understood. Harry flew back to England in silence. No royal flag. No motorcade. No bodyguards like before. He returned as an ordinary man, with just a small backpack and a heart full of unresolved emotions. When his plane landed in London that night, he didn't head to the palace. Instead, he drove straight toward Gloucestershire. Rain began to fall thin at first, then heavy, blurring the world outside his windshield. He said nothing the entire drive, only letting the soft murmur of old songs his mother once loved play through the car radio. Memories came flooding back. He remembered the last time he saw his father at Queen Elizabeth's funeral. Charles had just become king, and Harry stood behind him, surrounded by the cold stares of the press. There was no embrace, no word exchanged, just a brief nod, a hollow gesture between two strangers. Yet Harry could never forget the moment his father turned away. In those weary eyes, there was something unspoken exhaustion, sorrow, perhaps even regret. They hadn't spoken since. Time and distance had blurred everything between them. But when Harry heard of his father's declining health, he knew that if he didn't return now, he might never have another chance to say what he had held inside for years, that he never wanted to be the rebel. He only ever wanted to be his father's son, the little boy who once held his hand while walking through the Highgrove gardens, listening to stories about birds, blooming seasons, and the weight of responsibility. Before he left, Meghan didn't stop him. She understood that this time, Harry wasn't returning for the royal family. He was returning for himself. "I just want you to find peace," she said softly. "If you need to go back, then go. Don't wait until it's too late." When the car stopped before the gates of Highgrove, he didn't go in right away. The windows glowed with warm amber light, their reflections shimmering through the thin drizzle. He recognized the faint light from one familiar room, his father's study, where the king would read every evening. In that quiet moment, all the anger and resentment Harry had carried for years suddenly felt small beneath his rain-soaked coat. He wasn't a prince or a rebel son anymore, just a boy, standing outside his childhood home, silently hoping to hear his name again. But in the royal family, nothing was ever simple. Harry couldn't just walk in without permission, so he chose to wait for a signal, a message, or even a faint gesture from within the house. When none came, he turned away. A wave of emotion swept over him, sorrow mixed with calm acceptance. He knew that no matter how distant they had become, There was still an invisible thread between father and son, one that needed no words. Perhaps that was why he couldn't bring himself to leave just yet. He wanted to drive through the countryside of his childhood, where memories of his mother, his brother, and his now frail father lingered in every field and turn. That longing, the pull to feel close to his past, was what drew him away from the palace that night, alone on his old black Triumph motorcycle, a relic of youth and freedom. He didn't know it yet, but this ride would take him to a fateful night, one where the line between memory and reality, between love and loss, blurred into a single bend in the rain. The Gloucestershire night was damp and heavy, as if the land itself was holding its breath. Fine. Cold raindrops fell on the glossy black road, catching faint glimmers of golden light from the few lampposts that lined the narrow road to Highgrove House. The air was unnaturally still, save for the whisper of wind through old oak trees and the distant growl of a motorcycle engine. Drawing closer, the black Triumph tore through the mist, its tires slicing through puddles. The rider, fully masked by a dark helmet and soaked jacket, seemed desperate to make it back before the rain thickened. The headlight gleamed against the slick asphalt, distorting into streaks of trembling light. Then, at the sharp bend just before Highgrove's side gate, the rear wheels suddenly lost traction. A piercing screech echoed through the dark, followed by the brutal sound of metal colliding with the ground. The bike skidded sideways, the rider was thrown off, tumbling over the wet grass before coming to a halt. The rain kept falling steady and cold for several minutes. No one noticed. Then, by sheer chance, a farmer driving his truck down the road caught sight of the scene in his headlights. He slammed the brakes, jumped out, and ran forward in panic. "Dear God, someone's down!" he cried, freezing as he lifted the helmet off the unconscious man. The face beneath was pale but unmistakable. His hands trembled. "No, it can't be. It's Prince Harry." An emergency call was made instantly. Within 10 minutes, police cars and an ambulance arrived. The narrow road was sealed off. Flashing red and white lights cut through the rain, casting chaos across the quiet countryside. Harry was placed on a stretcher, his face streaked with mud and scratches. The paramedics worked swiftly and silently, their professionalism hiding the tension in their eyes. No one dared say his name. One young officer whispered, "Are we sure it's—" His superior interrupted sharply, "Not a single word leaves this scene. Understood?" When the ambulance pulled away, its siren wailed through the mist, fading into the rain-soaked distance. The press knew nothing. Every record of his admission was encrypted with a special code, no names, no titles. At Gloucestershire Hospital, lights still burned in the emergency wing. Near midnight, the operating room doors swung open. A nurse rushed to the chief physician. "The special patient has arrived," she said quietly. "High security protocol requested." Confused glances were exchanged, but orders were followed. Only a handful of staff were permitted inside. Phones were surrendered. Confidentiality forms, signed silence demanded. Inside the dim room, Harry lay still, his face marked by pain. The doctors examined the head and shoulder injuries thankfully. No fractures, but his 10-minute unconsciousness meant they would keep him for close observation. A young nurse looked at him and murmured softly, "He looks so lonely." Outside, the rain continued to fall. A police car waited by the entrance. 2 officers standing guard, eyes fixed on the empty road ahead. No journalists were allowed near. Every call from Highgrove House was routed directly to the Royal Security Division. At Highgrove, the news of the accident arrived in silence. A guard whispered to the butler, who immediately called Princess Anne, the only one who knew Harry had returned. No one could tell whether King Charles had been informed, as he was resting in his private chamber after another exhausting round of treatment. A heavy stillness hung over the estate. The wind slipped through the window frame, stirring the white curtains ever so slightly. A young maid murmured, "If Diana were still alive, this would have broken her heart." Her words fell into the air, cold and sharp, like the rain-soaked night itself. Meanwhile, at the hospital, the doctors continued their careful monitoring. They all knew they were standing in the eye of a story that could shake the nation. Someone whispered, "Should we inform Kensington Palace?" But the answer was only silence. Everyone was waiting for a decision from higher up. That night, Gloucestershire was wrapped in a dense fog of secrecy. No one outside the inner circle knew what was happening. But when a discreet message finally traveled through the royal security network, only one person at Windsor reacted instantly, leaving the palace without an escort. Without ceremony, it was Prince William. He slipped away quietly, wearing a long coat, his face drawn tight. No one stopped him. No one asked. Everyone understood that beyond titles and protocol, there was something greater, something older, brotherhood, and that was something even the crown could not replace. In the stillness of the reign, two paths were about to meet, one man recovering from a fall, the other racing through the night. It was the beginning of a new chapter, one that would force the royal family to confront not just an accident, but the deepest wounds in their hearts. The message had come through hours earlier, only 8 words long. "He's been in an accident." At the hospital, the sender was a former royal guard who had once served King Charles, a man William trusted completely. He didn't need to ask who he was. His heart stopped. In an instant, every image from the past, the years of distance, the arguments, the stubborn silences dissolved. What remained was a primal fear, a hollow ache he thought he'd buried long ago. Without calling anyone, William threw on a coat, grabbed his keys, and drove out of Windsor into the pounding rain. No motorcade, no security detail, only the glare of headlights cutting through the darkness, and the relentless wind whipping against the glass. He drove for 2 hours through slick roads and heavy rain, memories flashing with every passing mile. In his mind, the year 1997 came back in haunting detail. It had been another dark, rainy night when his father had gently knocked on his bedroom door. Charles's voice had trembled as he spoke just a few words. "Your mother. There's been an accident." William still remembered standing frozen, unable to believe what he'd heard. And the next morning, the world learned that Princess Diana, the mother he adored, was gone forever. He had been only 15. Beside him was 12-year-old Harry, clinging to his hand throughout the funeral. Together they walked slowly behind the coffin, surrounded by thousands of weeping strangers. 2 boys, motherless, under the gaze of a grieving world. That feeling, the terror of losing someone you love, had never truly left him. And now, more than 20 years later, it was back. He gripped the steering wheel tighter. Rain pounded against the windshield in rhythm with his racing heart. "Not again. I can't lose anyone else," he muttered, forcing his hands to steady. Every mile was a battle between reason and fear. He knew how far apart he and Harry had grown, how words and silence had both cut too deep. But none of that mattered anymore. If Harry was truly hurt, if fate was about to take his brother too, could he bear it? When William reached the gates of Gloucestershire Hospital, the rain had just stopped. The parking lot was nearly empty, lights shimmering across puddles. He hurried down the quiet corridor, past security staff who recognized him but said nothing. The air was thick with antiseptic and the steady hum of machines. His footsteps echoed down the sterile hall until, finally, the door to the emergency ward opened, and there he was. Harry lay motionless on the bed, his face pale, one cheek bandaged, his shoulder wrapped in gauze. He was breathing steadily, eyes closed, traces of rain and mud still on his clothes. The doctors explained it was only a mild concussion, a short blackout from the fall. But to William, That didn't matter. The sight alone made his chest tighten painfully. In that moment, he wasn't the heir to the throne, just a brother. Terrified that if he'd arrived minutes later, everything might have changed, he stepped closer, silently watching. All the bitterness, all the distance, faded into nothing. William reached out and gently clasped his brother's cold hand. Harry didn't wake, but his fingers twitched faintly. A reflex, perhaps. Yet, to William, it was everything. A sign of life, a whisper of hope. In that moment, there were no cameras, no monarchy, no divide. Only two brothers once inseparable, once estranged, now reunited under the harsh hospital lights. Their silence said more than any apology ever could. William sat down by the bedside, still holding his brother's hand, his gaze fixed on the window where the rain fell softly outside. In the cold white light of the hospital room, his eyes carried a deep sadness, the kind of sorrow only someone who had lost a mother to tragedy, and now nearly lost his only brother, could understand. He wondered if this was fate's way of forcing them to stop, to look back at all the years gone by, the words left unsaid, the wounds left unhealed. A doctor quietly entered, checking Harry's vital signs. "He's going to be fine," the doctor said gently. William gave a small nod. His lips pressed tight, as if holding back the tears threatening to fall. A few hours later, when Harry began to stir, the first person he saw was William. Their eyes met awkward, uncertain, but full of warmth. In a hoarse voice, Harry whispered, "What are you doing here?" William gave a faint smile and replied softly, "There's nowhere else I could be." The simple words hung in the air, heavy with emotion. They said nothing more. They just sat there in silence, William still holding his brother's hand, Harry staring out the window where the last drops of rain fell like the slow heartbeat of memory. Perhaps, after all the years of misunderstanding, it took a brush with death to remind them that family cannot be erased by distance or pride. That night, under the pale hospital lights and the sound of rain tapping against the glass, the two brothers who had once drifted apart sat together again. No apologies. No promises, just silence. And in that silence, they remembered that they were still bound by blood. Still the same two boys who once walked hand in hand behind their mother's coffin, and now, in the rain, held each other's hands again to hold on to what was left of their family. In that quiet moment, William understood that some losses are inevitable, but there are others that must never happen again. And perhaps that rainy night in Gloucestershire hadn't just nearly taken a life. It had awakened something precious between the brothers, the love of family, long buried beneath years of distance and silence. The grim news reached Highgrove just before dawn. As the first dew settled on the cold stone steps, in the stillness of the room, the warm light of a lamp fell across King Charles's weary face. The messenger bowed his head and said only a few words. Prince Harry was in a car accident. No one dared meet the king's eyes. They all knew that in that instant, years of restrained emotion could shatter with a single blink. Charles stood motionless. He said nothing, resting his hand on the chair's arm as if to steady a world collapsing beneath him. After a long silence, his low, trembling voice finally broke through. "I almost lost both my sons." The words echoed through the vast room, part confession, part regret he had never dared to face. Princess Anne, the only one beside him at that moment, said nothing. She neither comforted nor judged. She knew Charles was battling a fear he had long hidden behind the calm facade of a monarch, the fear of a father who had once been distant, condemned for his coldness in the face of his son's grief in 1997. And now, hearing that Harry was in danger, all the old memories returned, tearing through the mask of composure he had spent a lifetime perfecting. For a moment, Charles was no longer the King of England. He was just a father terrified, terrified of losing another piece of his own flesh and blood. Terrified that history would repeat itself in the cruelest way, he looked out the window, where raindrops slid down the glass into the wet garden below, and whispered to himself, "I should have been closer to them." Not long after, Charles gave an order to his guards. Keep everything quiet. No one must reveal the patient's identity. He would not allow hurried photographs or sensational headlines to turn his family's pain into public spectacle once again. Let it all settle in peace, he said, his voice tired yet firm. Meanwhile, Anne understood this was the time to mend what was broken. She called William, saying simply, "Stay with your brother when he wakes. No advice. No interference. Just the wish of a sister and an aunt that the two sons of Diana might rediscover the bond they had nearly lost." A few hours later, the first light of morning filtered through the window of the Gloucestershire hospital. In the quiet room, William sat by the bed, watching his brother still sleeping. Charles entered, silent for a few seconds. He looked at his two sons, one grown, burdened by the weight of the future, the other fragile, hurt, but alive. The look made William bow his head. Between them, there were no accusations, no explanations, only a shared understanding. As if they both knew that something within this tragedy had changed, Charles stepped closer, placing a gentle hand on William's shoulder, a rare but profoundly human gesture. When he turned to Harry, Charles's eyes were no longer those of a monarch, but of a father newly awakened from a long sleep of pride. He whispered, barely audible, "Thank God, you're still here." Outside, the rain continued to fall softly. Anne stood in the corridor, watching in silence. She knew there are things that need no words. The accident, frightening as it was, had been fate's test, a way to make them look at one another again, to remember what no crown, no title, no power could ever replace: family. That morning, Charles was seen leaving the hospital, dressed in a dark brown coat, walking slowly. He answered no reporter's questions, only said one sentence, "Today, I am just a father." The words spread across Britain, bringing many to tears. For the first time in years, people saw a different King Charles, not the symbol of duty and reserve, but a man who could love, fear, and regret. As the car turned onto the narrow lane leading to Highgrove, the sun began to break through the rain-soaked trees. The landscape shimmered faintly, as if the world itself had just weathered an emotional storm. In the distance, the quiet fields stretched wide and endless, whispering of new beginnings. And perhaps, on that very morning, when the soft light spilled through the hospital window, the story was no longer just about an accident. It was about the awakening of a father, and beyond that, the awakening of a royal family that had, for years, seemed to lose its heart amid duty, ceremony, and the invisible walls between them. The morning in Gloucestershire was unusually still. Dew clung to the window panes, catching the pale sunlight of dawn. In the sterile white of the hospital room, the steady beeping of the heart monitor echoed like the rhythm of time itself, slow, deliberate, yet profoundly meaningful. On the bed, Prince Harry slowly opened his eyes. The world around him was a blur for a few seconds before his vision cleared, revealing a man in a dark coat sitting silently beside him, eyes shadowed with exhaustion. It was William. The two brothers locked eyes. Saying nothing, they simply looked at each other, as if trying to confirm whether this was real or just a dream after a long nightmare. Light filtered through the curtains, falling across William's face, revealing both weariness and relief. Harry shifted slightly, his voice hoarse. "I've caused trouble again, haven't I?" William smiled, a rare, gentle smile the public seldom saw on the stoic Prince of Wales. His voice trembled slightly as he replied, "I used to think I didn't need you." But last night, I was scared. The words hung in the air, heavy and tender. Harry stared up at the ceiling, his gaze distant. Maybe his mind was still replaying the night before the sound of rain. The sharp turn, the helplessness as everything went dark. He took a deep breath and whispered, almost as if confessing something he had long denied. Maybe it's time I came back. At least, to say sorry. William said nothing. He simply tightened his grip around his brother's hand, the same hand he had held nearly 30 years ago during their mother's funeral. Now, that same touch bridged the distance that years of pride, pressure, and misunderstanding had built between them. The door creaked open. Princess Anne stepped in. She paused for a moment, her kind eyes resting on her nephew's. A faint smile crossed her face, one of those rare, gentle smiles that had become scarce in these tense royal days. "You don't need to say a thing," she murmured softly. "Your mother would be smiling somewhere." William and Harry both turned toward the window. Outside, the sky was clearing. Sunlight pierced through the gray clouds. Spilling onto the rain-drenched grass, a small bird perched on the sill, singing a bright, fragile tune. In that moment, all three of them knew this wasn't just the morning after an accident. It was the beginning of something new. Anne walked closer and placed a gentle hand on Harry's shoulder. "Your father knows," she said quietly. "He isn't angry." He only said, "I almost lost both of them." Harry said nothing, but his eyes glistened. Deep down, he knew that man, the world called cold, had a heart that could still tremble at the thought of losing his sons. William turned to him, his tone low and sincere. "I don't want what we are to exist only in headlines. If we can, let's start again, maybe just over dinner." Harry chuckled softly, his voice light but genuine. "As long as there's beer." William shook his head, but a rare spark of joy flickered in his eyes. From a short distance, Anne watched them, as if seeing ghosts of the past two boys who once chased each other through Balmoral's gardens, hiding behind their mother's skirts from the paparazzi. And now, after all the storms, they sat side by side again, no titles, no cameras, just brothers. The room was flooded with light. Harry leaned back and exhaled deeply. His thoughts wandered to Meghan, to their children in California. And in that quiet moment, he realized he might have strayed too far from what mattered most: family. No matter the distance, no matter the cracks, he would always be part of that bloodline of his father, his brother, and his mother. William gazed out the window, watching droplets of dew fall from the eaves onto the small flower bed below. He spoke softly, almost to himself. "Maybe, after everything, Mum's still watching over us." Harry nodded, a strange calm glimmering in his eyes. Outside, the faint sound of an ambulance echoed in the distance, a quiet reminder that life goes on. In the corridor, Princess Anne leaned toward a nurse and whispered, "Let them be Wud. Just for today. Let them be ordinary sons." Time seemed to pause inside that small hospital room. There were no royal titles, no duties, no pressure from the crown. Only two brothers who had once drifted apart through pain and pride, now finding each other again after a near tragedy that could have taken everything. As the sun climbed higher, its light streamed through the curtains and across the hospital bed. Harry looked up at his brother and smiled. "Thank you for coming," William replied quietly. "I couldn't not come." They were few words, but perhaps the most honest either had spoken to each other in years. And maybe, in that moment, a new chapter of brotherhood began. No public statements, no witnesses, just silence and the tender light of morning. Yet outside those hospital walls, the world was already moving in another direction. A local reporter happened to spot the motorbike, covered with a tarp in the storage lot. A young nurse, without thinking, sent a short message to a friend. And only a few hours later, the first online headlines began to appear: Royal family member injured in Gloucestershire crash. As the story of the two princes spread across Britain, cameras once again turned toward the hospital. But none of those reporters knew that inside, a small miracle had already taken place. Two brothers once lost to pride and distance had finally found their way back to each other. Beneath the clearing mist, the soft morning light, and the song of a lone bird outside. Like a blessing from above, news of Prince Harry's accident swept through the country within hours. The morning papers ran the headline: Harry suffers minor accident. Yet what caught the public's attention wasn't the extent of his injuries, it was a photograph, taken secretly outside Gloucestershire Hospital. It showed Prince William sitting beside his brother, leaning in to say something, while Harry gave a faint, genuine smile. A simple moment, but one that made millions across Britain stop and look again. Major outlets like The Times, The Guardian, and Daily Mail all described it as a rare human moment between two men of royal blood. After years of distance and sharp words between the brothers, the public seemed to exhale in relief, as if reminded that beneath the weight of ceremony and duty, love still lived. On social media, thousands of comments appeared within hours. Perhaps Diana guided them back to each other. One user wrote, "This photo made me cry. They're just the boys of Britain again." Another said, "The wave of emotions spread quickly, something the royal family hadn't inspired in years." Royal commentators called it a small miracle in England's endless reign. Many compared it to the image of William and Harry, aged 15 and 12, walking behind their mother's coffin in 1997. Back then, their tears silenced the world. Now, a single touch of hands was enough to make millions believe that healing was still possible. The Telegraph wrote in its editorial, "Perhaps the public never needed a perfect monarchy. They only needed to see that in their weakest moments. The royals are still human, still capable of love and forgiveness." That line was quoted everywhere, echoing as a quiet reminder of what family truly means, even among those who carry the heaviest crown. Across television screens, news stations replayed the footage of William leaving the hospital that misty morning, his eyes heavy, yet softer than before. Behind him, Harry followed slowly, waving to a few people gathered outside the gates. No official statement was made, but the sight alone was enough to convince many that something had been repaired between them, not announced, but felt everywhere. People talked, from London cafes to tiny countryside pubs. The phrase, "the fateful rainy night," became a symbol of change for the monarchy. If Diana were alive, she'd be smiling, said an elderly woman in a TV interview. And that simple sentence seemed to touch the heart of an entire nation. Royal commentators who had criticized the monarchy quietly set aside their sharpest words. Instead, they wrote about the fragility of human life, the fear of loss, and the longing for reunion. Even a minor accident could prompt the entire kingdom to pause and reflect, to see that behind the glittering lights of the palace, hearts still ache, still worry, still care. On a morning radio broadcast, the host spoke slowly. "Perhaps what England needs right now isn't speeches or statements, but a simple hand held in honesty and warmth." The words closed the broadcast, yet opened a door to a renewed sense of hope in listeners' hearts. Meanwhile, as the world buzzed with speculation, at Highgrove, King Charles remained silent. He issued no statements, made no public appearances. For more than anyone, he understood that some things do not need to be announced. They only need to be felt. Like the bond between a father and his sons, like the blood tie that had once frayed, now quietly reconnecting on a rainy English night. The morning in Gloucestershire was unusually calm. After a long night of chaos and worry, news from the hospital was finally confirmed. Harry had only minor scratches, nothing serious. William exhaled, the weight he had carried through the night lifting slightly from his shoulders, yet a strange, lingering unease remained, as if the accident had been more than an incident, but a quiet reminder from fate itself. He left the hospital just as the first rays of sunlight appeared. The car rolled slowly along the misty road back to Highgrove, leaves along the avenue, still holding the night's moisture, reflected the faint light like fragile shards of glass. William did not turn on the radio or glance at his phone. He simply sat in silence, letting his thoughts wander. Since their mother's death, there had always seemed to be a gap between him, Harry, and their father, a distance no one had dared to bridge. When the car stopped at Highgrove's gates, William remained seated for a few moments. He looked up at the dew-specked windows, where pale golden light spilled from the king's study. The scene was at once familiar and strangely disorienting. He stepped out, the crunch of gravel beneath his feet softly echoing in the still air. King Charles sat by the window, quietly gazing at the garden. The morning light highlighted the lines of age on his face, yet his eyes held a gentle, understanding warmth. He was not surprised to see his son arrive. Perhaps he had already known William would come. Without preamble, William spoke softly. "Harry's fine, Father. Just a few scratches." Charles nodded, his voice low and measured. "I know. The doctor just called." A quiet stretched between them, broken only by the wind, rustling the window and birds singing outside. Charles lifted his teacup, steam rising and mingling with the morning light. Then he spoke, softly yet weightily. "William, do not let old wounds divide us. Life is too short to carry unnecessary burdens." William met his father's gaze. In that moment, he realized what he had long avoided, that his father was no longer the stern, distant man of his memories. Age, illness, and loss had tempered Charles, making him quieter, gentler, and perhaps he carried regrets he had never voiced. "I understand, Father," William said, his voice thick with emotion. "Sometimes I forget that we are still a family, no matter what has happened." Charles smiled, a rare, warm smile, and placed a hand lightly on his son's shoulder, bridging the distance between them. "I only hope you do not repeat my mistakes. Family does not always need words, just a measure of compassion." William bowed his head, silent for a long moment. A strange mix of sadness and relief welled within him. He thought of Harry, of the moment they had held hands in the hospital. That memory shone like a light piercing through the mist of years. Perhaps fate had orchestrated the accident to bring them back together, to remind them that blood ties are never truly broken. As William left Highgrove, the morning mist began to lift. Sunlight filtered through the trees, glinting off the remaining droplets on the grass like diamonds. He paused along the path, glancing back at the stately house. His father's silhouette remained at the window, calm and steady, mirroring the quiet of a soul that had weathered many storms. A small, gentle smile touched William's lips. In the corner of his eye, the early light mingled with a falling tear, but these were no longer tears of grief. They were tears of release, of healing after years of fractures. Above Highgrove, sparrows began to sing. Their clear notes echoed through the damp morning. The world seemed to recognize what had just unfolded in this quiet dawn. The three men of the British royal family had found a missing piece of their hearts. Sometimes, a small accident can heal great wounds. And on that morning in misty Gloucestershire, Charles, William, and Harry seemed to have rediscovered what they thought was lost. Family. A new beginning was arriving, not with grand announcements, but with a quiet, peaceful smile. What is really happening behind the closed doors of the British royal family? a simmering rumor has begun to spread, shaking the very foundations of Buckingham Palace. Prince William, the heir to the throne, has taken an unprecedented step by directly intervening in the royal titles of Queen Camilla's family. And, as expected, Camilla is said to be furious. Reports suggest she did not hold back her outrage upon hearing the news. But what could have driven William to take such a bold move? Is this merely a symbolic gesture? Or is it the opening salvo in a deeper power struggle within the royal household? Could it be that Prince William is trying to restore order and dignity to his mother Diana's legacy by diminishing the influence of the Parker-Bowles clan? And what about Camilla, the woman who journeyed from the other woman to queen? Will she surrender so easily? This story is far more complex than what the public is being told. Join us as we trace each clue, peel back the layers of royal intrigue, and uncover why this clash might just mark the beginning of a new storm within the House of Windsor. According to senior sources, Prince William has formally initiated the process of revoking the royal privileges of Camilla's family, including ceremonial titles, status references, and informal access that Camilla had quietly secured for her children and grandchildren over the years. Although Camilla's relatives were never in the official line of succession, their growing presence in royal circles frustrated traditionalists and infuriated William and Kate behind the scenes. Now, that presence is being systematically dismantled in what aides call a monarchy reset. William reportedly instructed the palace to eliminate all honorary affiliations granted to the Parker-Bowles family, including their inclusion in royal invitations, seating arrangements at state events, and any mention in internal royal communications. This adjustment is presented as a restoration of strict constitutional alignment. But beneath the formal language lies a clear and stern message. The monarchy is for those born into it, not those who marry into it, and certainly not their extended families. How did Camilla react? Explosively, furiously. Personally, multiple sources report that Camilla erupted in rage, bursting into tears, shouting at staff, and labeling the directive a deliberate public humiliation. One witness overheard her yell, "I have spent decades earning my place, and now he is erasing me and my family with one stroke." It was not just that her grandchildren were barred from royal ceremonies. Her legacy was being severed from the crown. Despite her role as queen consort alongside Charles, the timing makes this even more striking. With King Charles facing mounting health concerns and William taking on more public duties, this decision seems to offer an early glimpse of William's reign. A leaner, stricter monarchy, free of controversy and personal favoritism. Camilla views this as more than a policy shift. It is a personal betrayal. Behind palace walls, a quiet struggle is unfolding, not just over titles, but for the monarchy's very survival. Camilla Parker-Bowles has played a long game for years. No one expected her to become queen, let alone one of the most powerful women in the monarchy. Vilified by the public, dismissed by royal traditionalists, and forever branded as the woman who came between Charles and Diana, Camilla not only secured her own crown, but began building an empire around it through calculated silence, steadfast loyalty, and impeccable timing. That empire extended beyond herself. It gradually encompassed her children, Tom Parker-Bowles and Laura Lopes, and then her 5 grandchildren, none of whom carry a drop of royal blood, but all of whom began appearing in royal settings, raising eyebrows behind the scenes. Tom and Laura, Camilla's children from her former marriage to Andrew Parker-Bowles, were initially obscure in royal circles. They lived quietly, rarely appeared in press photos, and held no formal roles within the royal family. But after Camilla married Charles in 2005, and especially as her public image softened in the 2010s, subtle changes emerged. These began with special access, private invitations to royal residences, participation in high-security family events, and even appearances at major public ceremonies. Albeit on the sidelines, Camilla's children received no formal titles but were granted quiet advantages. Staff began referring to them as the Queen's family, and courtiers were instructed to include them in certain royal documents, guest lists, and ceremonial protocols. According to a former royal aide, it started subtly. A name on a list here, a seat closer to the front there, but then, in the blink of an eye, they were treated as part of the royal inner circle. Camilla's shrewd patience made this possible. Never demanding too much at once, she gradually crafted a narrative of inclusivity, arguing that blended families should be embraced in a modern monarchy. Her boldest move came during King Charles's coronation, when her grandsons Gus, Louis Lopes, and Freddie Parker Bowles served as pages of honor. These roles were traditionally reserved for royal descendants or sons of dukes. The decision stunned some insiders. The coronation was a line in the sand. One courtier explained, "It was not just about respect for Camilla. It was a clear signal. Her family had arrived." Reports suggest Camilla quietly advocated for her grandchildren to receive ceremonial titles or at least public recognition, which would carry symbolic weight even without succession rights. She wanted her family to leave a lasting legacy, to be seen as an indelible part of the monarchy's future. What followed was a discreet but determined campaign. Royal photographers were expected to take extra pictures of Camilla's grandchildren at events. Public relations staff were encouraged to mention them in media briefings. Some staff joked, albeit with unease, that the monarchy was slowly evolving into a dual dynasty, the Windsors by blood and the Parker Bowles by proximity. Not everyone was amused. Prince William, in particular, grew increasingly concerned. Sources close to him say he believed Camilla was overstepping, exploiting her position beside the king to blur the lines between royal duty and personal preference. He was uncomfortable with presenting children unrelated to the crown as key members of the monarchy. Princess Kate shared these concerns. They have always believed in a streamlined, duty-bound monarchy. One source explained, for them, it was not just about titles. It was about preserving the crown's integrity. Yet Camilla persisted. She reportedly lobbied for her grandchildren to have permanent ceremonial roles at official events, receive courtesy titles, and even requested new residences for her family on royal estates. All were quietly denied, delayed, or ignored. But behind those rejections, a storm was brewing. While Camilla was busy expanding her family's presence, Prince William was planning to reclaim the palace for the Windsors, and only the Windsors. What began as mild favoritism was now perceived as an unofficial power grab. The heir to the throne was no longer willing to stay silent. For years, William watched quietly as the monarchy became unrecognizable, bloated, diluted, and increasingly blurred between bloodline and social favor. He remained composed in public, projecting the image of a devoted son and heir. But behind palace walls, he was plotting a reboot to return the monarchy to its roots, lean, legitimate, and distinctly Windsor. Those closest to William say his vision is driven by duty, not ego, a genuine belief that the crown must be shielded from the corrosive effects of sentiment, controversy, and secondary royalty. While he respects his father's affection for Camilla, he has made it clear that love does not equal lineage. A core principle underpins William's plan. Only those of royal blood will represent the monarchy. No honorary titles for in-laws. No ceremonial roles for children unrelated to the crown. No blurred lines. William believes the crown must rise above favoritism and family politics. Palace sources say he has long been troubled by the public's growing disapproval of royal extravagance. He studied polling data, followed tabloid scandals, and observed reactions whenever taxpayer funds supported distant relatives with little constitutional relevance. His approach is rooted in the core monarchy philosophy of Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth II, envisioning a compact, focused royal team centered on the sovereign, their direct heirs, and working royals performing official duties. Nothing more, nothing less. As he gains prominence, William has begun implementing this vision step by step. First came internal memos revising ceremonial rosters, updating public engagement roles, and removing individuals not directly tied to the line of succession. Then followed public moves, ensuring only blood relatives were front and center at major events, reducing the visibility of extended family members, and, most controversially, rescinding Camilla's honorary privileges for her grandchildren. This was not petty. It was calculated. The monarchy cannot afford confusion. William reportedly told a senior advisor, "The public must know who serves and who merely stands beside." To some, this may seem harsh, but William sees it as necessary. He believes the crown should embody clarity over compassion for the sake of ease. If the royal family is to survive in an era of skepticism, controversy, and social media, its identity must be unassailable, requiring tough decisions his father has long avoided. Charles, for all his virtues, is seen as a sentimental ruler. He values old friendships, assigns symbolic roles, and often avoids conflict for the sake of family unity. But William is different. His approach is deliberate, modern, and increasingly uncompromising. Nothing exemplifies this shift more than his refusal to let Camilla's family benefit from her royal status. No matter how long she has worn the crown, William views Camilla as the monarch's consort, not the monarchy's matriarch. Her children and grandchildren, simply private citizens. This reset does not reject Camilla as a person, but the system that allowed personal favoritism to seep into Buckingham Palace. William does not aim to preside over a sentimental court. He aspires to lead a rebuilt institution, clean, credible, and stripped to its essential core. Camilla has suffered a heavy blow, but for William, this is the first step toward preserving the monarchy for the next generation. His generation. When Queen Camilla learned the news, one aide described the reaction in Clarence House as nothing short of volcanic. The elegance and calm of her royal residence were shattered by an outburst of rage and disbelief. Though royal tantrums are rarely discussed publicly, those close to the Queen consort say this one was unmistakable. Upon learning of William's formal order to revoke all honorary privileges and ceremonial ties from her children and grandchildren, Camilla reportedly shouted at staff, insisting on names, explanations, and an immediate fix to this madness. "How dare he? How dare he do this to me?" she allegedly yelled through tears. "After everything I have sacrificed and given, he repays me by erasing my family." Camilla found the timing, method, and message of the decision particularly painful. There was no private discussion or courteous warning from William. Instead, she learned of the directive through a briefing from a senior aide. Like any routine procedural update, it was cold, clinical, and, in her view, designed to humiliate. Camilla was inconsolable for hours. Staff say she canceled 2 events, refused meals, and instructed aides to clear her schedule indefinitely. One senior courtier noted she barely spoke for most of the day, only pacing, muttering, and crying. She kept saying, "He is trying to obliterate me." Sources close to her say she believed the move was deeply personal, tied to Diana rather than royal structure. This is Diana's revenge through him. Camilla reportedly told a close friend, "He will not let go of the past. Not even now. Not even after I have proven myself." The most shocking claim. Camilla allegedly accused William of disrespecting his father's marriage and claimed Kate encouraged the decision. describing the Princess of Wales as smiling and silent while twisting the knife. Insiders say the relationship between Camilla and Kate, previously described as friendly but distant, is now ice-cold. Camilla reportedly refused to make eye contact with Kate at a recent joint royal engagement, acknowledging her only briefly in public or behind the scenes. The message was clear: you stood by and let this happen. Even Charles, who has often balanced roles as peacemaker and monarch, was reportedly rattled by his wife's breakdown. One aide overheard Camilla shouting at him privately, "Your son has humiliated me before the entire country, and you are going to let him get away with it?" Charles, torn between devotion to his wife and his son's growing authority, offered no immediate response. Some insiders suggest Camilla was more hurt by this silence than by the decision itself. She expected Charles to intervene. One courtier said, "But deep down, she knows William's influence is growing and that Charles is already preparing to cede more power to him." Camilla saw this as more than a matter of access and honors. It was about legacy, the belief that she had finally been accepted, not just as queen, but as an indelible thread in the fabric of royal history. Now, that thread is being snipped, one ceremonial cut at a time. Following William's bold decision to suspend royal privileges for Camilla's family, the monarch finds himself entangled in the bitterest fight of his reign. A quiet but devastating war between his son and his wife. Palace insiders say the fallout is tearing him apart. Charles has always been guided by heart rather than confrontation. Unlike his mother, Queen Elizabeth II, who ruled with icy restraint, Charles is known for being sensitive, sentimental, and prone to avoiding direct conflict. But William's royal reset leaves him nowhere to hide. Sources close to the king say he is visibly shaken, emotionally drained, and torn between loyalty and legacy. Camilla's emotional outbursts, accusations of betrayal, and abrupt withdrawal from public duties have placed immense strain on a monarch already grappling with intense public scrutiny and ongoing health concerns. Advisors say Charles is most distressed by William's resolve to stand firm. "We are not a royal family of in-laws and extras," William reportedly told his father during a private meeting. "We are a dynasty, and I refuse to let that line blur. Not for Camilla. Not for anyone." The conversation, though calm, was crushing. Charles allegedly pleaded with William to reconsider, not to restore Camilla's family, but to pause the decision or at least deliver it discreetly without media leaks or internal memos. William refused. "Transparency is the point," he later told aides. "It is not personal. It is about the institution, and institutions thrive by setting boundaries. Especially in families like ours. That boundary now runs through the heart of the royal household." Camilla has reportedly begun distancing herself from the king, feeling abandoned by his silence. Palace sources say she has skipped several family strategy meetings, delayed correspondence with the Privy Council, and refused to engage directly with William and Kate. Behind closed doors, the Queen Consort interprets Charles's inaction as tacit approval of William's decision. "He let his son cut my family out, and he said nothing." She reportedly told a friend, "I supported him through decades of scandal. Now, where is he?" Some courtiers quietly sympathize with Camilla, recognizing that while her grandchildren were never royal by blood, they had become part of the broader royal narrative during Charles's reign. Others back William's decision, describing it as a necessary correction to years of soft favoritism and ambiguous boundaries. But regardless of perspective, the message is clear. The king is no longer in full control. William is already acting like a king. One longtime advisor remarked, "And Charles knows it. He sees the writing on the wall but does not want to lose his son or his wife." Caught between legacy and love, Charles now faces a choice, not just of sides, but of a path for the monarchy. Does he share his wife's vision of a more inclusive, blended royal family? Or does he yield to William's mission to protect the purity of succession and the crown's strength? Charles remains silent, but silence in the royal family is rarely neutral, and some within the palace believe it is only a matter of time before Charles must decide. His queen or his king in waiting. The directive has been signed. The protocol changes have been circulated. And just like that, Camilla's family's quiet privileges are no longer recorded in royal archives. What began as whispers of William's discontent has evolved into a full-scale overhaul of royal access. Palace insiders confirm that the Parker Bowles name, which had quietly risen through the ranks of ceremonial inclusion, is being steadily erased from the monarchy's machinery. The first signs arrived discreetly. Camilla's grandchildren, who played prominent roles at King Charles III's coronation, were not invited to an upcoming state banquet. No explanation was given. Then came the memo, an internal document distributed to royal household departments, clarifying that non-lineal relatives of the queen consort will no longer receive ceremonial access, honorary placement, or public recognition in official state documents. In short, Camilla's children and grandchildren were cut off. No more seats in the royal box. No more pages of honor rolls. No more press mentions. And, most significantly, no future titles or honorary orders. Even as symbolic gestures, it was as if the palace declared, "You were never royal, and now the world will know." Senior officials say Prince William personally oversaw the move, insisting it be executed professionally but firmly. This is not retribution. It is restoration. He reportedly told staff, "We owe it to the crown, not to the court of emotion." The order extended beyond ceremonies. It also impacted wealthier aspects of royal society. Security measures previously provided for Camilla's grandchildren have been scaled back to standard private citizen levels. Invitations to royal charity, galas, and public events were cancelled, and event organizers were quietly directed to refer all inquiries to the Palace Communications Office. Even more telling was an update to the official royal family website, a minor detail to most, but significant to royal observers. The Queen's Family tab has been removed. Camilla's lineage is no longer mentioned in current or future event planning, only in historical biographies. One source described it as a digital vanishing act. Surgical, cold, and effective. The mood inside Clarence House is described as grim and icy. Camilla, who had hoped her family would be honored for supporting the monarchy during challenging times, now feels betrayed, erased, and ignored. Sources say she has consulted longtime advisors and media contacts to explore whether she should craft her own legacy narrative, independent of the Windsor establishment. If they will not remember us kindly, they will remember we did not go quietly, she reportedly told a confidant. But the palace machinery has already shifted gears. Event preparations have resumed without the Parker Bowles family. Invitations for next year's Trooping the Color and Garter Day have been drafted, listing only direct Windsor descendants and working royals. Some staff speculate that William's measures, though ruthless, are restoring clarity to a monarchy that had lost its way. Others worry the human cost is steep, that the already fractured royal family has burned another bridge it may one day regret. But William appears unmoved. The monarchy he is building is not for comfort but for stability. In his view, Camilla's family was a transient phase he has now permanently closed. There was no speech, no press release, no dramatic showdown before the cameras. But behind Buckingham Palace's grandeur, a transformation is underway, led by a future king no longer waiting in the wings. Prince William has drawn his line, redefining what the monarchy will look like in his reign. Lean, blood-bound, and ruthlessly focused on legacy over sentiment. Camilla's family, once poised to bask in the institution's glow, has been expelled with a stroke of a pen, not out of cruelty, but conviction. The days of fuzzy boundaries and honorary indulgences are over. In their place, William is forging something more traditional, defined, and, some argue, colder. Step-grandchildren do not hold titles. Access is not granted as a favor, and in William's view, the crown must rest on a solid foundation of lineage, duty, and historical legitimacy. Insiders say his reign, though not yet begun, already casts a long shadow over the current one, trapped in a storm of divided loyalties. King Charles has remained publicly silent, but in William's silence, memos, and precision, a new royal order is emerging. Camilla's legacy has no place in that order. Many royal loyalists believe this is long overdue, a necessary purification of a monarchy that veered too far into sentimentality and modern excess. Others see it as a colder, more corporate crown, trading warmth for structure and empathy for routine. Camilla's rage may fade, Charles's silence may persist, but William's message is unmistakable. The crown is not inherited through marriage. It is earned by blood, carried by duty, and guarded by resolve. The monarchy he plans to lead will not be shared. It will be claimed, curated, and fiercely protected. For better or worse, the era of compromise is over. In its place stands Prince William's monarchy. Cold, clean, and uncompromising. The conflict between Prince William and Camilla's family is not just a power struggle. It reflects a deeper desire to restore justice and moral values within a family that has endured deep wounds. Whether royal or ordinary, honor and truth remain the foundation of trust. Share your thoughts with us. Is William doing the right thing? Or is he fueling a never-ending battle? Do not forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel so you will not miss the next shocking twists inside the British royal family. An 8-year-old boy stands on the balcony of Buckingham Palace. He beams with a wide smile, waves his hand, and even dances spontaneously in front of thousands of people below. In just a few short minutes, that image spreads across social media, gathering billions of views. The whole world laughs and calls him the most adorable meme star of the British royal family. And that boy is none other than Prince Louis. But pause for a second. Behind that innocent smile, is there something the public does not see? Because just seconds after those playful moments, his eyes sometimes reveal a fleeting confusion. Something difficult to name. An 8-year-old child should only know joy. Yet he is growing up under pressures that even adults struggle to handle. We have seen Louis in viral moments, like Trooping the Color, the long yawns during the coronation of King Charles III, or the unfiltered expressions that make the world laugh. But few people talk about the bigger picture behind it. A mother, Catherine, Princess of Wales, facing cancer. A royal family shrinking in size like never before. And a haunting position, the spare to the spare. A shadow that history once placed heavily on Prince Harry. So the question becomes, where is the future of Prince Louis heading? Will he find a stable place in a system that is changing? Or will he repeat the tragedy of those who came before him? What do you think? Comment number 1, if you believe the royal family will protect the boy. Comment number 2, if you fear history will repeat itself. Share your thoughts below. And now, we begin to uncover each layer behind the smile of this 8-year-old royal child. If you have watched any royal event in recent years, one thing is almost certain. Your attention will soon be drawn to a young boy who is anything but small in influence. That is Prince Louis. Not because he is carefully prepared to be the center of attention, but on the contrary, it is his natural and unforced behavior that makes him the most memorable figure. Let us return to the moment at the coronation of King Charles III. While the world followed every solemn ritual, every detail calculated down to the second, Louis simply yawned. A real yawn. A childish one. Completely unhidden. That moment instantly spread across the globe. People did not just laugh. They felt connected. Because, in the middle of all the formality, that boy reminded them that he is still just a child. Then came Trooping the Color in the year 2025. While other members stood properly on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, Louis could not stay still. He bounced, swayed to an imaginary rhythm in his head, sometimes turned to talk, and even displayed dramatic expressions. The crowd below laughed. The internet exploded. Within hours, the images appeared across thousands of accounts, from TikTok to YouTube. And it did not stop there. In many other official events, Louis continuously created moments that could not be staged. Sometimes he made funny faces, stuck his tongue out slightly, sometimes squinted or frowned, as if trying to understand what was happening around him. At times, he waved enthusiastically, ignoring all formal protocol, as if greeting each person in the crowd. That breaking of the mold became his strongest appeal. One of the most shared clips shows Louis changing expressions within seconds, from serious to surprised, then suddenly laughing. Viewers were drawn in as if watching a short film without a script. And what stands out is that everything is real. There is no staging. No perfect control. According to many unofficial statistics, in the year 2025 alone, clips related to Louis gathered more than 2 billion views on social media, a number that even many entertainment stars would dream of. But Louis is not an entertainer. He is just a child. And that is precisely his greatest strength. Compared to his siblings, Louis is often seen as the one who expresses emotions most clearly. No hiding. No excessive restraint. When he is happy, he laughs fully. When he is bored, he shows it immediately. And when he is curious, his eyes say everything. That authenticity makes the public feel they are seeing a real person, not a constructed image. Those moments make the world smile. But because of that, we begin to ask, what awaits a child who is so real in a system that demands almost absolute control? Because behind the laughter, behind the massive number of views, lies a unique position. A position that brings not only attention, but also invisible pressures that few can see. To understand why the innocent moments of Prince Louis make people both laugh and worry, we must look at something seemingly dry yet decisive: the line of succession of the British royal family, an order that appears simple, yet shapes the entire life of every member born into it. At present, the first in line is Prince William. Right after him is his eldest son, Prince George. Next is Princess Charlotte, and finally, in the fourth position, is Louis. A position that may sound close to the throne, but in reality, it is something entirely different, because in royal history, there is a concept that has always haunted those who are not born to inherit directly. It is the spare, the one who stands behind, always ready, but rarely chosen. And in the case of Prince Louis, the story goes even further. He is not only the spare, he is the spare to the spare. The one who stands behind, the one who already stands behind. It may sound abstract, but its meaning is very concrete. The chance for Louis to become king, according to many analyses, is almost zero. Some estimates even suggest it is below 1%. That means it is almost certain he will never sit on the throne. Yet the paradox is this: he still has to live his entire life under the rules, pressures, and expectations of a senior royal. Royal biographer Christopher Anderson once emphasized that the position of the spare is always tied to a quiet identity crisis. Not the heir, but not an ordinary person either. No clear path, yet bound by duty and image. Meanwhile, Former royal correspondent Jenny Bond also noted that spares in history often have to define their own worth, and not all of them succeed in doing so completely. We have seen this before, most clearly with Prince Harry. As someone who once carried the title of the spare, Harry grew up in the shadow of his older brother. He had more freedom, but lacked a clearly defined role, and that gap, according to many observers, contributed to later conflicts and controversial decisions. But Louis stands in an even more complex position. If Harry was the spare, then Louis is the spare to the spare. The distance between him and the throne is not just one person, but three. This makes his role more uncertain than ever. He does not carry the direct responsibility of succession like Prince George. He does not hold a strong symbolic position like Princess Charlotte, who represents change in modern succession rules. And he does not have a clearly defined path like previous generations. This creates a major question. Who will Louis become within this system? A working royal, actively taking on public duties, or someone who gradually steps away to build a private life? Each choice comes with its own cost. And that is why the joyful moments we see in public take on an entirely different meaning in this context. They are not just the charm of a child. They are the image of a boy standing in a position that history has shown is far from easy. That position is already full of challenges. But then, the year 2024 brought an event that made everything heavier. A fear not only for Louis, but for the entire family, something no child should have to face so early in life. The year 2024 began like any other for the public. Familiar images of Catherine, Princess of Wales, continued to appear. Composed, with almost no visible sign of anything unusual. But behind the closed doors of the royal family, a completely different story was unfolding. A diagnosis, a shock, and a spreading fear that no one could have prepared for. Information about Catherine's cancer was not announced immediately. The family chose to keep it private, both to protect her privacy and to have time to face the harsh reality. During the early months of the year, the public began to question her unusual absence. Speculation spread, but only when Catherine herself appeared and confirmed it did the world truly understand the seriousness of the situation. For Prince William, this was not just a personal challenge. He later described it as the hardest year of his life, not only because of his royal role, but because of his responsibility as a husband and a father at a time when everything seemed to collapse at once. On one side was duty to the nation, on the other was his family, and in the middle were 3 children, including Prince Louis, the youngest, when his mother began treatment, including chemotherapy. The life of the entire family changed almost completely. Public schedules were adjusted, appearances were limited, the familiar images became rare, and more importantly, the atmosphere within the family was no longer the same. For a child like Louis, this was an experience far beyond his understanding. When it began, he was only about 5 to 6 years old, too young to fully understand what cancer is, yet old enough to sense that something was wrong. Children at this age have a unique ability. They do not need detailed explanations, yet they can feel emotional changes in adults. The days when his mother could not be present as before, the moments when his father became more quiet, conversations that stopped when he entered the room. All of these things, even unspoken, created a quiet anxiety. And the greatest fear, though never spoken aloud, was always there. The possibility that his mother might not be there anymore. According to many child psychology experts, when facing a parent's serious illness, young children do not understand it logically, but imagine it in their own way. And that can be even more frightening, because a child's imagination has no limits, and often drifts toward the worst possibilities. Louis, with the most expressive personality among the 3 siblings, may feel this more strongly than anyone else. The natural expressions the public sees at events may be only a small part of the complex inner world he is going through. A child who laughs in one moment may, just hours later, become quiet, thinking about things he cannot yet put into words. In that situation, Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales, were forced to make difficult choices. They tried to keep everything as normal as possible for their children. They explained just enough, not too detailed, but without hiding everything. They created private family moments, away from media attention, and most importantly, they made sure their children always felt safe, even as the world around them seemed to shake. By the years 2025 and 2026, the situation gradually showed more positive signs. Catherine was reported to be in remission and began adjusting her lifestyle. Fewer appearances, more selective, with a focus on health and family. But what happened in the year 2024 could not simply disappear. It left a mark, not only on the adults, but especially on the children. For Prince Louis, this may have been the first time he faced a very big concept: fragility. Even those who seem strongest, closest, can still be hurt, and once that feeling appears, it does not easily go away. While the family was still trying to heal those invisible wounds, another event from the adult world began to spread, a scandal not directly related to Louis, but one that could affect his future in ways few expected. And that is what truly raises the bigger question. Not only how this boy will grow up, but whether he will be able to keep the position, the title, and the path he was born to follow. To understand why an adult scandal could directly affect the future of Prince Louis, we need to return to a long-standing tradition of the British royal family. The title Duke of York is not just a title. It is a symbol, a part of history stretching back to the 15th century, usually granted to the second son of the monarch. Across generations, this title has been closely linked to the role of the spare, the one who does not inherit the throne but still holds an important place in the royal structure. For many decades, this title belonged to Prince Andrew. The younger brother of King Charles III was once seen as a prominent figure, with a military career and certain public contributions. But everything began to change when a series of personal scandals came to light. Serious allegations, controversial associations, and especially the case connected to Jeffrey Epstein caused his public image to collapse rapidly. At first, the royal family tried to distance itself, limiting Andrew's public appearances. But by the period from 2025 to 2026, the situation escalated beyond control. According to many sources, Andrew not only lost his public role but also almost all honorary titles. From a prince, a duke, he was gradually pushed out of the official system. The name Andrew Mountbatten Windsor began to be used more often, as a way of emphasizing that he had become a private individual, no longer representing the royal family as before. There were even shocking rumors in the year 2026, suggesting that Andrew could face more serious legal issues, including the possibility of arrest. Although these claims were not officially confirmed, their mere existence was enough to make the title Duke of York appear deeply tarnished in the eyes of the public. And this is the key point. In royal tradition, the title Duke of York would normally be passed down to the next generation, likely to someone like Louis when he comes of age. But now, that is no longer simple. A title once seen as an honor is now tied to controversy. A symbol once respected has become a burden of image. Many royal experts believe that reassigning this title in the near future will be extremely difficult. When Prince William becomes king, he will have to consider very carefully, because every decision carries not only personal meaning, but also affects the image of the entire new reign. And at a time when the royal family is trying to rebuild public trust, attaching his son to a heavily damaged title would be a major risk. This leads to a striking reality. A decision made by adults in the year 2025 may have completely changed the future of a boy who was only 7 years old at the time. Louis may never receive the title that tradition had almost predetermined for him. And without such a title, he also loses part of the definition of his role within the system, because in the royal family, a title is not just a name, it is a position, a duty, a path. When a title is removed or no longer suitable, the one who was meant to receive it must face a void, a difficult question. Who will I be? And for Louis, that question becomes even more complex when placed in the context of being the spare to the spare. There is no throne ahead, and now not even a guaranteed symbolic title behind. This makes his path more uncertain than ever. But the story does not end there, because as a new reign begins to take shape under Prince William, the changes are not only about titles, they are about how the entire system operates. A more streamlined monarchy, fewer members, fewer roles. And that is the greatest challenge waiting for Louis ahead. If the earlier parts showed pressure coming from the past and family events, this part reveals something even more thought-provoking. The future, not a distant future, but one being shaped right now by Prince William himself. A clear and decisive plan that could completely change how the British royal family operates for decades to come. The concept of a slimmed-down monarchy is no longer a rumor. It is a strategy that has been mentioned many times. A smaller royal family with fewer working members, focusing on key figures to reduce costs, increase efficiency, and meet modern expectations. It sounds reasonable, but behind that logic are significant consequences, especially for people like Prince Louis. In this new structure, the central role almost certainly belongs to Prince George. George's path has already been set, step by step, stage by stage. Everything leads to one destination: to become king, clear, direct, with very little ambiguity. And paradoxically, that is an advantage, because at least George knows who he is and who he will become. But for those who stand behind, the story is completely different. Princess Charlotte and Prince Louis are no longer part of a large system where every member has a defined role. In a slimmed-down monarchy, the number of working royals will be strictly limited, and that leads to a very real possibility. Charlotte and Louis may grow up with the titles of prince and princess, but without official roles. One striking reality: while Prince George has a clear path to becoming king, Charlotte and Louis face the risk of becoming royals without roles. No real power, no clear function, yet still carrying public attention. A position that is both privileged and empty. In that picture, Charlotte may have a certain advantage. As the only daughter, she is often seen as someone with the potential to become an active working royal. Her image aligns with modern expectations: confident, composed, and capable of representing a new generation. Many experts believe she may be guided more clearly, taking part in public duties, charitable work, and becoming a key support figure for George in the future. As for Louis, his path is far less defined. He has no natural role like the heir. He does not have the symbolic advantage that Charlotte holds. What remains is a range of open choices, but also deep uncertainty. The military, like many royal members before him, charitable work, if he chooses to stay close to the system, or even a semi-independent life, gradually stepping away from royal duties. But each of those choices comes with its own pressure. If he stays, he must accept an unclear position, always on the margins. If he leaves, he will face a question of identity. Who is he without a royal role? And in both cases, the shadow of the family will always remain. What makes this story even more intense is an undeniable reality. Louis has lived in the spotlight since birth. Every expression, every action, every moment has been recorded, analyzed, and shared. From a child becoming a viral phenomenon to growing up under the constant observation of millions, that pressure does not disappear as he grows older. It only changes form, from laughter at his charm to more serious expectations, from viral clips to questions about role, responsibility, and future. And for someone in the position of the spare to the spare, those questions become even heavier. So, what happens when a child grows up in a system that is shrinking, with a role that has never been clearly defined? When every path is open, but none is certain. The answer may not depend only on Louis himself. It will also depend on how an entire reign chooses to define itself in the years ahead. From the very first moment he appeared in public, Prince Louis had no choice. He did not enter the world as an ordinary child. He emerged from the hospital doors in the arms of Catherine, Princess of Wales. In front of dozens of waiting cameras, flashlights burst continuously. And from that moment, his life has almost been recorded frame by frame. What does it mean to grow up in that environment? It means that every first step, every expression, every private moment risks becoming public property. Even though Prince William and Catherine have done everything they can to create a normal childhood for their children, there are limits. They can choose schools, control appearances, reduce media exposure, but they cannot completely turn off the curiosity of the world. That is the paradox. The more loved Louis is, the more he is watched. The more natural he is, the more he becomes the center of attention. The moments the public loves most are the moments he is not performing at all. And that creates an invisible pressure as he grows up, because one day, he will realize that every action is being observed, judged, and even interpreted in ways he cannot control. What makes Louis special, as many have noted, is the authenticity in his expressions. He does not hide his emotions. He does not try to fit a perfect royal mold. When he is happy, he laughs fully. When he is bored, he shows it clearly. When he is uncomfortable, his eyes and face say everything. That is what makes the public feel close to him. But at the same time, it also makes his path to adulthood more complicated. Because the royal family, to a certain extent, always demands control. Control of words, behavior, and emotion. And when a child who is used to expressing himself naturally has to learn restraint, that transition is not easy. It can lead to a very early question in life. Should I be myself? Or the version that others expect? This is the beginning of a form of identity conflict, not dramatic at first, but gradual, step by step. As Louis becomes more aware of his position, his family, his role, and the way the world looks at him, inner tensions may begin to appear. One side is his true self, the other is the image he is expected to maintain. In that context, there is one person who understands this feeling deeply: Prince William, not only because he also grew up under constant flashes, but because he has witnessed what happens when those pressures are not handled well. Through his younger brother, Prince Harry, William has seen a path he likely does not want Louis to follow. And that is why the real question is no longer whether Louis will remain the adorable meme boy. It is whether he can grow up without losing himself, in a world that has never stopped watching him. If there is one lesson the British royal family cannot forget, it is the story of Prince Harry. A classic spare, growing up in the shadow of his older brother, loved, noticed, yet lacking a clear role. For many years, Harry was both inside the system and somehow on its edge. And that contradiction, according to many experts, built up into deep emotional wounds. When the memoir Spare was released, it was not just a personal story. It was a warning, a view from the inside of how the feeling of being unnecessary in a system can shape psychology, relationships, and ultimately life-defining decisions. For the royal family, it was not only a media crisis, it was a costly lesson. And that is why the way Prince William and Catherine, Princess of Wales, are raising their children appears to be moving in a very different direction. At least from what the public can observe, they are trying to build a more balanced family environment, a place where Prince George, Princess Charlotte, and Prince Louis are not overly separated in daily life. Even though everyone knows their future roles are different, small but telling details. The children are taken to and from school like any normal family. They take part in outdoor activities. They are encouraged to express their individuality. And most importantly, they are kept at a certain distance from public pressure in their early years. These are things the previous generation did not always have. According to some royal observers, the palace understands one thing very clearly. They do not want a second book. They do not want to repeat a scenario where a family member grows up feeling overlooked and later tells that story to the world. That would not only damage the image, but also shake the very foundation of the system. But even with these changes, reality cannot disappear completely. The difference between the heir and those who follow still exists. The pressure of roles, the expectations of the public, and the limits of royal life are still there. And the central question remains, will these efforts be enough to change a model that has existed for hundreds of years? Or will they simply make it slightly easier to live within? And for Prince Louis, will that be enough to keep him from walking a path history has already seen? And when we look back at the entire journey, a clearer picture begins to form, not just the playful moments that make the world laugh, but a layered story filled with emotion and pressures that are not easy to see. From an 8-year-old boy standing on the balcony of Buckingham Palace, dancing freely and becoming a global phenomenon, Prince Louis has quickly become a symbol of authenticity in a system known for control. But what lies behind that smile? A childhood surrounded by cameras. A year 2024 marked by fear, when his mother, Catherine, Princess of Wales, faced cancer. A position as the spare to the spare, which history has shown is far from easy, and a future filled with uncertainty, as traditional titles may no longer exist following events linked to Prince Andrew. All of this creates a paradox. Louis is one of the most loved faces of the royal family, yet he may also be one of those facing the most questions about his own future. A boy seen by the entire world, yet with a path ahead that is more uncertain than ever. So, what awaits Louis? There are two scenarios many people consider. The first, he finds his own path, perhaps in the military, perhaps in charitable work, or in a new role suited to a modern monarchy, a position not tied to the throne, but meaningful enough for him to feel a sense of belonging. In that scenario, Louis grows up, keeps his authenticity, and learns to balance it with responsibility and expectation. But there is also another scenario, a path we have already seen with Prince Harry. When pressure builds over time, when the question, "Who am I?" has no clear answer, when the gap between the real self and the public image becomes too wide, and eventually leads to controversial decisions and fractures that are difficult to repair. What matters is that neither scenario depends entirely on Louis himself. They depend on how Prince William and the royal system choose to evolve, whether they can create an environment where each child, regardless of position, has a clear identity and a real purpose, or whether they continue a structure where some must always live in the shadow. Because in the end, the biggest question is not who Louis will become, it is whether the royal family will truly give him the chance to become himself. And now, I want to hear your thoughts. Which scenario do you believe in? Comment number 1, if you think Louis will find his own path and succeed. Comment number 2, if you fear history may repeat itself. If you want to explore more hidden sides of the British royal family, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe so you do not miss the next analyses. Thank you for following the story of Prince Louis today. The chime of the old clock echoed with heavy beats through the stillness of Windsor Castle, as if time itself were hesitating before stepping into a new era. In the pale golden light of the royal library, Princess Anne stood motionless. The teacup in her hand slipped and shattered across the cold marble floor, but what caused this iron-willed woman to lose control was not the breaking porcelain, but the paper she was holding. "Ah, the result," A single line, a truth powerful enough to shake the entire Windsor dynasty. According to this document, Princess Diana did not only leave behind two princes, as history has long recorded, there was a third child, a hidden bloodline, a name that had never appeared in any official record. 30 years of silence. 30 years protected by the thick walls of the royal institution, now stood on the brink of exposure. The envelope containing the results had been placed directly on Anne's desk without a seal, without a sender, without a trace. That detail transformed the story from a family secret into something far more unsettling, something resembling an investigation interrupted from the past. Who had kept this truth hidden for so many years? And more importantly, why was it surfacing now? N, a figure who had always embodied discipline and tradition, had now become the first witness to a genetic storm, a secret that, if confirmed, would not only rewrite history, but also raise questions about the legitimacy of an entire generation. Would the emergence of a hidden heir save the monarchy, or would it become the final blade that ends it? If you believe the truth must be revealed immediately, comment 1. If you believe this secret should be buried forever to preserve peace, comment 2. Your choice will reveal whether you stand with tradition or change. The library door closed behind Princess Anne with a dry sound. As if the room itself understood that what was about to unfold did not belong in daylight. The ancient oak desk, which had witnessed countless historic decisions of the royal family, now became the anchor of another secret. Colder and more dangerous, the unmarked envelope lay there in silence. No royal crest, no seal, no sign that it belonged to the tightly controlled system of the British monarchy. Anne did not rush. She had never been someone who acted on emotion, yet that very calmness made this moment more terrifying. Her fingers brushed lightly along the edge of the paper, sensing the unusual thickness of the contents inside. This was not an ordinary letter. It was a file, a carefully prepared file, designed not to inform, but to force the reader to confront. When the envelope was opened, there was no greeting, no explanation, only white pages filled with bold, aligned text, cold as a verdict. Medical terminology appeared densely across the pages. Emotionless, impartial, yet carrying the undeniable weight of truth. Mitochondrial genome sequencing analysis, biological sample comparison. And then, the line that stopped everything, maternal lineage confirmed, Princess Diana. There were no excess words, no space for alternative interpretation. In the world of science, it was an absolute conclusion, and in the world of royalty, it was an earthquake. Anne did not sit down. She remained standing, rereading each line slowly, as if searching for an error, a flaw that could allow her to deny it all. But there was none. Every page was certified by a private laboratory in Switzerland, one of the most secure environments in the world. In the bottom corner of the final page, a number was printed in small font, yet it carried immense, meaning £250,000. It was not merely the cost of a DNA test, it was the price of silence, the cost of ensuring that no information would leak, and that led to only one conclusion. Whoever stood behind this report was not only wealthy, but understood power. They knew how much to pay to keep a secret, and, more importantly, they knew exactly how valuable that secret was. For decades, Princess Diana had remained at the center of stories that never truly ended. From her turbulent marriage with King Charles III to the questions surrounding her private life, everything had been examined, analyzed, and sometimes distorted. But never had there been a theory as heavy as what now lay before Anne. A third child. Not rumor, not speculation, but scientific data. What made it even more terrifying was not just the existence of that child, but the 30 years during which the truth had been concealed, in a system where every movement, Every relationship is meticulously recorded. The disappearance of a royal bloodline from all records was nearly impossible. Unless it had been deliberately hidden, Anne placed the file down on the desk. Yet her gaze did not leave the confirming line. If this was true, then the entire structure of succession, the entire narrative the public had believed for so long, stood on the verge of being rewritten, and that would not only affect the past, it would shape the future. But Anne was not the only one who understood the meaning of silence. Within the royal family, what is left unsaid often matters more than what is declared. An unmarked envelope could not simply appear in the library on its own. It had to pass through corridors, layers of security, watchful eyes, and if it had reached Anne, it meant someone had allowed it. Somewhere within the palace, closed doors began to feel heavier. Whispered conversations may have started long before Anne opened the envelope. Silent exchanges of glances. Decisions made without records. The royal machine, which had always operated with the precision of a clock, was now adjusting to a new variable. And at this very moment, the first fracture appeared in what had once been considered the strongest shield of the monarchy. Not from the outside, not from the media or the public, but from within, from a truth confirmed by science, yet never recorded by history. Anne took a slow breath. Steadying her thoughts from drifting too far, she understood that this was not the moment to react. This was the moment to observe, to listen, and to prepare for a chain of events that even those at the top might not be able to control. But there was one thing she could not deny. The moment she opened that envelope, everything had changed. There was no turning back, no way to pretend that this secret had never existed. And deep within the cold stone corridors of Windsor Castle, a silent storm had begun to form. But Anne was not the only person in the palace who knew how to read silence. Behind closed doors, the royal machine had already begun to move. The small meeting room deep inside Windsor Castle had never appeared on any official map of the palace. It was a place where conversations that did not exist on paper took place, where decisions that would never be announced were formed. Princess Anne entered without prior notice. The man waiting for her had been there for some time. Sir Alistair Pembroke, a long-time advisor, a man often described as the living memory of the British monarchy. There was no greeting, no protocol, only a brief glance. Enough for both of them to understand that what was about to be said could not be taken back. Anne placed the DNA file on the table and gently pushed it toward Pembroke. He showed no surprise. For someone like Anne, that alone was already the first answer. Without reading, without verifying, he already knew. When did we know? Anne's voice was low, but sharp as a blade. Pembroke remained silent for a few seconds. It was not hesitation. It was the way he chose his words. Because in his world, every sentence could become evidence against himself. Finally, he lifted his head. 1996. At that moment, the air in the room seemed to freeze. The year 1996, 1 year before Princess Diana died, a year when the public still believed that everything, though fractured, remained under control. But inside, the system already knew. They had suspected, and they had chosen silence. Anne did not sit. She walked slowly around the table, her eyes never leaving the man in front of her. Suspicion, or confirmation, Pembroke exhaled softly, as if releasing a layer of defense he had carried for decades. Suspicion enough to investigate, and investigation enough to know that we did not want the answer. It was not a confession. It was an indictment. Pembroke opened a small drawer beside him and took out a file far thicker than what Anne had seen. The cover had no title. Only an internal marking that only those within the system could understand. When he placed it on the table, Anne immediately realized that this story ran far deeper than a DNA result. 47 medical records. Pembroke said in an even tone, all connected to Diana. All sealed. Anne turned each page. Dates. Locations. Notes partially redacted, not completely erased, but obscured just enough so that outsiders could not understand, while those inside could still read between the lines. That was how the monarchy worked, not by removing traces, but by making them invisible to those who did not know where to look. And 12 trips. Pembroke continued. Not recorded in any official schedule. 12 disappearances. 12 gaps in a life that had been monitored at every step. For a member of the royal family, an unrecorded trip was not just unusual, it was impossible, unless someone had deliberately removed it from the system. Anne paused at a page marked with a date that matched a period when the media had once questioned Diana's absence. At the time, the official explanation had been private rest. But now, under the light of these documents, that phrase felt more suspicious than ever. What did we do? Anne asked, not to seek an answer, but to force it to be spoken. Pembroke did not avoid it. We protected the institution, a short answer, and a cold one. He opened another section of the file. Numbers appeared. Not medical data, but financial records, transfers, confidentiality agreements, undisclosed arrangements. The total amount stretched across years, forming a figure that was enormous, even by royal standards, millions of dollars. Pembroke said, to ensure that those who knew would never speak, not once, not one individual, but a campaign spanning decades, every witness, every person capable of assembling the pieces, had been approached, not with threats, but with silence purchased by money. Anne closed the file. For the first time since entering the room, she sat down, not because she was weakened, but because the weight of this truth had surpassed all her expectations throughout her life. Anne had believed she was protecting a system, a symbol, something greater than any individual. But now, that very system revealed itself as a machine designed to conceal truth, even from its most loyal guardians. And me, Anne said slowly. Where do I stand in all of this? Pembroke looked at her, his gaze no longer that of an advisor, but of a man who had seen too much to believe in simple ideas like right and wrong. You stand where you have always stood, on the front line of stability. Another way of saying she had been kept in the dark. Anne did not respond immediately. She looked down at her hands, recalling the moment the teacup had fallen to the floor. At that time, she thought she was facing a secret, but now she understood she was facing a betrayal, not from an individual, but from the very institution she had devoted her life to protecting. In the world of royalty, loyalty is never meant to be questioned, but what happens when that very loyalty is used to conceal the truth? Anne stood up. There was no more hesitation, no more delay. If the system had chosen silence, she could not continue to do the same, not for the public, not for reputation, but for something simpler, the truth. There is a name, Anne said. In all of this, there is a real person. Pembroke did not answer immediately, but his silence this time was not avoidance. It was confirmation. Anne turned and walked toward the door. When her hand touched the handle, she paused for a second, not to reconsider, but to understand that the next step would change everything. When Anne realized she had been deceived by the very system she protected, she understood that there was only one way to face it, to meet the forgotten heir. The London rain fell without warning, heavy drops striking against the glass roof of Clarence House, creating a relentless rhythm like the heartbeat of a secret about to be exposed. Princess Anne stepped out of the car without an umbrella, letting the cold rain soak through her coat. She did not come here as a member of the royal family. She came as a witness, someone searching for answers to the truth she had just uncovered. The door of Clarence House opened in silence. No butler, no formal welcome. Everything had been arranged so that this meeting would not exist on any schedule. The man waiting inside stood with his back to the window, the gray light of the rainy afternoon casting a quiet, unreadable calm over his figure. When he turned around, the first thing Anne noticed was not his face, but his presence, a confidence that needed no title, no emblem, no rank to define its worth. It was not arrogance. It was the calm of someone who had lived long enough outside the spotlight to no longer be shaped by it. His face carried familiar lines, enough to unsettle, not an exact resemblance, but small details, the eyes, the way he held silence before speaking, something that made the memory of Princess Diana feel no longer like the past. But something present in this very room, you know, the man spoke first, his voice low and clear, carrying no trace of anxiety. Anne did not answer immediately. She stepped closer, observing every detail, as if comparing it to what she had just read in the file. No royal emblem, no sign of palace upbringing. Yet there was something no institution could teach, the composure of a man who knew exactly who he was, even if the world had never acknowledged it. "Who are you?" Anne asked, not because she did not know, but because she needed to hear the answer from the man standing before her. The man did not respond with words right away. He reached into his coat pocket and took out a small silver locket. Its surface was worn, marked by time, yet preserved with near-perfect care. He opened it and placed it in Anne's hand. Inside was a photograph. The light in the image was radiant. In complete contrast to the dim atmosphere of the room, Princess Diana was holding a child, her smile untouched by pressure or the gaze of the public. It was a private moment, one that should never have existed beyond the boundaries of family. But it was here, and the child in her arms was not any image Anne had ever seen in official records. In that moment, for the first time, Anne's hand trembled slightly, not from the cold, but from the collision of two worlds. On one side, everything she had believed her entire life. On the other, a truth, now standing before her. Undeniable, uncontrollable. "She kept me out of everything," the man said, his voice still calm, but carrying a thin layer of emotion that only the perceptive could detect, not because she wanted to, but because she had no choice. Anne looked up, and for the first time her gaze was no longer cold like that of a representative of the institution. It carried something more human, doubt, and perhaps empathy. For many years, Diana's image had been divided between two extremes, a perfect symbol in the eyes of the public, a problem to be controlled in the eyes of the monarchy, but never had Anne seen her as a mother pushed into a corner, forced to make decisions no one should ever have to face. The locket in Anne's hand was not just a keepsake, it was evidence of a buried truth, a confirmation that this story did not begin with scientific documents, but with a personal choice, a desperation no report could ever express. "What do you want?" Anne asked. This time, without testing, it was a real question. The man looked directly at her. The truth, not status, not power, only the truth. A request that seemed simple. But in the world of royalty, it was the hardest thing to obtain. The rain outside continued to fall, as if London itself were trying to wash away what had been hidden for too long. Inside the small room at Clarence House, two people stood on opposite sides of a history that had never been written. One represented the past, the structure, the order. The other represented what had been removed, forgotten, yet never erased. Anne closed the locket. But the image inside seemed to remain imprinted in her mind. For the first time in many years, she felt her certainty begin to waver, not out of weakness, but because she was facing a truth no rule could resolve. The locket did not just contain a photograph, it carried the confession of a mother driven to the edge, and Anne knew that if this was only the beginning, what came next would be far more dangerous. When she left Clarence House, the rain had softened, But the sky remained heavy. In her hand was no longer the locket, but a new awareness that this story could not be resolved by old methods, and what lay in the next envelope would be the true trigger for the dynasty. The rain had stopped when Princess Anne returned to Windsor Castle. But the atmosphere inside felt heavier than any storm that had just passed. The long corridors, once so familiar they were almost invisible, now seemed unfamiliar. Each step Anne took echoed clearly across the stone floor, as if reminding her that she was no longer a woman walking within a stable order, but one stepping into the gray zone of truth. The second envelope was already waiting in her study. No seal, no signature. But this time, Anne was no longer surprised. She understood that an invisible hand was guiding this entire sequence of events, step by step. Deliberate. Unhurried. Yet unstoppable. Inside the envelope were not scientific documents, no medical terminology, no analytical figures, only a bundle of papers bound with wax. The seal slightly cracked by time. An unofficial will. A handwritten message. When Anne broke the wax, the scent of old paper rose faintly, carrying the feeling of something buried for too long. The first line appeared, and without even reading it fully, she recognized the familiar handwriting. Princess Diana. Not the symbolic image seen in the media, not the carefully prepared speeches. This was Diana in her truest state. A woman writing to a future she knew she might not live to see. Anne read slowly, line by line, as if each word carried its own weight. There was no embellishment, no political language, only a clarity so painful it could not be ignored. Diana did not deny. She did not evade. She acknowledged the existence of the child, but what made Anne stop was not the confirmation, it was the reason. To protect the child. 3 simple words. Yet they shattered every assumption Anne had built until now. This was not a secret created for reputation, not for power. It was for survival. Diana wrote about the pressures she faced in the final years of her life. Not only the media, not only internal conflicts within the royal family, but the feeling of being watched, controlled, and pushed into situations where she no longer had the ability to decide for herself. In that context, a child outside the system was not a mistake. It was a risk. And the only way to reduce that risk was to turn the child into a secret. Anne paused and closed her eyes for a moment. For many years, she had always viewed Diana through the lens of duty and obligation. A person who did not follow rules, a factor difficult to control. But this letter painted an entirely different image. A mother trying to protect her child from a system she no longer trusted. But Diana did not stop at explanation. She had prepared. The next pages of the letter no longer carried emotion. They carried strategy. Notes en finance. Names of trust funds, locations carefully chosen to avoid attention, all of it led to a number. £50 million. This sum did not appear suddenly. It had been built over many years, through trusts established in the Bahamas, where the law allowed the highest level of confidentiality. Diana had not only thought about concealment, she had thought about the future. A future where this child could exist without relying on the monarchy. This was not the action of someone impulsive. It was the plan of someone who understood the system she was facing. Anne continued reading. And this time, Diana's voice within the lines became clearer. No longer fear, but a near absolute determination. I do not want my child to become king. In any other context, that sentence could be considered betrayal. But in this letter, it carried a different meaning. It was not a rejection of power, it was a rejection of its cost. Diana wrote about what she had lost. Privacy, freedom, the ability to live as a normal human being, and she did not want this child to repeat that. I want my child to be free. A simple sentence, but for someone who had once been the symbol of a monarchy, it was a revolutionary declaration. Anne placed the letter on the table, but her hand still held tightly to the edge of the paper. Throughout her life, she had always believed that duty stood above all, that every member of the royal family had a role, and that role mattered more than personal desire. But now, she was facing a completely opposite perspective. A mother who chose to give up power to protect her child, and what mattered was, she had succeeded. For 30 years, this secret had existed without being discovered, not because it was unimportant, but because it was protected by a deep understanding of the very system it was hiding from. Anne stood up and walked to the window. The sky outside was still gray. But there was no more rain. A strange stillness settled, as if the world itself were waiting for the next decision. In her hand was no longer a file, but a choice. If she revealed the truth, she would shatter the order she had protected her entire life. But if she remained silent, she would continue to uphold a system that had once concealed the truth even from her. This was no longer a story about a child. It was a story about the nature of power, about whether truth should serve the system, or the system should serve the truth. Anne turned back to the table, her gaze no longer hesitant, but for the first time, deep within. There was a conflict she could not suppress with discipline or principle. Diana's message from beyond the grave had placed Anne in an impossible position. To choose between the crown and blood, the conference room deep beneath Windsor Castle had never been lit at this hour. But that night, cold white light covered the long table, where the most powerful figures of the British monarchy were present in heavy silence. No press, no secretaries taking notes, no sign that this meeting existed, yet the absence of all those things made it one of the most important moments of the reign. Princess Anne entered last. No announcement, no introduction. Her presence alone was enough to reset the rhythm of the room. Those seated around the table understood that this was not a discussion. It was a verdict waiting to be delivered. In front of Anne were not scattered documents as before. Everything had been arranged neatly, as if she had already made her decision before entering the room, but her eyes revealed something else. No more hesitation, no more doubt, only a rare decisiveness. Even for a woman known as Steel, Sir Alistair Pembroke sat to her left, his gaze no longer hiding tension. The other advisers, each representing a different branch of power, remained silent. They did not know what Anne would say, but they knew that whatever was spoken in this room could not be taken back. Anne did not sit immediately. She stood at the head of the table, her hands resting lightly on the wood, her eyes moving across each person. A silence stretched long enough for everyone to understand that this was not a conventional opening. "I have read everything." Her voice was not loud, but clear enough that no one could pretend not to hear. 47 sealed medical records, 12 trips that do not exist on any official schedule, and millions of dollars used to buy silence. No one reacted. No one denied it, because everyone knew those numbers were real. Anne paused for a moment, letting the facts settle into the room. Then she continued. Slower, clearer, and above all, a child. A human being, erased from history. The statement carried no accusation. It was a conclusion. One of the advisers spoke, his voice carrying the careful caution of someone who had spent a lifetime inside the system. "Your Royal Highness, we did what was necessary to protect stability." Anne turned to look at him, her gaze no longer sharp, but carrying a different weight. Stability for whom? The question needed no answer, because it was the answer. For decades, the phrase, "protect the institution," had been a shield, a justification strong enough to defend every decision, from the smallest to the largest. But tonight, for the first time, that shield was placed under direct light. Anne walked slowly around the table, as if moving through layers of a past she had once trusted. We told ourselves that truth was a threat, that the public did not need to know everything, that sometimes silence was the only way to preserve order. She stopped behind Pembroke's chair, But what we truly did was decide who had the right to exist in this story, and who did not. The air in the room grew dense. No one interrupted. No one objected. Because what Anne was saying was no longer an opinion, it was a truth they had all taken part in. Anne returned to the head of the table, and this time she sat down. But the change in position did not reduce her authority, it made it more official. "I will not allow history to repeat itself." The sentence fell like a full stop to any potential argument. Another advisor spoke, unable to hide his concern. "If we bring this person into the system, we create a precedent that could shake the entire structure of succession." Anne nodded slightly, as if she had been expecting the question. "I am not bringing him into the system." A brief silence. "I am bringing the truth into the system." That was the difference. Not changing a person to fit the structure, but changing how the structure faced reality. Anne opened a new file. This time, not an old record, but a plan, clear, structured, with a path forward. "We will not announce it immediately," she said. "No press conference, no official statement, but there will be no more lies." Her plan was not a shock, it was a process. The man would be integrated into the family, not as an official member immediately, but as a recognized individual within internal boundaries, private meetings, quiet acknowledgments that could not be denied. Step by step, his existence would be placed where it had always belonged, and the line of succession. Pembroke spoke. For the first time since the meeting began, Anne looked directly at him. No public change. Some in the room exhaled softly. But Anne was not finished. "But we will adjust how we understand it." It was a subtle but profound shift, not rewriting the law, but changing how the law was interpreted, a new space where elements once excluded could exist without breaking the entire system. "We have lived too long with the fear that truth will destroy us," Anne said, her voice carrying emotion for the first time. "But perhaps what is destroying us is our refusal to face it." No one objected anymore. Not because they all agreed, but because they understood that the decision had been made. The meeting ended not with a vote, not with a document, but with the silent acceptance of those who knew they had just witnessed a turning point. When Anne left the room, she did not look back. There was no need. For the first time in many hours, she felt she was moving in the right direction, even if that path had never existed before. Elsewhere in the palace, the man was still waiting, not with anxiety, but with the patience of someone who had waited for 30 years, and when the great doors of Windsor Castle closed behind him, there was no ceremony, no formal greeting, no sign of a historic event. Yet within those thick stone walls, something had changed, not with noise, but with the quiet shift of power, of truth, and of courage. The doors of Windsor Castle shut behind the stranger, but inside, the breath of history had forever changed its rhythm. The night wind rushed through the tall windows of the library in Windsor Castle, gently shaking the heavy curtains and stirring the small flame in the fireplace. Princess Anne stood alone in the familiar space, once a symbol of order, discipline, and rules that were never broken, but tonight, everything was still there, only carrying a different tone. No longer cold, no longer absolute, but something closer to being human. On the table lay opened envelopes, documents no longer secrets, but pieces of a story that had never been told. Princess Diana was no longer present, but her choices were still shaping everything. A secret once considered a threat had now become the foundation to redefine the very system that had once rejected it. Anne looked into the darkness, her gaze no longer carrying the conflict from before. She had made her choice, not between right and wrong, but between truth and silence, and in that moment, the Iron Woman of the monarchy allowed herself to believe that sometimes the greatest loyalty is not protecting the image, but protecting the truth. Diana's secret was not a betrayal. It was a salvation. It was a reminder that a crown may pass from one generation to another. But motherhood is never bound by protocol or power, and Anne understood better than anyone that a dynasty can endure through time, but if it is built on what is not true, its collapse is only a matter of sooner or later. What do you think about Princess Anne's decision? Share this video if you believe the truth always deserves respect. Do not forget to click on the video about Prince Harry's secret right beside this one to continue exploring. Goodbye and see you again. The sound of an envelope being torn open rang out sharp and cold, slicing through the thick, suffocating air as if the entire room had just stopped breathing. A heavy manila envelope lay there, containing 15 pages of strictly sealed documents. There was no dramatic headline, no visible sign of panic, only silence. And yet it was that very silence that made everyone present understand that what lay inside was not merely a report, it was a bomb. Page 7. Just a single line. Not long, not complex, but powerful enough to erase 40 years of a life destined to inherit the British throne, a sentence capable of shaking one of the oldest power structures in the world, not the biological son of King Charles. There was no shouting, no immediate reaction, only exchanged glances in silence, and a fear spreading faster than any rumor, because everyone understood that if this were true, it would not affect just one individual. The entire Windsor dynasty would face the risk of collapsing from within. Outside, London continued to move as if nothing had happened. But behind the ancient stone walls of the palace, an unprecedented crisis was quietly taking shape. No press release, no denial, no official move. And within the royal family, silence has always been the clearest sign that the truth is becoming dangerous. This document was not an anonymous rumor circulating online. It carried all the marks of an internal investigative file. There were signatures, there were confirmations, there were details that only those at the center of power could access, and what made it terrifying was not only its content, but the question it raised. If an entire life had been built on a foundation of deception, then what was the truth? And now, before we step into each line of that fateful report, place yourself in the position of the person at its center. If you discovered that your entire life was a carefully constructed lie, what would you choose? Press 1 if you would remain silent to protect your family. Or press 2 if you would reveal everything regardless of the consequences. Leave your choice before we begin to uncover the truth behind it. Monday morning at Kensington began like any other. The London sky was heavy and grey, weak light slipping through thick curtains, casting an unnameable weight over the room. But there was one unusual detail. A request was made in silence, not through a secretary, not through the usual administrative process. The heir to the throne himself, a man who had lived his entire life under public scrutiny, directly requested a re-examination of genetic markers in his medical records. It was not an impulsive decision. Those who closely follow royal history know that genetic testing is nothing unfamiliar. For a symbolic family like the Windsors, health is not merely personal. It is tied to the stability of the entire institution. But this time, something was different. There was no medical campaign, no media preparation, only a quiet request. Almost completely confidential. Internal sources revealed that the initial reason given was entirely reasonable. Certain anomalies in the family medical history needed to be verified using more advanced technology, a procedure that appeared purely precautionary. But what no one expected was that this seemingly harmless request would open the door to one of the greatest nightmares in British royal history. The report arrived not long after, 15 pages. Compiled from 2 independent international databases, a detail that underscored the seriousness and high reliability of the analysis. Everything followed strict scientific procedures. There was no room for error, no room for confusion. The first pages revealed nothing unusual. Basic genetic indicators, comparisons with reference data, dry numbers. Precisi. Entirely within expected ranges, and then came page 7. There was no lengthy explanation, no complex analysis, just a single index printed in bold, paternal probability. The probability of biological relation through the paternal line, 0.01%, a number so close to zero that, in scientific terms, it is almost equivalent to no biological relationship at all. For any individual, this would already be a shock. But for someone raised and shaped to embody royal blood, that number was not just data. It was a verdict. Those present when the report was opened later recounted that there was no outburst, no panic, only a silence that stretched beyond what felt normal. Because when a truth is too large, the first reaction is not emotion. It is denial, an instinctive attempt to find fault in the system, in the process, in science itself. But this time, there was no error. 2 independent databases, 2 matching results, 1 conclusion, and that was only the tip of the iceberg, because when the final page was turned, a small but decisive detail appeared, a red stamp, not large, not prominent, but enough to send a chill through anyone familiar with the system. Second copy. What did that mean? It meant this report had not been created for the first time. It meant there had been an original, and more importantly, it meant someone had read it before it reached the person who was supposed to know first. The question was no longer whether the number 0.01% was accurate. The real question was, who knew? And when they knew it, in a family where every piece of information is tightly controlled, where every document leaves a trace, the fact that such a sensitive report had been copied at least twice was not an administrative error. It was a sign of deliberate action. And if someone had known in advance, then the prolonged silence was no longer accidental. It was a choice that may have reshaped the entire narrative the public had believed for decades. But that impossible number was not the worst part. The worst moment came when William realized that the report had been stamped second copy, meaning someone had known before him. The car sped through the cold gray London morning, its wheels grinding against the wet road as if the driver were trying to outrun his own thoughts. There was no escort, no prearranged security plan. Every rule was broken in that moment. The heir to the throne was no longer acting as a controlled symbol, but as a man standing on the edge of collapse. There was only one destination: Highgrove, the place where the truth, if it existed, could no longer remain hidden. Highgrove House emerged behind rows of silent trees, still holding its familiar peaceful appearance, but beneath that calm exterior lay an air so tense it was almost suffocating. The staff sensed something was wrong the moment the car arrived unannounced. No notice, no protocol, only hurried footsteps echoing across the cold stone floor. The door opened, and the confrontation began without a single word of introduction. The report was placed on the table without explanation. Page 7 was opened. The number 0.01%, cutting between 2 people standing face to face. The air froze. A silence stretched so long it became almost painful. The first reaction was not denial, nor anger, but something far more unsettling: silent acceptance. And in that moment, everything changed. Because the man standing opposite showed no surprise, no sign of shock, no confusion of someone hearing a devastating truth for the first time, only a deepened gaze. As if he had been waiting for this day for a very long time. The anger came next. Not questions, not doubt, but direct, relentless interrogation. Why? Since when? And most importantly, why it had never been revealed. But the answer did not come in any way that could be predicted. Not a denial, not an evasion, but a confession. 3 times, 3 secret tests had been conducted in the past. There were no public records, no official confirmation. They existed only within documents that very few people had ever been allowed to see. 1994, 1999, 2005. 3 times the same result, and 3 times the same decision: destroyed. Not to deny the truth, but to deliberately bury it. This is where the story begins to shift. Because if what has been revealed is true, then the silence that lasted for 3 decades was not an act of careless concealment. It was a deliberate choice, an action taken by someone who believed it was the only way to protect the person standing before them. But protect from what? The answer was never spoken directly. Yet it revealed itself in every pause, every avoided glance, every broken sentence. In the world of the royal family, identity is not merely personal. It is the foundation of the entire system. A single deviation, no matter how small, can trigger consequences beyond control. And here, another figure begins to emerge. Someone who is no longer there to defend herself, yet present in every detail of this story: Princess Diana. Those who closely followed her life may recall moments that once seemed unrelated. The overwhelming anxiety whenever her sons appeared in public, the times she tried to control schedules, limiting unnecessary exposure, and especially the unspoken fear she once revealed as her son approached adulthood. When all those fragments are placed into the present context, a hypothesis begins to form. Perhaps she knew, or at least she suspected, and because of that, every action she took was not only the instinct of a mother, but an effort to protect a secret she fully understood the consequences of if it were exposed. If that is true, then this story is not just a personal shock. It is a tragedy stretching across generations. A secret passed from one person to another, not through words, but through silence. Back in the room at Highgrove, the emotion was no longer simple anger. It was the collapse of trust, because the most painful part was not the truth that had just been revealed. It was the realization that the truth had always existed, only no one had ever allowed it to be spoken. And just when everything seemed to have reached its lowest point, another detail began to surface in the conversation, a feeling that could not be named, as if something did not entirely belong to just the 2 people in that room. Within the thick walls of the palace, once believed to be impenetrable, there has always existed a reality few want to admit. No secret is ever completely safe. No conversation is ever entirely private. The glances, the passing footsteps, the unnoticed devices, all of them can become part of an invisible network of observation. And at the very moment when father and son believed they were facing the truth in the most private space possible, they did not realize that the story may have already slipped beyond their control. A secret buried for 30 years had finally surfaced between them, but they never imagined that the walls of the palace could also listen. Secrets do not disappear. They wait for the right moment to escape. And this time, it did not escape through a confession, but through the press of a button on a phone held by someone on the inside. That person was not a journalist, not an outsider driven by curiosity, but a senior aide, someone with access to highly protected documents, someone who had remained within the system long enough to understand exactly which boundaries must never be crossed. And precisely because of that understanding, when the line was crossed, it was no longer a mistake. It was a calculated choice. The photo was taken quickly, imperfect. It did not need to be perfect. It only needed to be clear enough to read the number. Page 7. Paternal probability, 0.01%. And the red stamp, second copy. That alone was enough to trigger a chain reaction that no one could control. The image files did not remain on a single device. They were sent out, not through any official channel, leaving no easily traceable path. But in the world of underground media, everything has a price. And what was captured in that image was not just a number. It was a story capable of bringing down an entire symbol. The calls began. Quietly, not publicly. Familiar names within the British and international tabloid circles started receiving signals: a document, a secret, an opportunity, and the initial price was almost immediately set: £5 million. That number was not just money, it was a declaration that this was no longer a rumor, it was a commodity, something to be traded, negotiated, escalated, something whose value was directly proportional to the level of destruction it could cause. Meanwhile, inside the palace, everything began to slip out of orbit. Internal communication channels became overloaded, emergency meetings followed one after another. But the most frightening part was not that the information had been leaked, it was that no one knew how far it had already gone. The official silence remained, but outside, the world did not wait. Within 2 hours, an unprecedented phenomenon began to form. The keyword royal DNA exploded globally. 100 million mentions. No confirmation. No official source. Yet its spread moved faster than any press release could follow. This was the moment when control of the narrative began to shift, no longer in the hands of the royal family, no longer in the hands of those who created the report. It now belonged to the public, and the public does not wait for the truth. They create their own version of it. Amid that chaos, one figure began to emerge with greater clarity than ever before. Not on television, not before cameras, but within closed calls, sealed rooms. Decisions made under extreme pressure. Kate Middleton. She did not respond with emotion. She responded with structure. Lists of lawyers were activated. Crisis communication experts were contacted. Scenarios were constructed. If the information were fully released, if only part of it leaked, if it were distorted, if it were attacked from multiple directions, every possibility was calculated. Not to erase the truth, but to control how that truth would appear. Longtime royal observers began to recognize something crucial. When central figures are consumed by emotion, those standing beside them become the pillars, and in this moment, Kate was no longer just a wife. She was acting as the coordinator of an entire response system. But even the most perfect structure has limits when facing something like this, because once information has been assigned a price, it will always find a way to survive. The aide who took that photograph was no longer a single individual. Their action had activated a network: buyers, intermediaries, those waiting for the right moment to release it. And at a deeper level, a question began to emerge. Was this truly just an act of personal betrayal? Or was it a symptom of something larger within the system, a place where loyalty is no longer absolute, a place where information itself becomes a tool of power? While every hypothesis was still being considered, the pressure at the center of the story continued to rise. There was no longer any room for delay, no longer any option to stand aside. Silence was no longer a strategy. It had become a weakness. A realization began to take shape. Painful, but clear. It was no longer possible to let others control the narrative. It was no longer possible to allow the truth to be distorted through hundreds of unverified versions. And then the paradox revealed itself. Those who had once been seen as the greatest threat, those who had been blamed for every media crisis, were now the only ones capable of bringing the story back under control. The press, not all of them, but a part of them, those who still held professional standards, those who understood the value of verification, those who could distinguish between information and speculation. It was not a comfortable choice, but it was the only one left. When the honor of a future king was being weighed against money, William realized he could no longer